For 99. Jiang Shangzhen hurriedly wiped his mouth and said bitterly, even in the ruins of the Immortal Mansion, it's not appropriate to call a saint by his name. Qin Pingon smiled and said, there are some grudges that can be scolded more or less. Nothing will change. Qin Pingon, tell me something from the bottom of your heart. Jiang Shangzhen blinked his eyes, lifted his butt and pointed to the top of his head. That person, must he kill you? Qin Pingon shook his head. It's not that exaggerated. Our old debts have almost been settled. He's such a big hierarch master who's in charge of all the people in the world. He doesn't have that much free time to deal with me. But I'm sure he doesn't like me. So I'm very hesitant about going to Qingming World in the future. Qin Pingon wanted to visit all the 9 continents of Haoran World and the other 3 continents. Jiang Shangzhen sat back on the railing. If Lu Qin was determined to target Qin Pingon, he would obediently run back to Book Lake of Aquarius Continent and be a coward. Anyway, the lake there was deep. If he didn't cower, would he be a bird out of the forest? Old man Sun had said 10,000 times that when he arrived at Book Lake, he had to quickly do as the Romans do and be a local snake, not a dragon crossing the river. Qin Pingon said, I know you won't get involved in some things, so can you just say something that can be said? Jiang Shangzhen took a sip of wine and nodded. Gao Cheng's ambition is great, the kind that can scare people to death. He wants to build a Fengdu underworld in the Ghost Valley, a place between the world of the living and the world of the dead. The cycle of life and death is created here. Once it's done, there will be 2 great benefits. One is to reverse the feng shui of Ghost Valley and upgrade it into a complete paradise, no longer a small world. With the 3 paths of heaven, earth and man, it will really give birth to the big picture of the sun rising and the moon setting, the 4 seasons orderly and the cycle of the solar terms. Gao Qing will be the true god of this place. He's even more superior than all the saints who oversaw the small world. Maybe he can reach the sky in 1 step. Gao Qing will directly cross the immortal realm from the Jade realm to the Ascendant realm. At that time, Gao Qing will be similar to those few eccentric existences in the world, who will really obtain great freedom and break the cage of heaven and earth. Those who can kill him will most likely not do it because they have too high a view, and those who really want to kill Gao Qing will not be able to do it. In any future battles and killings, even if they are suppressed in Ghost Valley by Hemp Sect, Gao Qing and Jingguan City can be considered in an invincible position. Every time a cultivator of Hemp Sect dies in battle, it's equivalent to Ghost Valley. SSSSS. Hemp sect with less than 200 cultivators, even the several sexes, and Hemp S's sect with his. Jiang Shangzhen twisted the neck of the wine pot with 2 fingers, gently swaying it and slowly said, so, Gao Cheng's. This is a very taboo thing. However, for Gao Qing to be able to reach this step from a nameless ordinary soldier, he was naturally not a fool. He would act with great propriety and advance step by step. My guess was that within 100 years he would be extremely restrained. He would stop after taking over the Hemp Sect, including the territory of the Skeleton Beach, and then Gao Qing would stop. Then within 1,000 years he would make friends with those far away and attack those close to him. He would maneuver freely and strive to take over another sect. Slowly the capital would become more and more legitimate. It's hard to say what the Confucian Academy will do. There are too many rules and they often fight among themselves. After a while many things will be done. Therefore during this period there are only 2 forces that will really fight with Gao Qing. One is the Hemps, and the Buddhists. After all, the Buddhists don't want others to build Fengdu in the human world and open up the 6 paths of reincarnation without permission. As for the North Continent's Daoists, the Yunshao Palace's Chongshuans and the Lord of Heaven's Xiesher, they may not hate Gao Cheng's actions. The former will probably sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and let Gao Qing and the North Continent's Buddhist forces wear each other down. Especially the latter. As for the reason, you should already know, so I won't say more. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, it was Gao Qing himself who shouted, leave your flying sword behind. Qin Pingon sighed and lowered his head to look at the blade's strengthening gourd. He recalled a detail from before. I understand now. I'm like a child carrying gold across the city, and I just happened to bump into Jingguan City's Gao Qing. No wonder Gao Qing was so angry. If the ancestral hall of the wood clothing mountain hadn't activated the mountain protection formation, even if I escaped from the Ghost Valley, I wouldn't have been able to leave the Skeleton Beach alive. Jiang Shangzhen waved his hand. What child? You don't have to look down on yourself. It's more accurate to say that an ordinary man carries a jade. Qin Pingon asked, what do you think Gao Qing is going to do now? Jiang Shangzhen smiled. I guess he's going to make straw men in Jingguan City. Once you miss your opportunity, it's harder to catch it again. This kind of thing is hard to explain with reason, but the people on the mountain have to believe it. The older they get, the more they believe it. So you don't have to worry too much now. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Qin Pingon smiled bitterly. I don't even dare to leave the wood clothing mountain now, let alone cross the skeleton beach and head north. Who knows if Gao Qing will sneak out of the Ghost Valley and stab me? Jiang Shangzhen wanted to explain. Qin Pingon suddenly looked into the distance, his eyes gloomy. If I were Gao Qing, Qin Pingon would definitely die if he still dared to travel around the continent of Jiluzu. Jiang Shangzhen was speechless for a moment. If he said too much, persuading Qin Pingon to continue traveling around the continent of Jiluzu would make it seem like he had ulterior motives. Qin Pingon turned his head and smiled. Jiang Shangzhen, why did you do something unnecessary in the Ghost Valley? Why did you deliberately make enemies with Gao Qing? If I'm not wrong, according to what you said, since Gao Qing is so ambitious, it's very likely that he'll do business with you and Yugui sect. Then you can take advantage of the situation and become an honored guest in Jingguan City. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, then it should be me being impulsive. I can't stand to see women being bullied, and I can't stand to hear Pu Cheng's hair-raising bold words. Qin Pingon handed over the wine pot. Jiang Shangzhen took the wine pot and gently clinked it with him. They both drank a mouthful of wine. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly said, what do you think of Zhu Quan's character? What about Pu Cheng's character? And this Shuang sect, what's their temper like? Qin Pingon said, I'm fascinated by them. Jiang Shangzhen nodded. If you want to continue traveling around the North Continent, you must be careful. This place does have people like Zhu Quan and Pu Cheng, but there are also people who seem to be the same as Zhu Quan and Pu Cheng, but are actually much more cunning and sinister than I, Jiang Shangzhen, am. Jiang Shangzhen drank slowly. I've suffered 2 great losses in the North Continent. One of them was like this. I almost lost my life and even helped count the money. When I turned around, it turned out that the person who stabbed me was my best friend in the North Continent. That terrible feeling is still fresh in my memory. How should I put it? It was very vexing. The first thought that flashed through my mind wasn't despair or anger. It was that I, Jiang Shang, had done something wrong to make a friend like you do this. Qin Pingon said, I'll be careful. Jiang Shangzhen sighed. With a bitter face, he said pitifully, if I'd known that you had a grudge against that person, I wouldn't have come to the Ghost Valley. Why did I come here? Qin Pingon wanted to laugh, but felt that it would be too unkind. He quickly drank a mouthful of wine, drinking it along with his laughter. Jiang Shangzhen shook his head and thought of something. Let me tell you some bad news. That Yunshao Palace's natural Taoist seed Yang Ningxing left behind the evil seed after he killed 3 corpses. Although the scholar suffered losses on your side, he didn't delay his business. The old Taoist from the small Xuandu temple should have protected him for a while. In the end, he even got a pair of valuable golden fish from the old dragon's lair. They were raised by the old turtle for 1,000 years and lived for at least 1,000 years. It's quite a good opportunity. Don't think that it doesn't matter. For me, Jiang Shangzhen, to say that it's quite valuable, it's really valuable. Looking at this kid's luck, he's in his prime. If you leave the Ghost Valley, she won't be around anymore. Then you can continue to travel north alone. If you meet that scholar in the Great Yuan dynasty, it'll be even more difficult to deal with him. Qin Pingon said, compared to Gao Qing in Jingguan City, these are nothing. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, how did you know about Yang Ningxing's background? How many years has it been since you came to the North Continent? Jiang Shangzhen laughed and said, Qin Pingon, do you know how many women I have in the North Continent? Almost every 100 years, 1 or 2 of them would come to the Jade Gui sect to look for me. They would use all kinds of excuses to catch up with me. There was even one who specially came to the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. This is the hardest place to lose weight. Therefore, I know everything about the North Continent like the back of my hand. Qin Pingon glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. It's a skill for a man to be liked by many women. However, if a man can focus on one woman, that's a real skill. Jiang Shangzhen waved his hand. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. The only thing in this world that can make me focus on is spending money. Qin Pingon thought about his trip to the Ghost Valley. In retrospect, he had really risked his life to wander around and pick up scraps. He was earning more money than those wild cultivators. In the end, Jiang Shangzhen was telling him this. Qin Pingon thought of something and took out the 100-eyed Taotai robe that he had taken from Yang Ningxing. Jiang Shangzhen's mention of the old Taoist from the small Xuandu temple protecting Yang Ningxing was probably referring to Yang Ningxing's strange gaze before she returned to her senses at the edge of the iron chain bridge. At that time, Qin Pingon felt that something was wrong. It was most likely that Yang Ningxing had already sensed the old Taoist's presence. At that time, Yang Ningxing probably felt that it was a blessing or a curse and was not sure if the old Taoist's original intentions were good or evil. Jiang Shangzhen glanced at the robe and nodded. Perhaps it had caught Jiang Shangzhen's eye, so he said slowly, "For the time being, it's slightly better than the green robe you're wearing, but its foundation is much better. Because the black robe in your hand is ugly, but it can grow just like plants and trees in that world can grow when they encounter rain. It can be considered one of the most valuable spiritual weapons. The one you wore in Tongye continent and the sword in Sui Yu's hand are both the same. However, each of them has a different level, just like how a cultivator can ascend to the ascending realm. Some have the aptitude of a tortoise to reach the Jindan realm at most, while some reach the Yuaning realm and even reach the upper 5 realms. Among the 3, your snow-white robe has the greatest potential. It's a half-immortal weapon followed by Sui Yu's sword, which has a chance to become the best half-immortal weapon. This robe you stole is at most a half-immortal weapon, but it's slow and consumes a lot." It was an unexpected surprise. He originally thought that this robe was similar to the spring grass robe and the snowflower robe. He did not expect that its rank could go up. In the future, when he roamed the Jianghu, he would cover his face and wear this robe. He reckoned that it would be easier for him to be a wild cultivator. Qin Pingon took out the 3 talismans from the sleeve of his robe. He smiled and said, "I can only see that it's a secret talisman from the Cloud Palace. I can recognize the seal script, but I don't know its true origin, specific use, or how powerful it is. Can you give it a try? How much is it worth?" Jiang Shangzhen took the 3 golden talismans from the Cloud Palace. The Jade Sky Mansion Talisman is a branch of the Mountain Talisman. It's one of the specialties of the Zhou Xian Bureau. The Jade Clear Light Talisman is very imposing and has a large range. However, its killing power is mediocre. If it's only used to scare people, it's very good. Finally, this Cloud/Talisman is the real good thing. The talisman contains 4 grains of divine light. Even I was a bit tempted. However, a good talisman cannot be used by just anyone. It requires a secret to open the door. This is especially true for the Absolute Decapitation Talisman, which is a secret technique of the Yang clan of Cloudy Palace. Coincidentally, I have a female Taoist elder sister in Cloudy Palace. Of course, our relationship is stronger than gold and we see each other day and night. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly turned his head to look, his expression strange. Qin Pingon had no intention of taking it back. He took small sips of wine. "I know that these 3 talisman are definitely not as valuable as your net. Just treat it as something better than nothing." Jiang Shangzhen slapped the 3 talisman onto the railing. He laughed loudly and said, "Save it. Take it. I, Jiang Shangzhen, earn money and spend it without restraint. My heroic nature is not the least bit inferior to that bone poo." Qin Pingon turned to look at Jiang Shangzhen. "You really don't want it? I've already done my best. I'm not as wealthy as you, Jiang Shangzhen. You've always been itching to break a copper coin into 8 pieces to spend." Jiang Shangzhen lamented. In all honesty, Qin Pingon took back the 3 talisman pieces with lightning speed and put them away along with the talisman's robe. He smiled and said, "Then I'll be a good person to the end. Tell me in detail how to open these talismans." Jiang Shangzhen didn't show any signs of displeasure. Instead, his smile grew wider. He told Qin Pingon the talisman's opening door technique in full detail through the ripples in his heart. Qin Pingon then took out a golden lightning whip that he had excavated from the Cumulus Clouds mountain. It was as long as an arm. "What's the appearance and value of this item?" Jiang Shangzhen said, "This is an item manifested from the overflowing veins of the lightning pool. It's suitable to be refined into a ghost whipping whip. Together with the ghost whipping whip made from the bamboo of the verdant Immortal mountain, they are known as the world's 2 peerless treasures. However, looking at the quality of the lightning pool and the bamboo of the verdant Immortal mountain, the lightning pool of the Cumulus Clouds mountain is still a little inferior. If it were the one at the inverted mountain, you wouldn't need to refine this item to become an innate talisman. As for now, it's just a slightly better innate talisman. Moreover, this item is still a little small. If it were me, I wouldn't be willing to bend down and pick it up from the ground. Qin Pingon had a rough idea in his heart. If he had the chance, he would refine the longest lightning vein golden whip into a mountain-traversing staff. He would use it for a period of time, and when he returned to the Aquarius continent, he would give it to his first disciple. It was golden and dazzling and was pleasing to the eye. If the master liked it, how could the disciple not like it? Jiang Shangzhen said with a smile, "What other items do you have in the Ghost Valley recently? Take them out and let me take a look at them for you." Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment. In the end, he took out the few erotic paintings that were hung on the wall of the goddess of the summer's boudoir and handed them to Jiang Shangzhen. Jiang Shangzhen's eyes were playful at first. Finally, when he saw the Daoist couple's cultivation picture full of annotations, he nodded and said, "It's a kind of unorthodox method. Ordinary earth immortals who are proficient in the dual cultivation method can use it as one of the foundations of their sections. It can help a cultivator of the lower 5 realms ascend to the middle 5 realms. It's a convenient method, so this one is worth some money. As for the others, it's usually late at night when I can't sleep alone. They're just for fun," Qin Pingon said in surprise. "This one is so precious." Jiang Shangzhen nodded and said, "The Moon Palace's people are just blind. They can't enter the door. They've wasted a Dao opportunity in front of them. This painting is a copy of one of the 12 Daoist couples' cultivation pictures in the mountain. It should be the work of a cultivator who defected from the Mei Air sect in the central divine continent. If you meet someone who knows the goods, you can easily sell it for 20 or 30 grains of Guyu money." At this point, Jiang Shangzhen sighed in his heart. That he Xiaoyang. He was really a powerful character. His fortune was so deep that it made one's hair stand on end. Therefore, Jiang Shangzhen was originally a little envious of this inexpensive painting in the mountain, but he did not dare to ask Qin Pingon for it or buy it. After Qin Pingon put away these scrolls, he also began to fall silent. Jiang Shangzhen began to change the topic. "Do you know that there's a real Xuandu temple in the Qingming world?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "I've never heard of it." For the first time, Jiang Shangzhen showed a touch of fascination. After drinking the wine, he casually ran away with the wine jug. "That's really an immortal cave. The old temple master had a peach tree grotto heaven, his Dao skills were extremely high and he was known as one of the ancestors." Qin Pingon asked, "Then the small Xuandu temple in the peach forest in the Ghost Valley?" Jiang Shangzhen lowered his voice and said with a smile, "It's equivalent to the Xuandu temple left behind in the vast world. But it's not a proper name. I'm not too clear about the specific inheritance. Back then, I was in a hurry to go to the north of the Julu continent, so I did not enter the Ghost Valley. After all, there are no beauties in the Linen sect. If Zhu Quan was more beautiful, I would definitely go to the Ghost Valley." Qin Pingon glanced at the Tianmen Sea of Clouds that bordered the Muyi Mountain and this place. It had been silent for a long time, but he always felt that the female master had not given up, but was preparing for the final blow. Jiang Shangzhen continued, "The small Xuandu temple is not a big deal, but the big Yuanyu temple is not simple. Before the skeleton beach appeared, the old monk was already an eminent monk whose name shook the entire continent. His dharma was profound. Rumor had it that he was a bodhisattva who had lost in the debate between the 3 religions. He had sealed himself in a temple. And that Pugu, haha, the Pugu that you, Qin Pingon, admire so much is a..." Jiang Shangzhen held his belly and laughed until he almost cried. "Actually, it's a woman. I spent a lot of money to buy this secret and the whole Linen sect may not know about it. In the Ghost Valley, only Gao Qing knows about it." Qin Pingon said in a bad mood, "What's wrong with a woman sword fairy?" Jiang Shangzhen stopped laughing and sighed, "It's a pity that she fell in love with a monk. This is a headache." Qin Pingon was surprised and asked in a low voice, "Is it the old monk from the big Yuanyu temple?" Jiang Shangzhen nodded. "That's why Pugu died on the battlefield. She risked her life to protect the temple from the disaster of war. But the cause and effect of the world is so mysterious. If she didn't die, the old monk might have already become a bodhisattva. The right and wrong, gain and loss, who can say for sure?" Qin Pingon came to a realization. Through Jiang Shangzhen's words, the reason why the old monk said the 4 words had already floated to the surface. With the addition of Pu Gu, it became even clearer. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly said, "There's something wrong with your state of mind. If you only sensed danger according to Qin Pingan's previous style, you would have been more decisive. In the last trip to Stinky Copper City, even an outsider like me could see that there's something wrong with you." Qin Pingan nodded. "The source is flowing water. If it's not clear enough, the heart will naturally be turbid." Jiang Shangzhen laughed. "This is not a small matter." Qin Pingan said, "Let's take it slow." Jiang Shangzhen asked, "Or do you plan to take the risk and go north to Luzhou?" Qin Pingan said, "We can take a step back and think about it. But if we walk with both feet, we still have to face difficulties head-on." Jiang Shangzhen said no more. Qin Pingan asked, "The Xuandu Temple has a peach forest grotto heaven. You also have a cloud cave blessed land. Is it very tiring to take care of them?" Jiang Shangzhen held the back of his head with both hands. "If we go down a dead end, it'll be an endless problem to think of and an endless problem to do." Qin Pingan nodded and looked into the distance. Jiang Shangzhen crossed one leg. After the 8 mural goddesses left, this place became a low-grade blessed land. But to the hemp sect, it's already an important territory. If it's taken care of well, it'll be equivalent to having another pure jade realm cultivator. If it's not taken care of well, it'll delay 1 or 2 nascent soul cultivators. In the end, it all depends on Zhu Quan's methods. After all the blessed lands and secret realms in the world are bottomless pits if they're taken care of well. They'll need more money than a sword cultivator. Maybe you, Qin Pingan, will have one in the future. Remember, when you have such a day, don't be a living bodhisattva who saves people. Otherwise, a good thing will become a disaster. In business, it's inevitable to recognize money and not people. Take my cloud cave blessed land for example. At its peak there were 50 million ants. Take the bamboo forest for example. It welcomed a once-in-a-thousand-years great harvest. Earth immortals appeared like bamboo shoots after a rain. I was so proud of myself that I almost died when I went down for a trip. In a fit of anger I harvested a lot of them. That's how I have today's family business." Qin Pingan did not comment. Jiang Shangzhen began to put away his magic treasures. He kept all the items that sealed the doors of the 8 murals into his sleeves. Only the gate of the Sea of Clouds remained unmoved. Jiang Shang really wanted to see Zhu Quan's last saber strike as a parting gift for him when he left the North Continent. Qin Pingan said, "If I really treat you as a friend one day, won't it be scary?" Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, "Will you feel that it's against your conscience? Will you change too much? Maybe it's a bad thing for you, Qin Pingan. Maybe this is the pros and cons of different Daos. I, Jiang Shangzhen, seek change and go with the flow. As long as I have an anchor at the bottom of the lake, I don't need to care about the turbulence on the lake. Therefore, the path of Dao cultivation has been quite comfortable. Moreover, I've lived for so long and have seen all kinds of things. I've become more adept at dealing with them. You, Qin Pingan, are probably immobile. Plus you're still young. Therefore, when you see good and evil, you feel that you need to be careful. You'll feel that your hands are tied and your feet are tied. Cultivation is, of course, difficult. On the other hand, as long as you can hold on, you'll gain benefits over and over again. You and I can't talk about high and low, good and bad. We have our own destinies. In fact, it's not just you and me. If it were other people, Gao Qing, Zhu Quan, the old monks and the old Daoists, it would be the same. I've always felt that there's no distinction between high and low when it comes to cultivation. I've never believed in the path of death." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "From the beginning to the end, your words can't be bought with money." Jiang Shangzhen was quite proud. His expression changed and he said with a smile, "Then what about the right side of sway?" Qin Pingan was somewhat confused. Jiang Shangzhen's expression was weird. He stretched out his hands and clenched his fists, shaking his thumbs. "Nothing?" Qin Pingan rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. Jiang Shangzhen shook his head. What a waste. There was a bang. In the Sea of Clouds, a saber beam slashed out. A few enchanted treasures that were blocking the door were instantly shattered. Jiang Shangzhen looked up and laughed loudly. "Little Quaner's saber techniques are great. Your big brother Zhou Fei is dazzled and his heart is beating wildly." Qin Pingan glanced at the enchanted treasures that were completely destroyed. He really felt heartache for Jiang Shangzhen. Wasn't this a waste of treasures? "I'm leaving." Little Quan, you don't have to send me off. Jiang Shangzhen stood up and rolled up his sleeves. He kept the remaining enchanted treasures. At the same time he used his intrinsic item, the willow leaf, to split open a mural city door. He transformed into a rainbow and escaped. His speed was as fast as lightning and was comparable to a sword immortal's flying sword. Qin Pingon was somewhat envious. If he had the ability to escape, he could make another trip to Ghost Valley. Even if he went to Jingguan City for a stroll, nothing would happen, right? Zhu Quan held his saber and landed on the railing. He was aggressive and had a baleful aura. He hesitated for a moment and decided not to pursue Jiang Shangzhen in Mural City. He shouted, Jiang, if you dare to come to my hemp sect again, I'll chop off 3 of your legs. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly popped his head out from the mural door of the goddess. Don't use that saber. How about a hand saber? Zhu Quan held his saber and attacked. After a full hour, Qin Pingon waited for Zhu Quan to return to the cave abode. The female sect master still had a faint aura of the sea breeze. She must have chased him all the way to the sea. Zhu Quan was a little annoyed. He sheathed his saber and sat on the railing. He stretched out his hand. Qin Pingon threw over a flask of rice wine. Zhu Quan raised his head and drank. His expression was ugly as he asked, Are you friends with Jiang Shangzhen? Qin Pingon's face did not turn red. He said righteously, We were once mortal enemies in a blessed land in the Tongyi continent. Back then his name was Zhou Fei. Zhu Quan glanced at Qin Pingon and sneered, A man's words are king lies. Qin Pingon drank to calm himself down. Zhu Quan snorted, To be able to pee in the same pot as Jiang Shangzhen, I think you're not a good person either. Qin Pingon just drank silently. Zhu Quan said angrily, You admit it? Qin Pingon shook his head and said, No. Zhu Quan's expression softened. If you didn't say that you're focused and can still be considered human, I would have stabbed you. Qin Pingon smiled bitterly. Zhu Quan said, You only need to travel north. I'll keep an eye on that Jingguan City. If Gao Qing dares to show his face again, I won't let him lose 100 years of cultivation this time. Don't worry, it's extremely difficult for Gao Qing to sneak in and out of the Ghost Valley and the Skeleton Beach. The mountain protecting formation of the Linen sect will be half open. Gao Qing is willing to lose half of his life, but at least if he falls back to the nascent soul realm, you won't be in any danger. You can walk out of the Skeleton Beach without any problems. Qin Pingon was slightly relieved. Zhu Quan laughed and said, If I were you, I would stand at the archway between the Skeleton Beach and the Guiming Valley, scolding Gao Qing for 3 days and 3 nights. As soon as he shows his head, you can rely on our Mui Mountain's ancestral mountain's godly spirit to escape. As soon as Gao Qing leaves, you will show your head and go back and forth, angering Gao Qing to death. Wouldn't that be great? Anyway, it's our Linen sect that's spending the money. Besides, we're more than happy to spend it. Qin Pingon said, I'd better take an Immortal ferry and go around the Skeleton Beach. After a few thousand miles I'll disembark. Zhu Quan stared at him. You're not even as good as Jiang Shangzhen? If it were him, he would have gone even further than me to deal with Gao Qing after suffering such a big loss. This guy's ability to disgust others is this. Zhu Quan gave him a thumbs up. Back then there was a sect that had a great enmity with him. As a result, he blocked their path for 10 years, causing all the cultivators below the Earth Immortal realm to not dare to leave the mountain to travel alone. Before Jiang Shangzhen left, he gave them a big gift. Overnight, he erected 7 or 8 steels filled with profanities around the foot of the mountain. Then he fabricated a story about all the sect's patriarchs and Earth Immortal cultivators, regardless of their gender. The content was extremely filthy, but there was some literary talent. Those erotic little books are still circulating on the mountain. Qin Pingon said helplessly, Why should I compare myself with Jiang Shangzhen? Zhu Quan thought for a while. You're right. Don't learn anything from this pervert. Qin Pingon felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Dealing with this female sect leader was even more tiring than fighting with other people. Outside the peach forest, a white bone ghost in a green robe and holding a sword stood beside 2 steels. It did not enter the peach forest. A skinny old monk in a wide kasaya appeared in front of it. It was the white bone ghost of White Cage City's city lord, Pu Cheng. It said with a hoarse voice, You finally dare to come out and see me? The old monk put his palms together and remained silent. Pu Qing pressed on the sword hilt. The entire sword was filled with sword aura, like a fog shrouding Pu Qing. After a moment, Pu Qing was still holding a sword, but it was no longer a skeleton. It was a woman full of heroic spirit. She said slowly, "There are many fears in life. My life is in danger. Because of love there are worries. Because of love there are fears. Even if I don't understand Buddhism, how can I not know this? I know that I delayed you from breaking through the last barrier. It's my fault. All these years I purposely walked in the Ghost Valley as a skeleton just to make you feel guilty." She used to be so straightforward when she was alive. Now that she was a ghost after death, she was still so decisive. Thinking back to when they first met, a young monk was wandering around. He happened to see a village girl working in the fields. She held a seedling in one hand and wiped her sweat with the other. Under the sunlight, the girl, who was not very pretty, was not only moving, but also shook the motionless Buddhism in the young monk's heart. It was like a dream, like dew and like lightning. At this moment the old monk looked down and put his palms together. He said softly, "Benefactor Pu, you don't have to blame yourself. It's my own inner demons. Benefactor Pu, you only need to concentrate on the great Tao and you can achieve immortality." Pu Qing smiled sadly. "It's always been like this." She turned and left. The old monk chanted and also turned to leave. At the fork of the road between the great round moon temple and the small Xuandu temple, the old Daoist appeared out of thin air. The old monk stopped. The old Daoist seemed to want to ask his old neighbor a question. The old monk seemed to have guessed it long ago. He said slowly, "That young benefactor once said, to be able to attain this fruit, one must have this heart, at the bank of the Black River. Actually, there was something that I did not tell him. To have this heart, one must attain this fruit." The old Daoist asked, "Why didn't you say it?" The old monk smiled, "Buddha is on Spirited Mountain. Don't ask for it from afar, and there's no need to ask for it from outside." The old Taoist shook his head and disappeared in a flash. The old monk still stood where he was. He bent down and stretched out his hand as if he was scooping up water. He murmured, "When you plant the seedlings in the fields, you will see the sky and the water when you lower your head." An immortal ferry at the Skeleton Beach did not go straight to the north. Instead it went to the southeast coast. In the night, Qin Pingon was reading a book on the art of war under the lamplight. 500. Qin Pingon put away the book on the art of war and flipped open a book that was similar to the Linen Sex Relax collection. It was called Spring Dew in Winter. It was a small book that introduced the heritage of the mountain that the ferry belonged to. It was rather interesting. Which sword immortal of the northern continent had rested at the mountain? Which earth immortal had drunk tea and discussed the Tao at which place? What poems and calligraphy had been written by scholars and poets for the mountain? There were large and small pages. Qin Pingon was standing on a ferry that came from the Spring Dew Garden. Its main source of income was selling rare flowers and rare herbs along the way. Among them, there were 3 kinds of celestial flowers that were almost monopolized by the Linen Sex Mui Mountain. It was a large source of income for the Spring Dew Garden. Therefore, the ferry route was between the Bone Beach and the Jimu mountain range where the Spring Dew Garden was located. Spring Dew Garden belonged to a farming sect among the 100 schools of thought. Most of them were female cultivators and had a gentle temperament. The Jimu mountain range was rich in rare trees and flowers. In the southeastern region of the northern continent, it was considered a second-rate power. In addition, it had a wide range of friends and did not make many enemies. Qin Pingon chose this ferry for 3 reasons. First, it could completely bypass the Bone Beach. Second, there were 3 rare treasures in the Spring Dew Garden. One of them was a 10,000-year-old pagoda tree that grew in the Jimu mountain range. It was dozens of feet tall. Qin Pingon wanted to see if it was different from the pagoda tree in his hometown. Furthermore, at the end of every year, the Spring Dew Garden would have a New Year's banquet. There would be thousands of people doing business there. It was a grand event where celestial money flowed freely. Qin Pingon planned to do some small business there. The Spring Dew Garden book was actually not thin. However, compared to the Relax collection, it was like a long-winded elder in the family. It was somewhat inferior in terms of page count. Qin Pingon actually felt a little regretful that he could not collect similar books in the mountains of the Tongye continent's Fuyang sect. Qin Pingon looked at the small book and began to practice the 6-step stance. In the end, he was almost half asleep while practicing his boxing. He went back and forth between the door and the window. His steps were not bad at all. At dawn, Qin Pingon opened his eyes, stopped his fist stance and sat back at the table. He waited for a moment until someone knocked on the door from the corridor. Only then did he stand up and go to open the door. It was a fairy steward, a male cultivator rarely seen in Spring Dew Garden. He was an old Jindan cultivator with a gloomy aura. He was far from being comparable to Du Wenxi and Yang Lin of the Linen sect. Although they were in the same realm, there was a world of difference between their levels. This wasn't because of the Spring Dew Garden cultivators' embroidery, but because the Zhuang sect's cultivators were different. Life and death battles were a common occurrence. After Qin Pingon opened the door, the old cultivator apologized. "I'm sorry to disturb your rest." Qin Pingon smiled. "Senior Song, you're too polite. I've also just woken up. According to the introduction in the small book, we should be close to the Golden Light Peak in Mount Yuehua. I'm planning to go out and try my luck to see if I can run into golden-backed geese and drumming frogs." The old cultivator smiled. "I'm here for this. I wanted to remind Mr. Qin that we'll enter the Golden Light Peak in about 4 hours." The Jindan Earth Immortal changed the way he addressed Qin Pingon in a more intimate way. Returning the favor. Qin Pingon hurriedly made way. "Senior Song, please come in." The old cultivator smiled knowingly. Between the cultivators on the mountain, if there wasn't much difference in their realms, they could just address each other as fellow Daoist. However, when the cultivators of the lower 5 realms faced the cultivators of the middle 5 realms, or the 3 realms of the Cave Abode, Sea View and Dragon Gate, they should respectfully address each other as Immortal Masters or Senior. The Jindan realm was a threshold. After all, the rule on the mountain, "Only when one becomes a Jindan cultivator is one of us," was applicable everywhere. Of course, if one was bold enough, he could still address the Earth Immortals of the lower 5 realms as fellow Daoist. It was fine as long as he wasn't afraid of being slapped half to death. As an old Jindan cultivator, there was a reason why the old cultivator addressed the young guest as fellow Daoist. The one who accompanied the young man to the ferry was Pang Lanxi, a disciple of the Hall of Ancestral Masters of the Hemp sect. He was a very famous young man. It was rumored that he could become one of the next 10 young people in the North Continent within the next 60 years. If other sects promoted their disciples in such a way, it would most likely be a trick to raise their prestige. They would just treat it as a joke. If they met him face to face, they would only need to respond verbally while cursing him in their hearts. However, the Spring Dew Garden was a regular customer of the Skeleton Beach. He knew that the cultivators of the Hemp sect were different. These cultivators didn't boast, they only did ruthless things. If it was only Pang Lanxi who showed up to see the guest off on behalf of the Hemp sect, it would not be as scary as the appearance of the sect leader Zhu Quan or Yang Lin of the Mural City. However, the old Jindan cultivator was always on the move. He was not the kind of immortal who would go into seclusion for decades. He had already cultivated a pair of fiery golden eyes. Judging from Pang Lanxi's words and expression at the ferry, he actually admired this foreign wanderer from the bottom of his heart. The old Jindan cultivator had to think carefully. Coupled with the earth-shattering incident at the Ghost Valley and the Skeleton Beach, the old cultivator was not stupid. He figured out what was going on. Gao Qing revealed the white bone Dharma form of Jingguan City and personally chased after a golden light that escaped to the Hall of Ancestral Masters of the Mount Moi. The 2 cultivators on the mountain who met by chance were extremely sincere when one of them took the initiative to open the door and invite the other to take a seat. It was not a joke to say that cultivators should not be tainted by the mortal world. The old Jindan cultivator's surname was Song Lanxiao. According to the inheritance of the Hall of Ancestral Masters, he was a cultivator of the Spring Dew Garden with the surname Lan. Since almost all the cultivators in the Spring Dew Garden were female, it was not unusual to have the surname Lan. However, it was strange to have a male disciple. Therefore, Song Lanxiao's master added the surname Qiao to help suppress the smell of women. Qin Pingon had heard from Pang Lanxi that the Golden Light Peak and Mount Yuehua were Daoist companion mountains. If one was lucky, he could see spiritual birds and strange creatures on the ferry. Therefore, he paid more attention to it. Coincidentally, Song Lanxiao came to remind Qin Pingon of this matter. It turned out that golden-backed geese would occasionally appear around the Golden Light Peak. They flew as fast as the flying sword of a sword fairy. They would only linger around the Golden Light Peak. Unless one was in the nascent soul realm, ordinary cultivators could not hope to catch them. Moreover, golden-backed geese had a strong temperament. Once they were caught, they would burn themselves to death. Golden-backed geese liked to fly high above the sea of clouds. They especially liked to bathe in the sun. As their backs were exposed to the scorching sun all year round, they could innately absorb the essence of the sun. Therefore, adult golden-backed geese could grow 1 golden feather. 2 was already rare and 3 was even rarer. In the southern part of the North Continent, there was a nascent soul cultivator who had been famous for a long time. Due to fate, when he was in the 5 lower states, he was recognized as the master of a golden-backed goose that was covered in golden feathers. That feathered beast's combat power was equivalent to that of a golden core cultivator. When it flapped its wings, it was like a scorching sun rising into the sky. This cultivator liked to launch sneak attacks the most and had blinded countless cultivators below the earth immortal level. After he reached the nascent soul stage, he preferred to stay still and not move. He became a 1,000-year-old tortoise that cultivated his body and mind. As for Mount Yuehua, every 1st and 15th day of the lunar month, a snow-white giant frog as large as a hill would appear on the peak of the mountain with a group of its offsprings. They would make incessant drumming sounds like chi trainers absorbing the moonlight. Before and after the Mid-Autumn Festival, the mountain would be filled with frogs croaking. Therefore Mount Yuehua was also known as the Thunder Mountain. It was not that there were no cultivators who wanted to tame this giant frog. It was just that the giant frog was gifted and proficient in the earth escape technique. It could shrink its huge body to the size of a mustard seed and then hide in the roots of the mountain. At the same time, Mount Yuehua would become as heavy as the 5 mountains of a country. Even a nascent soul realm cultivator would not be able to move the mountain. Therefore, most cultivators went to Mount Yuehua to try to catch a few 100-year-old snow frogs. If they succeeded, they would be considered lucky. Because the ancestor of the snow frogs was very protective, many cultivators in the lower 5 states died on Mount Yuehua. Song Lanqiao told some embarrassing stories about the cultivators on Mount Yuehua and Mount Yuehua humorously. Qin Pingon listened with great interest. There was once a cultivator who caught a golden-backed goose with a net. However, he was lifted into the sky by several golden-backed geese. The cultivator did not want to let go, but he was pulled into the sky. When he let go, he was pecked by the golden-backed geese. He was naked and did not have any heavy weapons like the Fengtsuan tomb with him. He was very embarrassed. The chi trainers on Mount Yuehua booed. It was a female cultivator in the viewing sea state. After that, the female cultivator never went down the mountain to travel. Qin Pingon asked curiously, "Are there no cultivators who built caves on Mount Yuehua and Mount Yuehua?" Song Lanqiao stroked his beard and said with a smile, "The sun essence on the Golden Light Peak is too hot, especially the sun essence that condenses on the Golden Light Peak. The sun essence flows erratically all year round and there is no order to it. It is not a good place unless the earth immortal cultivators can barely stay there for a long time. As for Mount Yuehua, it is a good place with feng shui of the 5 elements. It is a pity that the giant frog is the king of the mountain. He has thousands of disciples and thousands of disciples. The giant frog, who has enlightened his apertures early, hates chi trainers the most and does not allow chi trainers to go to the mountain to cultivate." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "There are thousands of monsters in the mountains and lakes. Each of them has their own way of survival." Song Lanqiao seemed to agree with him. He smiled and left. It was necessary to be warm and polite. If he was too polite, he would be at a disadvantage. After all, he was a Jindan stage cultivator. He still needed to maintain his dignity. If he was asking for help, it would be a different story. After leaving the house, Song Lanqiao shook his head. This young cultivator was still too shallow. The golden-backed geese on Mount Yuehua and the giant frog on Mount Yuehua were in the minority after all. How many of the monsters in the mountains were sold for money after they died? For example, the grass spirits and tree spirits in Mount Jimu were sold and died prematurely. It was already a great fortune to be able to be raised in the rich families of the secular dynasties. When the ferry passed by Mount Yuehua, it stayed in the air for 2 hours. However, it did not see any golden-backed geese. Song Lanqiao stood beside the young cultivator and explained that many cultivators who coveted the spiritual birds had been waiting here for many years, but they might not be able to see them more than a few times. Then the Spring Dew Garden ferry slowly moved forward. It just happened to pass by Mount Yuehua in the night. It It did not dare to get too close to the mountain. It circled around Mount Yuehua from 7 to 8 li away. Because it was not the 1st or 15th day of the month, the giant frog did not appear. Song Lanqiao felt a bit awkward. Because the giant frog would occasionally show its head during normal times and sit on the mountain peak to absorb the moonlight, Song Lanqiao simply did not show up this time. He saw the young cultivator with the bamboo hat standing there until the ferry was far away from Mount Yuehua before returning to his house. Song Lanqiao smiled bitterly. This guy's luck was very ordinary. Normally, when the ferry passed by this pair of Dao companions, it was impossible to see the golden-backed geese. Song Lanqiao had been in charge of the ferry for 200 years, but the number of times he saw them could be counted on one hand. However, the chances of the passengers seeing the giant frog on Mount Yuehua were about 50-50. After another 2 days, the ferry slowly rose. The young cultivator took the initiative to find Song Lanqiao and asked for the reason. Song Lanqiao did not hide it. This was a semi-public secret of the ferry navigation, and it was not a taboo. Every stable route that had been opened for many years had many tricks. If it passed by a place with beautiful mountains and rivers, the floating height of the ferry would often be lowered in order to absorb the reiki of heaven and earth and slightly reduce the consumption of the ferry's immortal coins. When it passed by a lawless place with poor reiki, the closer it was to the ground, the more immortal coins were consumed. Therefore it needed to be higher. As for how to take shortcuts in the Immortal's territory, it did not violate the rules of the sect and Immortal's abode, but it could also be a little molested. This was the specialty of the old ferryman. He paid more attention to the level of his skill in making friends with various forces. Song Lanqiao told the young cultivator everything he knew about these secrets that were not considered taboo. It was a small favor. Anyway, it did not cost him money. Because of this, Song Lanqiao guessed that this foreign traveler was most likely the direct disciple of the ancestor of a big sect who focused on cultivation and did not know about the affairs of the world. Moreover, he did not travel much. Otherwise, he would have known about the superficial inside story of the ferry. After all, the foundation of a cultivation mountain and how far the ferry could travel, whether it was a short distance of tens of thousands of miles, or it could travel half a continent, or it could even cross continents. This was a very direct entry point. When asking for advice, Qin Pingon took out a pot of immortal wine that he bought from the Skeleton Beach. It was not as famous as the gloomy tea. It was called the Wind Hail wine and it was very strong. On this day, Song Lanqiao suddenly left the house and ordered the ferry to lower its height. After half an hour, Song Lanqiao came to the bow of the ferry and stood on the railing. He squinted his eyes and looked down at the mountains and rivers. He could vaguely see a strange phenomenon. The old cultivator could not help but click his tongue in wonder. The ferry was not too high from the ground. In addition, the weather was clear and the view was excellent. The veins of the mountains and rivers under his feet were clear. However, ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to see the slightest trace of that strange scene. Song Lanqiao was just watching the show and would not interfere. This could be considered abusing one's position for personal gain. However, even if the Spring Dew Nursery's patriarch who was in charge of wealth and power found out, he would only ask Song Lanqiao if he had seen anything new. How could he care about the cost of a few snowflakes? For a gold core cultivator to waste his time on a ferry, it was obvious that he was a pitiful person whose future was cut off. Most people would not dare to offend a ferry manager, especially an Earth Immortal. Qin Pingon walked to the old golden core cultivator's side and looked at a city covered in black fog. He asked, "Senior Song, why is the city covered in black fog?" "Young Master Qin has good eyesight. Even I find it difficult to see." Song Lanqiao stroked his beard and smiled. "It's a county city in the Silver Screen Nation. There should be a disaster coming, which is why the phenomenon is so obvious. There are only two possibilities. The first is that there are demons causing trouble. The second is that the local god of the mountains and rivers, like Lord Xingwang, has been conferred a title by the imperial court and has reached the point where his golden body is on the verge of collapse. The Silver Screen Nation seems to have a vast territory, but in the southeastern part of the North Continent, it is truly a small nation. The spiritual energy in the Silver Screen Nation is not rich and cannot produce chi cultivators. Even if there are, they will only benefit others. Therefore, a remote and desolate place like the Silver Screen Nation only has an empty shell. Chi cultivators do not like to wander there. It was obvious that he was treating the young cultivator as a fledgling. Song Lanqiao quickly realized the inappropriateness of his choice of words. However, when he carefully observed the young man's expression and saw that he was still listening attentively, Song Lanqiao heaved a sigh of relief. He was indeed a noble from the ancestral hall of the celestial sect of the other continents. It was fortunate that he was born in a friendly mountain like the Spring Dew Garden. If he had been born in a large mountain in the central and northern parts of the North Continent, once he saw through the other party's identity, he might have teased him for a while. Once there was friction between the two parties and they were both angry, they would definitely find an opportunity to act as the rogue cultivator and destroy the corpse. This was a common occurrence. Song Lanqiao hesitated for a moment and swallowed the reminder that was at the tip of his tongue. The disciples of the major sects were most concerned about their reputation. He should not add fuel to the fire, lest the other party not only did not appreciate his kindness, but also bore a grudge against him. Qin Pingon surveyed his surroundings and adjusted his bamboo hat. He smiled and said, "Senior Song, I have nothing to do anyway and am feeling a little bored. I will go down and have some fun. I might reach the Spring Dew Garden later. I will look for Senior Song for a drink then. If I leave the ferry later, it might affect the ferry's array formation." Song Lanqiao was stunned for a moment and was a little surprised. However, cultivators usually acted according to their wishes. This old golden core did not say much and only said a few words of good omen. Then the old cultivator saw that the foreign cultivator with the surname Chen seemed a little awkward. Why did he not ride on his sword? Even if it was too eye-catching, how difficult could it be to ride the wind? Qin Pingon had no choice but to pat the blade's strengthening gourd. He supported himself with one hand on the railing and flipped over. He casually split open the ferry's array formation and went through it. His body shot out like an arrow. Then his feet seemed to step on the tip of a green sword light. He bent his knees slightly and suddenly exerted force. His body slanted downwards rapidly. The surrounding ripples shook violently with a loud bang. The golden core cultivator's eyelids trembled. What a guy. It was fine if he was a young sword immortal, but his body was as tough as a golden body martial artist, right? King Sword Immortal. Qin Pingon landed on a mountain peak and waved goodbye from afar. Song Lanqiao did the same. After all, he was a polite person and could not be hated. It was difficult for the cultivators on the mountain to part on good terms. Qin Pingon took out a bamboo box and carried it on his back. The sword immortal was not willing to leave the scabbard. It was obvious that he was angry because he could not fight to his heart's content in the Ghost Valley. As for the sword embryo Chu Yi, whose original name was Little Fingdu, Qin Pingon did not dare to let it leave the blade's strengthening gourd easily. Qin Pingon took out the string of walnuts and wore it on his hand. Then he put the 3 Yunshao Palace talisman into his left sleeve. It was a good thing that he did not meet the golden back goose and the giant frog on the golden light peak in Mount Yuehua. One of the reasons why he had chosen this Spring Dew Garden ferry was because of this. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment and did not hurry to leave. Instead, he found a secluded place and began to refine the longest golden thunder whip in the Jiexiao mountain. About 4 hours later, he refined a rough embryo. Holding the mountain traveling staff, he began to walk to the Silver Screen County city, which was about 50 to 60 miles away. Previously, when he parted with Pang Lanqi at the ferry, the young man gave her 2 sets of goddess paintings, which were his grandfather's proudest works. They were priceless. One set of goddess paintings was worth 1 grain of Guyu money. It was priceless. However, Pang Lanqi said that Qin Pingon did not need to pay for it. Her grandfather said that the words Qin Pingon said in the mansion were very fresh and refined. They were like orchids in an empty valley and did not sound like flattery at all. Qin Pingon thickened his face and accepted the 2 sets of goddess paintings. He smiled and told Pang Lanqi that the next time he returned to the Skeleton Beach, he must drink and chat with her grandfather. Pang Lanqi was an honest person. She said that her grandfather only had 3 sets of goddess paintings left. She gave 2 to him and 1 to the patriarch of the Patriarch Hall. She said that if he wanted to use some flattery in exchange for the goddess paintings, it would be difficult for her grandfather. Qin Pingon said with a sincere face. He said that her grandfather had a clear mind and was familiar with the spirituality of the goddess paintings in the city of murals. It was as if he had the help of ghosts and spirits. From the heart to the brush, from the brush to the paper, the goddess paintings on the paper were vivid and lifelike. It was as if she was connected with her grandfather. Everything came naturally. Pang Lanqi was dumbfounded. However, when Qin Pingon left on the ferry, the young man was reluctant to leave. The young man wanted to listen to the man's wisdom after drinking. At that time, the great patriarch of the linen sect was staring at his palm from afar. Pang Shanling nodded and smiled. I like it. The great patriarch held back for a long time, but he couldn't come up with any fancy words. He had to give up and asked, You believe in such vulgar words? Pang Shanling raised his eyebrows. In your linen sect, do you think I'll listen to such things? The great patriarch was furious. He scolded the young ranger for being shameless. If he didn't have a proper attitude towards women, he might be the second Jiang Shangzhen. Qin Pingon only knew that the great patriarch of the linen sect and Pang Shanling were observing him and Pang Lanqi. As for the great patriarch's anger, he wouldn't know. A young ranger in a green robe carrying a suitcase was walking on the desolate mountain ridge with a walking stick in his hand. He hoped that the little rat demon who guarded the gate of the sheep intestine palace would have endless books in her life. She would be able to travel safely between the Ghost Valley and the Skeleton Beach with her suitcase and return with a full load of books. He hoped that the two monsters on the Iron Chain Bridge would cultivate wholeheartedly without doing evil and achieve immortality. He hoped that the old turtle who went back to the temple to listen to Buddhist scriptures would be able to make up for his mistakes and achieve good results. He wondered if the young girl hiding under the umbrella in the Mirror Treasure Mountain would be able to find a lover who would protect her from the rain. Would the white bone swordsman named Pu Meng, who was dressed in green and wielding a sword, be able to appear in the world one day as a woman with a relaxed frown and a happy face? Qin Pingon didn't know if these things would happen. He did not know that in the eyes of the ignorant Pang Lanqi, in the eyes of the little rat, and in the eyes of the scholar Chao Qinglang in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, they had met Qin Pingon, just like how Qin Pingon had met A Liang and Mr. Qi when he was young. 501. It was the end of winter and the sky was blue. The mountains were frozen but there were no clouds. Qin Pingon looked around and saw nothing but silence. This was the color of the human world. Looking down at the mountains and rivers from the celestial ferry, one would definitely not feel this way. Therefore, cultivating on the mountain was even more unaffected by the cold and heat of the world. Qin Pingon's mountain-traversing staff that was refined using the Bayou Palace's celestial art showed a green color. This made the vein of the thunder pool look more like a bamboo whip. Otherwise, the gold color would be too conspicuous. However, as long as one restriction was removed, this temporary ghost-slaying whip embryo could be restored to its original appearance. There was one good thing about the North Continent. As long as one could speak the language of the continent, one would not have to worry about speaking the same language. In the Aquarius and Tongye continents, there were countless official languages and local dialects. It would be troublesome to travel around. Qin Pingon walked to the foot of the mountain. There was still no one around. He gently picked up a Yang Qi lighting talisman. It burned at a normal speed. This meant that the possibility of demons causing trouble in the county was lower. It was highly likely that it was the second situation mentioned by the Oris Korsong Lanqiao. A certain god of the mountains and rivers around the county was facing a tribulation. His golden body was about to collapse and this affected the feng shui of the land. However, nothing was absolute. Qin Pingon planned to take things one step at a time. With the talisman in his hand, he walked slowly until he saw an ox cart filled with charcoal. A strong man in tattered clothes was leading a pair of children with frostbite towards the county. It was only then that Qin Pingon extinguished the talisman and walked quickly. The two children's eyes were filled with curiosity. However, as village children, they were shy and shrunk towards their father. The man saw the young man carrying a box and carrying a staff but did not say anything. The winter was freezing cold, the muddy road was hard, the ox cart was bumpy. The men increasingly did not dare to lead the ox cart too fast. Once the charcoal was broken, the price would not be high. The big and small stewards of the rich old men in the city all had sinister eyes. They were the best at stirring up trouble. Ruthlessly trying to raise the price, their words were even more chilling than the cold with nowhere to hide. However, this delay had implicated the two children and made them suffer from the cold. This made the man a little depressed. He had already told them not to join in the fun. What was there to see in the city? It was just that the stone lions at the entrance of the house looked scary, and the painted door gods were even bigger. After looking at them for a long time, they didn't think much of it. If this cart of charcoal really sold for a good price, it would naturally bring back some small snacks for them to eat. The New Year goods that they should buy would also not be lacking. He could vaguely see the outline of the high walls of the county city. The man heaved a sigh of relief. The city was lively and full of people. It was warmer than the outside of the city. As long as the two children were happy, they would probably forget about the cold. However, the young man wearing the bamboo hat walked neither fast nor slow behind the ox cart, which made the man a little worried. Qin Pingon slightly quickened his pace and asked with a smile, "This big brother, I am a foreigner who came from afar. May I know what this county city is called? Is there any place worth visiting?" The man was a taciturn person, but he did not dare to pretend to be deaf and dumb. He forced a smile and said with a hoarse voice, "In reply to Master, the place in front is called Escort City. It is said that when the emperor went south he accidentally caught a cold. After staying there for a while he bestowed this name. I only know that the city god temple in the north of the city and the fire god temple in the south of the city are usually the most crowded. Master, you can go take a look." "Okay, then when I enter the city I will go to these two places to take a look." Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. He stretched out his hand and gently pressed on the ox cart. "It is on the way. I'm not in a hurry. Let's enter the city together. At the same time I can ask Big Brother more about the matters in Escort City." Although the man was nervous, when he looked up and saw that the ox cart was getting closer and closer to the city gate of Escort City, he felt that nothing would go wrong. He seemed to be a little relieved. He tried his best to imitate the way the people in the city spoke and said more beautiful words. "Then I will tell you what I know. It is best if I can help Master a little. I am not educated and do not know how to speak. If there is anything wrong with what I say, please forgive me." Qin Pingon held the mountain walking stick in one hand and the ox cart in the other. He said, "That is good. Big brother, you can speak freely." Under the man's introduction, Qin Pingon learned that Escort City was located in the Silver Screen country. It was not a small city. In history there was a prime minister. Therefore the Kueishing building near the city god temple was flourishing with incense. The fire god temple was also very lively. It was said that it was very effective to ask for money. The rich people who did big business in the city loved to go there to burn incense. Therefore the man wanted to pull the ox cart to the market near the fire god temple. After selling a cart of charcoal he could directly buy New Year's goods from the nearby shop and go home. The two children had been secretly sizing up Qin Pingon. However, whenever Qin Pingon smiled at them, they would immediately turn their heads away, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Unknowingly, the ox cart arrived at the city gate. Because it was still early, they needed to line up to enter the city. There were some breakfast stalls nearby. Qin Pingon bought a bowl of millet porridge and a roll of pancake. He took off his bamboo hat and sat at the table to eat. Not far away, the two children swallowed their saliva. The man hesitated for a moment, then took out a small handful of copper coins and gave them to his daughter. After receiving the money, the two children happily ran to the stall and bought a bowl of millet porridge and a roll of pancake with the aroma of eggs. The daughter carried the roll of pancake to her father. The man only took a bite before he tore the roll of pancake in half and returned it to his daughter. The little girl ran back to the table and gave half to her brother. Then the brother and sister ate the bowl of porridge together. The man was protecting the ox cart. He wiped his mouth and grinned. The stall's business was good. The two children sat across from Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon was used to chewing and swallowing slowly while thinking about things. Previously, during the trip to the Ghost Valley, he had schemed against the scholar and fought with the Golden Eagle demon of Zhou Mountain. In fact, it was not considered dangerous. However, the journey from Stinky Copper City to Qinglu Town, or to be precise, from the Hemp Sex cross-continent ferry to breaking through the sky with the sword deity to the Muyi Mountain, made Qin Pingon's heart palpitate. After that, he replayed the game a few times and felt that his life was on the line. However, when he thought of the final harvest, which was full of immortal money and rare items, there was nothing to complain about. His only regret was that he did not fight enough. It was not painful or itchy. It was even worse than the punches of the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain. It was not satisfying enough. If the demon of Zhou Mountain had joined forces with the mountain-moving sage, and if there was no heroic spirit of the upper five realms like Gao Qing secretly coveting in the north, perhaps it would have been more enjoyable. After that he recuperated in the mansion of the Mui Mountain. Through a stack of Immortal newspapers that he had asked someone to bring him to read, he learned about many new things in the North Continent. Among them the most surprising was, of course, the female champion of Taiping Mountain Huang Ting. In the life and death battle on Zhuli Mountain, she had lost to the young talent on the mountain named Lu Jinglong. It should be known that Huang Ting had come to the North Continent to break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage. Although she was a new nascent soul stage cultivator, there was no doubt that Huang Ting's swordsmanship was high. Above Lu Jinglong, who was roughly the same age and cultivation as Huang Ting, there were two more young cultivators, whose cultivation, talent, fortune and background were more outstanding. As for the 7 God-favored children after Lu Jinglong, Qin Pingan did not dare to underestimate them just by looking at Yunshao Palace's Yang Ningxing's skills and temperament. Aside from this, there was another place on Zhuli Mountain that Qin Pingan was very curious about. There were more than 100 spirit springs on the mountain, and the spiritual aura was abundant. It was an innate treasure land. There were more than 1,000 immortal mansions of various sizes built on the mountain. Amidst the green hills and clear waters, deep courtyards and pleasant scenery, it was also a first-class place for cultivation. These mansions on Zhuli Mountain were only rented and not sold. All of them were selected by the Qianglin sect and meticulously built by the School of Moism's craftsmen. They could be rented for a long time, but the longer the term, the more expensive they would be. Relying on this long-term business that was rolling in money, the Qianglin sect, who was good at making money, relied on the Immortal's money to produce a half-baked, unpolished Jade Realm consecrator. Thus, the sect was given the suffix of the word sect. This sect had always had a bad reputation in the North Continent. They only recognized money and never talked about friendship. However, this did not hinder them from making a lot of money every day. Therefore, the Qianglin sect was both envied by cultivators and despised by the people on the mountain. There was a popular and mocking saying that spread throughout the north and south: 5 realms on an embroidered pillow, 2 sleeves clean in the wind, Qianglin sect. Qin Pingan put down his chopsticks and looked towards the city gate. Far inside the city, there were sounds of horse hooves hitting the ground loudly. It should be a formation of 8 tall horses. They left the city together. When they approached the city gate where the crowd of pedestrians gathered, not only did they not slow down, each of them whipped their horses, causing the city gate to be noisy and chaotic. At this moment, the common people entering and leaving the city were hiding against the walls. The common people outside the city seemed to be used to this scene. They were experienced. Together with the man's bullock cart, they moved to the 2 sides of the road in a hurry but did not panic. In an instant they opened up a spacious and empty road. This was something that happened everywhere. The group of rich playboys in bright clothes galloped out of the city on horseback. A series of hurried horse hooves sounded like a string of firecrackers. The arrogant rich kids rode their horses skillfully. Each of them was wearing an expensive marten coat, holding an embroidered whip in their hands, a sword on their back and a bow on their back. There were also strong servants carrying eagle cages. What a wind and lightning chasing Xianxia. However, Qin Pingan's attention was more focused on 2 young people sitting at a stall in the distance. One was a man and the other was a woman. They were dressed in simple but clean clothes. Both of them carried long swords on their backs. Their appearances were not outstanding, but they had their own temperament. They each ate a bowl of wonton with an indifferent expression. When the man saw the group of disciples galloping wildly on their horses, he frowned. The woman put down her chopsticks and gently shook her head at the man. Qin Pingan understood in his heart. They should be cultivators who came because of the strange phenomenon in the city. However, the young man and woman's cultivation were not high. Qin Pingan observed the subtle signs of spiritual aura flow. They were chi cultivators who had not entered the abode of immortals. Although they carried swords on their backs, they were definitely not sword cultivators. When the sword-bearing woman turned her head, she saw a young man who was settling the bill with the stall owner. He was holding a bamboo whip, a bamboo hat and a green bamboo walking stick. The man's expression was normal and his aura was ordinary. He was no different from the wanderers who roamed the Jianghu. The woman sighed. If a Jianghu person accidentally stumbled into Escort City, he was unlucky. If he was the same as them and came here specifically for the impending disaster and the birth of a rare treasure, then he really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Did he not know that the rare treasure had long been decided by the two great celestial families of the Silver Screen Kingdom? Who would dare to lay their hands on it? For example, she and her junior apprentice brother, other than completing the secret order of their sect, treated it more as a dangerous experience. This was a real fight between celestial beings. If a mortal teacher got involved and accidentally blocked the path of a great celestial master, he would be turned into powder. The woman's thoughts wandered. She was already considered an outstanding cultivator among the younger generation of the various countries within the Silver Screen Nation. However, compared to those two, she knew that she was still far from them. One was a 15-year-old youth who had already reached the cave-dwelling realm 2 years ago. The other was a 20-year-old woman who had endless opportunities. Her cultivation path was smooth and she even had treasures by her side. If it weren't for the fact that the two top sects were mortal enemies, they would simply be a match made in heaven. Everyone in the territory of more than 10 countries seemed to be watching the growth and competition of the two. Every time they met, it would be a story that people would talk about enthusiastically. In fact, she would be envious. Because the precocious young man who was destined to be the center of attention from the moment he was born did indeed have the appearance of a banished celestial being. He had a gentle temperament and was proficient in the 4 arts. She could not understand how there could be such a young man in the world who could make a woman forget about the world. The young man saw that his senior sister was in a daze and thought that she was worried about the upcoming journey. He comforted her, "Senior sister, if you're not sure, we'll leave as soon as we find the child. There's no need to worry about this inevitable disaster. Master once said that we, as cultivators, must know our destiny. Since Attendant City has enjoyed the blessings of the gods for hundreds of years, it's time for it to suffer this natural disaster." The woman nodded and then reminded him, "Be careful, the walls have ears." The man smiled and said, "If you say that the city is full of crooks and dragons and that strange people gather, I will believe it. But if you say that we can meet an otherworldly master at the city gate, I don't believe it. We are not a small sect. Which one of the old celestial beings and young celestial masters on the mountain is not a familiar face? Could it be that the monkey is a celestial being who hides his strength? Or that young ranger with the bamboo hat is actually a Jianghu grandmaster?" The woman's expression changed slightly. "Have you forgotten the teachings of the sect? You should be careful with your words and actions when traveling down the mountain." Even as she warned, the woman quickly glanced at the old man with the monkey squatting on his shoulder and the young man who was walking near an ox cart. Then her heart trembled. The young man was fine and was still ignorant of his junior brother's offensive words. However, the old man who was feeding the little monkey on his shoulder turned to look at her. The corners of his mouth twitched and his expression was unfriendly. The woman stood up and made a fist salute. However, the old man did not appreciate it. His eyes wandered and looked at her from head to toe. Then he sneered and looked away. It seemed that he was disgusted with her beauty and figure. The woman didn't take it to heart, but her junior brother was so angry that his chest almost exploded. This old bastard actually dared to humiliate people like this. He was about to take a step forward, but his senior sister gently pulled his sleeve and shook her head at him. "We were rude first." The young man glared fiercely at the monkey-playing old man and committed his face to memory. Once they entered the escort city, the battle for the treasure would begin. The various forces would be entangled and chaos would ensue. Once the opportunity presented itself, he would make sure that the old man would not be able to bear the consequences. In fact, Qin Pingon had seen all of this and felt a little emotional. Both sides who had inexplicably become enemies really had bad tempers. In fact, the dozens of countries around the Silver Screen country were barren places with thin spiritual aura and were not suitable for cultivation. Most of them were martial artists in Jianghu. Song Lanxiao, who was on the ferry at the Spring Dew Garden, said that the chi cultivators here were a group of frogs at the bottom of the well. They liked to lie in the small pond and do whatever they wanted. The real cultivators outside did not care about the small benefits. The cultivators inside were also happy that there were no outsiders coming to make trouble. They closed their doors and did whatever they wanted. 2 Jindan cultivators with lousy realms led a group of minions to fight with each other. It was said that they had been fighting for hundreds of years. However, Song Lanxiao said it lightly and casually. Qin Pingon was used to being cautious in Jianghu. It was better to be safe than sorry. The cultivators on the mountain had thousands of strange spells. Once they fought, the level of their realms and even the quality of their magic weapons could not be determined. The 5 elements restrained each other, the time and place, the change of fate and the conspiracy were all variables. After entering the city, Qin Pingon didn't follow the charcoal seller to the Fire God Temple Bazaar. Instead he went to the City God Temple Bazaar first. Actually, Qin Pingon could tell that the man was a pure martial artist. He was around the 4th realm. After seeing his own figure, the man purposely breathed heavily and his footsteps became light. Presumably, in the Jianghu of the Silver Screen Kingdom, a martial artist of the 3rd realm who had a good foundation should have some fame. As for why he became a woodcutter in the countryside and sold charcoal, dragging his family along to earn money, he must have his own story. Qin Pingon would not investigate this. You are not a fish, how can you know the joy of a fish? After the 2 sides went their separate ways. The man led the ox cart. The 2 children were still carefree looking around. The man smiled and turned his head to look at the back of the young paladin. He said to himself, he can't even see that I'm a Jianghu man. Then he should be a junior of the 2nd or 3rd realm. Why did he get involved in this muddy water? Those immortals on the mountain who practiced magic are like dragons. How many people would be drowned by just a wave of their tail? Qin Pingon smiled. The man was a kind-hearted person. He purposely mentioned that there were more places worth visiting in the Spirit Treasure City in the north. He probably wanted him to leave the city as soon as possible. Coincidentally, the monkey-playing old man and the young man and woman carrying a sword were on the same path. Like Qin Pingon, they were going to the Xinguang Temple first. Qin Pingon deliberately slowed down his pace and distanced himself from them. Then he stopped at a calligraphy and painting shop and looked at the calligraphy and painting in the shop for half an hour. He did not buy any calligraphy or painting. Instead he spent a few taels of silver to buy a few booklets that the shop originally gave as a complimentary gift. These booklets were dedicated to introducing the famous works of various dynasties in the Silver Screen Kingdom. The booklets were of good quality. It was just that they were not rare books, but the content was pleasing. After putting the booklets into a bamboo box, he left the shop. The old man and the young man and woman were already gone. As he neared the Xinguang Temple, Qin Pingon's expression was a little dignified. The incense was curling up in spirals. On the street outside the Xinguang Temple, one could smell the unique scent of incense. But after walking through many temples, one would know that the intensity of the incense was not important. In terms of purity, whether it was an orthodox temple conferred by the imperial court or an obscene temple built by the common people or demons, it all depended on the quality of the incense. After Qin Pingon focused his gaze, he saw that this majestic and grand Xinguang temple was surrounded by incense. It was as if Lord Xinguang had used a secret method to keep the incense from leaking out. This was an act of tyranny. All the orthodox temples of the imperial court, including the gods of mountains and rivers, the Xinguang Temple and the civil and martial temples, had to feed back the mountains and rivers. They would peel off a part of the incense and scatter it to the surrounding heaven and earth. In this way they would benefit the common people and protect the common people. This was the only way to form a cycle, unlike the Xinguang Temple in front of him, where not a drop of water leaked out. Qin Pingon sighed softly. In fact, it was understandable. This was the self-saving action of the golden body god in the temple to hang on to his life. At the moment he could not care about anything else. It was like drinking poison to quench thirst. In the long run, the disaster would only accumulate and become bigger. Qin Pingon did not. Walking into the Xinguang Temple that protected the city according to the law, Qin Pingon roughly understood the structure of the Xinguang Temple. Although the charcoal man did not speak clearly, he had personally come here to pray and pray sincerely. Therefore he had a general understanding of the Xinguang Temple in the front and back hall. The structure of the Xinguang Temple was similar to that of other places. In addition to the front and back hall and the Kuixing Tower, there were also the Fengshan Hall and Yuanshan Hall that were built according to the local customs. However, Qin Pingon still asked an old shopkeeper who opened an incense shop outside the Xinguang Temple in detail. The old shopkeeper was a friendly and talkative person. He explained the origin of the Xinguang Temple in detail. It turned out that the front hall worshipped an ancient military general from 1,000 years ago. He was a meritorious figure of a great dynasty in the early years. The golden body of this heroic spirit of the temple was naturally elsewhere. The Xinguang lord here was a famous civil official who was enshrined in the back hall. He was a third-rank marquis who was enshrined by the emperor of the Silver Screen country. At the mention of this title, the old shopkeeper asked with a smile, "Young man, do you not understand why you are only a third-rank marquis?" This civil official was a second-rank minister when he was alive. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "It is a little strange. I was just about to ask the old shopkeeper. Is there any explanation?" If one were to talk about the rules of the many ancestral temples in the world, Qin Pingon was already familiar with them. However, if he wanted to do as the Romans did, he had to ask about the customs first. The old shopkeeper smiled and did not speak. Qin Pingon hurriedly went to the incense shop and asked for a stick of incense. That was the way. The old shopkeeper laughed and began to talk about the inside. "Young man, you look like you are from Jianghu. Therefore, it is normal that you do not know about the officialdom. The titles and official ranks in the officialdom are not the same. Not to mention the ranks of the Xinguang gods who are enshrined in incense. Why are you confused?" Qin Pingon nodded and said with a smile, "It is a little complicated." The old shopkeeper began to show off his knowledge. He shook his head and said, "Our Lord Xinguang was only a fourth-rank earl when he was first appointed by the founding emperor. However, the title has always been efficacious. A few years ago, when the new emperor ascended the throne, he issued an imperial edict, posthumously conferring our Lord Xinguang as a third-rank marquis. At that time it was such a grand occasion. The minister of the Ministry of Rites personally left the capital, and such a high-ranking official personally brought the imperial edict to our attendant city. After entering the city, he picked an auspicious day on the street outside the shop. Did you see that? Before dawn, a large group of yamen runners sprayed water and washed the shop from head to toe, and no outsiders were allowed to watch. In order to watch the fun, I slept in the shop the night before. That was how I got to see the minister. He is indeed a literary star. Even if I look at him from afar, I feel that he is noble." The old shopkeeper was proud of himself. "Don't look down on us just because we are a county city. The treatment of our Lord Xinguang is equivalent to that of a provincial city's Lord Xinguang. Other than the Xinguang Temple in the capital and the Xinguang Temple in the capital, there is no one with a higher title. Young man, when you go to the temple you must pray and kowtow more. Although the Xinguang Temple has always been more efficacious for scholars to pray for literary fortune, our Lord Xinguang's position is high and his abilities are great. I think that as long as you are sincere he will protect you a little." Qin Pingon then asked some of the civil and military officials in the Xinguang Temple. As expected, there were 2 judges, the 6 divisions of the Xinguang, the day and night wandering god, and the general shackle. All of the officials that assisted Lord Xinguang had their own backgrounds. The old shopkeeper was extremely familiar with them and spoke very logically. But when Qin Pingon asked if he had personally seen Lord Xinguang, the old shopkeeper was speechless. His expression was unnatural. He replied, "We are just commoners. How can we see Lord Xinguang's true body? Even if he is standing in front of us, we will not recognize him." Qin Pingon laughed. "That should be the case. As the saying goes, if a true master does not show himself, then he is not a true master. I think these spirits are even more so." The old shopkeeper's expression then turned for the better. The Silver Screen Nation's Lord Xinguang's etiquette was roughly the same as the Aquarius continent. But there were still some discrepancies. But the Silver Screen Nation's current emperor's bestowment was slightly different. It should be because he had sensed the peculiarity of Lord Xinguang's golden body. Thus he did not hesitate to give a county city's Xinguang a title. After Qin Pingon left the incense shop, he stood on the bustling street and looked at the Xinguang Temple. They would rather sleep in a tomb than in a broken temple. That was the logic. Once the spiritual qi of the world changed, it would easily lead to a situation where fortune and misfortune were reversed. Qin Pingon walked towards the Fire God Temple. The Xinguang Temple's atmosphere did not show any signs of collapse, and should be able to maintain it for a period of time. The Fire God Temple was also filled with incense, but compared to the chaos in the Xinguang Temple, the incense here was clearer and more stable. But at the same time he did not step in. He was currently able to use his fist intent to suppress the strange things on his body. But if he stepped into the ancestral temple, would he attract unnecessary attention? Qin Pingon was not sure. If it was not because the trip to the North Continent was too rushed, Qin Pingon's original plan was to visit the swaying river deity temple at the Skeletal Beach. and then visit the few ancestral temples of the secular dynasties to personally inspect. After all, the Swaying River Deity Temple was similar to the Swaying River Deity Temple. The master was a mountain deity who was a neighbor of the hemp sect and had high standards. Even if he entered the temple to offer incense, the other party might not take it seriously. Whether the other party saw him or not, it did not mean anything. But the largest river deity in the south did not appear in the ancestral temple. Instead, he acted as a boatman and wanted to kindly guide him. Qin Pingon wandered around the incense shop near the fire god temple again and asked about the background of the deity. One of the rumors was that the master of the fire god temple once had some conflicts with the lake deity in the Tsongyun Lake that was constantly flooded 800 miles away. Because of the lake deity temple's jurisdiction, there was a canal master of the water fairy ancestral temple who once annoyed the master of the fire god temple. The two sides fought fiercely. The canal master of the Great Creek Canal was no match for the canal master, so he asked for help from the lake deity temple. As for the final result, it was actually a passing sword celestial who had never left his name who persuaded the two deities. So the lake deity temple did not use his magical power to flood the follower city. Qin Pingon thought about it and left the follower city directly. He chose a mountain path and secretly went to the water fairy ancestral temple in the jurisdiction of the Tsongyun Lake. If the deity who called herself the Canal Master, and whose rank was only equivalent to that of Granny, he was still there, he could beat around the bush to see if he could find out the inside story of the follower city. If it was really a disaster that affected the whole city, he still had to take care of it. If it was a fight between deities in a small place, he would wait and see. In the night, Qin Pingon followed a wide stream and came to the side of an ancestral temple. The road was overgrown with weeds and there were few people. It could be seen that the incense of the canal master's wife had withered. The ancestral temple was actually only dozens of miles away from the town. However, Qin Pingon saw a group of people holding torches and walking toward the ancestral temple on a mountain where the stream and the lake intersected. Qin Pingon followed them all the way. Listening to their conversation, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These youths from the marketplace who had nothing better to do were actually competing with each other in terms of courage and insight. They wanted to see who would really dare to flirt with the canal head after entering the ancestral temple. This kind of thing was actually common in the town and countryside. It happened in Qin Pingon's hometown. If there was a child who dared to sleep in the immortal tomb for a night, he would be a hero. There was once a boy of the same age in Apricot Blossom Lane who claimed that he had slept in the immortal tomb for a night. As a result, under the old locust tree, when he arrogantly mentioned this matter, he immediately won the admiration of many of his peers. After this battle, he became the king of the children in Apricot Blossom Lane. In the years after that, he took pleasure in bullying Qin Pingon and Song Jisun, his neighbors in Mudbottle Lane. Of course, he also wanted to play house and let GQ with a strange name play as his little wife. Unfortunately, he was scolded by Song Jisun. GQ always had a straight face and cold eyes. She followed Song Jisun back to the town. That boy of the same age followed behind them and threw mud at them. In fact, that night, Qin Pingon just happened to go there to worship the Bodhisattva and saw that boy of the same age from afar. He just took a few steps outside the immortal tomb and then rushed back home. Tonight, when Qin Pingon saw the group of 7 or 8 people, he did not want to treat himself unfairly and brought enough wine and meat. When these people entered the Narcissus Ancestral Temple, which was only 2 courtyards, the plaque was tilted. The temple had been abandoned for a long time and was dilapidated. The walls were covered with thick green cedar trees. Qin Pingon sat on a big tree not far from the temple and had a wide view. Qin Pingon placed the mountain walking staff horizontally on his knees and covered his sleeves with his hands. He looked up and quietly observed the changes. Qin Pingon took out some dry food and took off the blade-strengthening gourd that contained the water from the Mirror Mountain's deep stream. He began to eat supper. He had been rushing all the way and was not taking a leisurely stroll. Inside the small ancestral temple, there were already several bonfires lit. They were drinking wine and eating meat. They were very happy and vulgar. There were 3 statues, 1 tall and 2 short. They were originally painted statues, but time had been merciless and the paint had peeled off. In the middle was the wife of the canal master, and on the left and right were probably the maids. The 3 of them had similar features and were lifelike, especially the canal master. She was slender and had a beautiful appearance. Qin Pingon glanced at them and felt a little strange. The three statues did not seem to be golden bodies that could hide the divine light. This was also the luck of those wastrels in the marketplace. Qin Pingon planned to make a trip to Songyun Lake after eating the dry food. However, this lake lord did not have an ancestral temple on the shore, so he had a headache. If it really didn't work, he would have to show up and ask those lustful fellows if there were any other water god temples nearby. Qin Pingon began to close his eyes and rest. He began to refine the gloomy water from the deep streams of the Mirror Mountain. At the same time, his mind slowly sank. Using the entry-level inner vision technique on the mountain, his Yin spirit wandered into his own small world. The contents of some of the ancient books today could easily make future generations confused. For example, the bowing and leading officials, sinking the white horse and worshipping the water god Hebo. As for why it was a white horse, there was no explanation in the book. As for the saying that the water god was not to be seen, the big fish and the big flood dragon were to be seen. It was even more puzzling. In all the continents in the world, the gods of mountains and rivers and the golden bodies of ancestral temples were never rare. Qin Pingon suddenly opened his eyes and instantly restrained all his qi. He remained silent and motionless. He only looked at the mouth of the distant stream that entered the lake. There was a ripple that affected the subtle changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then Qin Pingon quickly saw that the water was rippling. 3 women, 1 in front and 2 behind, were walking over slowly. The woman in the lead was dressed in colorful clothes. Her clothes fluttered in the mist. The 2 maids behind her were also dressed in the water fairy temple. However, they were actually more beautiful than the statue. On the other hand, the lady of the channel was far more beautiful than the statue. It was unknown what the skilled craftsman who opened the face of the statue of the channel master in the ancestral temple was thinking every time he cut it. When he shifted his gaze again, Qin Pingon began to admire the courage and insight of the group of people in the temple. One of the youths climbed up the altar, hugged the statue of the channel master and gnawed on it. Vulgar words came out of his mouth without end, causing the entire temple to roar with laughter, strange cries and cheers. When he was young, it was probably like this. He always felt that not following the rules was something that he was capable of. Also, when he was young, he met a girl that he actually liked. He bullied her a little, was scolded by her a few times and rolled his eyes at her a few times. It was considered that they liked each other. After the 3 women from Songyun Lake approached the ancestral temple, they used an illusion technique and turned into a white-haired old woman and 2 young girls. The old woman sneered. After entering the ancestral temple, she had a benevolent expression. When the youths and strong men saw the old woman with white hair and wrinkled skin and the 2 young girls behind her, they were dumbfounded. For a moment, the ancestral temple was completely silent. Only the occasional sound of the fire branches cracking could be heard. Especially the youth who was hugging the neck of the statue with both hands and wrapped his legs around his waist. He turned his head and was at a loss. One of the youths gently nudged the young man beside him with his elbow and said in a trembling voice, "Could it be that the water god is really here to punish us?" The man shook his head and turned from astonishment to surprise. He chuckled and said, "Open your eyes wide and look carefully. How does she look like her? She's just an old nanny walking at night with her 2 granddaughters. Most of them are from the nearby villages that we don't know. Our luck with women is quite good." The youth secretly wiped the oil stains from the corner of his mouth. As he knew the man's temper, he was really afraid that he would do something bad after drinking. He carefully advised, "Brother, let's not be rash. If we blow things up, we'll be sued." The young man sneered and said, "Blow things up? It's good if it blows up. What's done can't be undone. I can marry her as my wife. Don't fight with me. I like those 2 girls. However, I'm kind. I only want the one on the left and the one on the right. You guys can slowly discuss it yourselves." The old woman pretended to be flustered and was about to leave with the 2 girls when she was surrounded by the man and his men. The youth who was the boldest to jump onto the altar had already slid down from the statue of the wife of the channel. He placed his hands on his hips and looked at the scene at the door. He said with a cheeky smile, "As expected, the foreigner with the saber is right. I'm lucky with women now. Lusan, one of you is yours and the other is mine." Qin Pingon suddenly frowned. He looked at a beam in the temple. A person sat up. He was a burly man with thick eyebrows. He had a saber hanging from his waist and his legs hanging down. He yawned and languid tore off a piece of yellow paper talisman on his body. After it was torn off, the talisman burned to ashes. The old woman was shocked. The man smiled and said, "If you don't use some methods, you won't be able to catch fish." The man stretched his muscles and at the same time he waved his sleeve. A stream of spiritual energy slithered around the walls like a spirit snake. Then he snapped his fingers. On the inner and outer walls of the temple, rays of golden light suddenly appeared. The talisman was like a talisman, drawing was like a flying bird. Before the group of idiots from the marketplace set off, he had already sneaked into the water fairy temple. After he drew the talisman, he used a unique talisman and a secret technique such as the turtle breath concealment technique. Only then could he hide his chi. Otherwise, the wife of the channel would have been scared away. As for the talisman that was held captive, it was a good method that his sect relied on to become famous. It was called the Snow Mud Talisman, also known as the Flying Bird Talisman. After the talisman was formed, it was the most hidden and difficult to detect. It was like the flying swan that stepped on the snow mud and occasionally left a claw on it. But besides this ultimate technique in talisman puppets, his sect was a renowned military sect after all. Moreover, it was skilled in assassination and was unlike ordinary military sections. Thus, his fellow disciples were mostly the personal retainers of the generals, ministers, and ministers of the mortal dynasties. Even though his sect couldn't be considered to be a top immortal sect in the territory of these 10+ kingdoms, no one dared underestimate it. However, he was wild and could not be restrained. For decades he only liked to mingle in the Jianghu under the mountain. He would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. When he had nothing to do, he would tease the heroes of the Jianghu who were like loaches in the water and earthworms on the mountain. He was happy to kill them. Especially those so-called heroines, they were even more interesting. At this moment the man looked at the old woman and the two young girls. He already saw them as his prey. The old woman slowly asked, "I don't know why this immortal master deliberately lured me out of the lake. It's not very good to do this in my house, right?" The man reached out and grabbed a wine pot from beside the bonfire. He raised his head and took a big gulp. Then he suddenly threw it away and said in disgust, "This group of little bastards, what did they buy? It smells like urine. No wonder they can't think clearly after drinking this kind of wine." The man seemed to be in a bad mood. He stared at the old woman and said, "My junior brother and your family's lord who of Songyun Lake don't get along well. It just so happens that this time I was ordered by my master to go to the city. Lord who is hiding in the dragon palace at the bottom of his lake, so it's not easy to find him. I know that you woman have always been a resentful woman who can't stand loneliness. Back then the grudge between my foolish junior brother and Songyun Lake was because of you. Therefore I will use you as a sacrifice. It's good that Lord who has rushed over. If he dares to climb up the lake, he will definitely climb up the lake. Didn't everyone say that the lady of the lake is his exclusive property? Later I will play you to death and then throw your corpse beside Songyun Lake. Let's see if he can bear it." The old woman's face was deathly pale. The two maids were even more miserable and pitiful. The lady of the lake was still able to maintain the camouflage. Their spiritual aura had already dissipated, and their true appearances were faintly revealed. The debauches in the marketplace were so scared that their faces were drained of color. Especially the frivolous youth standing on the altar. He already needed to lean his back against the statue to stand still. Although Qin Pingon didn't know how the man concealed his aura so well, one thing was obvious. There were no good people in the three sides of the ancestral temple. The only youth who was still sitting by the bonfire still had some conscience left, but at this moment he was so scared that he peed his pants. The old woman simply removed the camouflage and squeezed out a smile. This great immortal master should be from the Jinduo country's Ghost Hatchet Palace, right? The man was stunned for a moment and began to curse. "Motherf *cur with your appearance, you can make my junior brother yearn for you for so many years after a night of pleasure? I took him on a trip in the early years. In the martial world I helped him relieve his boredom. I also tasted the taste of many powerful women and beautiful heroines, but my junior brother always felt that it was boring. What? Are you good in bed?" On a branch in the distance, Qin Pingon, who had his hands in his sleeves, narrowed his eyes. At the entrance of the temple, the lady of the lake had an ugly expression, but she still said in a flattering tone, "Back then, Immortal Master's junior brother and I fell in love with each other. Not only did we want to be lovers, but we were also determined to be a pair of immortal Daoist companions who did not follow the rules. However, we were framed by that lowly servant of the Xiaoxi canal master. She secretly reported this matter to Lord Hu. After that, even though I advised Lord Hu bitterly, he still insisted on hurting her. That was why there was such a misunderstanding. Immortal Master, please understand. The Lady of the Lake saw that the man on the beam had already begun to press down on the hilt of his saber. He grabbed a maid with one hand and pulled her forward. She smiled coquettishly and said, Immortal Master, my two maids are quite beautiful, so I'll give them to Immortal Master to warm your bed. I just hope that you can take pity on them. After you get tired of them next year, you can send them back to Songyun Lake. The man asked, What about you? The Lady of the Lake smiled and said, If Immortal Master takes a fancy to me and doesn't mind my appearance, what's wrong with serving me in bed? The man did not comment and raised his chin twice. How are you going to deal with these filthy goods? The Lady of the Lake smiled sweetly. They deserve to die for offending a god. They deserve to die for obstructing Immortal Master's eyes. Should I clean up these guys? I have a sparkling cup in my sleeve. I use the essence of Songyun Lake's water to make wine. I'll take this opportunity to invite you to drink to your heart's content. I'll personally pour wine for Immortal Master. These two maids used to be palace dancers when they were alive. After they undressed, they danced to liven things up. The man still smiled playfully and remained silent. This made the Lady of the Lake feel even more nervous. In an instant, the man slashed out with his saber without warning. The Lady of the Lake was so frightened that she shrank her head. Fortunately, the saber light did not take her head, but went out of the ancestral temple. The Lady of the Lake turned pale and turned her head to look. She saw that under the illumination of the saber light on a big tree, a young paladin wearing a bamboo hat raised his head slightly. One of his hands was still in his sleeve, and he only used one hand to hold the saber light. The saber light collided with the gang chi condensed near his palm, making the stranger look like a deity holding the moon in his hand. The man was surprised, but his expression did not change. He changed from sitting to squatting on the beam. He held the saber in his hand and the blade was as bright as snow. He clicked his tongue in wonder and said, Oh, what a handsome technique. The gang chi is pure and condensed to perfection. When did such a young martial arts master appear in the Silver Screen country? I've dealt with the #1 martial arts master in the Silver Screen country. I can block this saber with all my strength, but I can't block it so easily. Qin Pingon gently retracted his palm, and the last bit of saber light dissipated. He asked, The talisman beside you and the painting of the talisman on the wall, are they secret teachings of the sect? Only the cultivators of the Ghost Hatchet Palace know how to use them? The man laughed and said, I only borrowed a lightsaber to greet you, and you want to pretend to be a master in front of me? The man floated down from the beam to the ground. When he strode towards the entrance of the temple, the Lady of the Lake and the two maids, as well as the men of the marketplace who had already dispersed, hurriedly moved further away. The man leaned on the ground with his saber and sneered, Quickly report your name. If it's a mountain that our Ghost Hatchet Palace is familiar with, then it's a friend. If it's a friend, then we can share the good fortune together. Tonight's encounter with a woman, everyone has a share. If you intend to be a warm-hearted hero of the Jianghu and uphold justice here tonight, then you will have to teach you how to be a man. The young men of the marketplace only felt that the Immortal Master's words were frightening. But the Lady of the Lake was very surprised. The words of the man with the surname Du in fact had a lot of mystery. It was not showing weakness, but it was definitely not arrogant and domineering. What happened next made the Lady of the Lake even more shocked. The young paladin flashed and stood outside the open door of the ancestral temple. He smiled and said, Then I beg you to teach me how to be a man. Du held the saber hilt with one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist. He gently twisted it and said with a ferocious expression, Do you want to decide who's the winner or the loser, or do you want to fight to the death? In the end, the man replied, You didn't kill me, but you almost scared me to death. The Lady of the Lake did not have the guts to laugh out loud, otherwise she would have held her belly and laughed. Suddenly, the Lady of the Lake thought quickly and took a step back. Do you of the Ghost Hatchet Palace? You're the legitimate son of the Daoist couple on the mountain of the Jin Duo Kingdom. Du twitched the corner of his mouth. While she was quite tactful. This woman could live. But the man outside the door said again, How old are the Daoist couple? 2 cultivators of the upper 5 realms? The Lady of the Lake was overjoyed. This was great news. She had brought out Du Yu's prominent identity, but the other party was still not the least bit afraid. It seemed that tonight's worst-case scenario was to drive the wolf to devour the tiger. It would be best if both sides suffered. If the hothead who came out of nowhere won, it would be even better. Dealing with a paladin with no grievances or enmity was always negotiable. It was always better than dealing with Du Yu, a fiend who came straight for her. Even if Du Yu chopped the paladin who looked good but was useless into a pile of meat paste, he should still consider her feelings just now. After all, Du Yu did not look like someone who would fight to the death. Otherwise, according to the bad temper of the cultivators of the Ghost Hatchet Palace, they would have cut him down long ago. Du Yu hooked his finger, raised his saber and casually waved it. He smiled and said, "As long as you can break the talisman array and enter this temple, I'll let you have one move." In an instant, the walls of the temple were surrounded by a circle of golden light, dazzling the eyes. Then the young paladin wearing a bamboo hat appeared beside Du Yu like a ghost and swept his arm over the latter's neck. Du Yu's chi fu was surging and he fainted on the spot. Then he fell heavily on the altar in the temple. Not only did he smash the statue of the Lady of the Lake into 2 pieces, Du Yu was also stuck in the wall. As for the saber, it fell to the ground with a clang. The saber on the ground was like water. Should be a good saber. Qin Pingon held the mountain traveling staff and stood in place. He changed the iron horse chisel formation slightly and used a mind talisman after breaking the formation and entering the temple. Naturally, he held back. Otherwise, this guy who threatened to let him have one move should be an unfilial son and let the Daoist couple of the Ghost Hatchet Palace send their son off. Of course, it was not strange that the cultivators on the mountain would still have a youthful face even after 100 or even 1,000 years old. The reason why he held back was that Qin Pingon wanted to go back and humbly ask that person about the 2 unique talismen. As for those young and strong men on the street who were scared out of their wits, they were knocked out by the chi ripples caused by the fist aura. As for the frivolous young man on the altar, he was also knocked out by Du Yu's kick. Compared to the man in the courtyard, the young man's fate was even more miserable. Everything had been planned out perfectly, but it was only a matter of one punch. Only the young man who sat blankly by the bonfire was left. Qin Pingon glanced at him. "Don't you know how to play dead?" The young man quickly leaned back and fell to the ground. His head tilted, but he did not forget to roll his eyes and stick out his tongue. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "Lady of the Lake, you don't mind if I break your statue, do you?" As he spoke, he waved his sleeve and swept one of the young and strong men to the wall like a broom. The man and the wall collided with a loud bang, and there was a slight sound of bones breaking. The lake master who oversaw the water transportation of the river felt that his bones were about to shatter. The Lady of the Lake hurriedly said with a trembling voice, it's all right as long as you're happy. It's fine even if it's broken into pieces, let alone broken into 2. Qin Pingon asked, "What's going on in Escort City?" The Lady of the Lake bowed slightly and held up a celestial artifact with both hands. "Celestial Master, you can drink while I explain slowly." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Your method doesn't even work on that guy with the surname. Do you think it's going to work? Moreover, don't you have any idea why his junior brother is so obsessed with you, Canal Mistress? If you really want to court death, you should think of a smarter way to do it. Do you think that my fist technique is weak, that I'm inexperienced and that I'm easy to trick?" The Lady of the Lake hurriedly put away the wine cup, but a chill surged from the top of her head. Then she felt a heart-wrenching pain. She was slapped so hard that her knees sank into the ground. Her soul swayed as if she was in a pot of oil. The Lady of the Lake endured the pain and her teeth chattered. Her voice trembled even more as she said, "Celestial Master, please have mercy. I won't dare to court death again." Qin Pingon waved his hand. "I'm not that guy with the surname Du. I don't have any grudges with you and Songyun Lake. I'm just passing by. If that guy with the surname Du didn't insist on letting me make a move, I wouldn't have been willing to come in. Tell me everything you know about the inside story of Escort City. If there's something that I know you know but you know and pretend not to know, then I'll have to discuss it with the Lady of the Lake Master." The glistening cup that the Lady of the Lake Master deliberately put in her sleeve is actually a natal item that's similar to Bewitching Potion and Luck in Love, right? The Lady of the Lake Master's smile was uglier than crying. This guy was clearly 100 times more difficult to deal with than Du Yu. The Lady of the Lake Masters trembled as she recounted the disaster of her neighbor's escort city one by one. As Qin Pingon listened to her, he quietly paid attention to the expressions of the two maids from the corner of his eyes. The city god of Escort City was indeed about to collapse. He had reached the end of the incense road. The so-called end of the road was nothing more than this. However, just like that person's fear of death, the city god was no exception. He had tried all means. First, he used up his connections and exhausted his savings to ask the imperial court for a title that exceeded the rules of etiquette. However, the effect was still not good. This originated from an old incident that no one cared too much about at that time, but it had a far-reaching impact. 100 years ago, there was an unjust case of a scholarly family in Escort City. In the end, in the eyes of the imperial court officials and the common people, it was considered a heavy injustice. However, the truth was far from that. At that time, the officials of the city god temple did not know that the consequences were so serious. Otherwise, it would have been a different scene. Songyun Lake and Escort City were close neighbors. Lord Hu, who was in charge of a lake, 3 rivers and 2 canals, was deeply rooted. Therefore he knew a lot of inside stories. That scholarly family had accumulated good karma for several generations. However, in the family ancestral hall's horizontal board, a small incense person was about to be born. However, in one night an unexpected disaster occurred and no one was left alive. Lord Xingwang was furious and started to order the officials to investigate this matter. However, in the end the investigation led to the Xingwang temple itself. It turned out that the head of the Yin-Yang department, who was the head of the 6 departments of the Xingwang temple, was the first assistant to Lord Xingwang. The head of the Yin-Yang department, who was similar to General Xingwang's assistant, colluded with General Xingwang, who transformed into a human form and put on the skin of a handsome young man to seduce and humiliate the women of the family. General Xingwang, on the other hand, took a fancy to the incomplete incense person and hoped to bribe a celestial cultivator so that he could take up a position in the Xingwang pavilion in the prefecture city and be promoted to a martial judge. General Xingwang then blackmailed the head of the Yin-Yang department. The 2 high officials of the Xingwang temple who were supposed to help maintain the order of the county cooperated to invite a group of Jianghu bandits into the city and massacred the scholarly family. The head of the Yin-Yang department had long hidden 2 beautiful women and hid them in a secluded house in the countryside outside the county city. If that was the case, Lord Qinghuang wouldn't have ended up like this even if he showed favoritism and gave a light sentence to the 2 assistant officials. Lord Qinghuang, who was good at fishing for fame, asked the ghost officials to help the government find the group of bandits and kill them on the spot. Then he secretly let the chief official of the Yin-Yang department go and killed the General Jiasua who sided with outsiders. As for the 2 women, they couldn't escape death. However, they didn't expect that there was a child from the scholarly family who happened to be playing hide-and-seek with the servant girl of the mansion. The servant girl was loyal to her master and purposely died near the wall to cover the entrance with her own body. The child was lucky enough to escape from Zhuji City. More than 10 years later, with the help of an old friend of his, he changed his name and registered permanent residence and became the 2nd in the imperial examination. Another 10 years later, his official career was smooth and he became the chief official of a county. He started to reverse the case and trace the clues back to the Qinghuang temple. Then there was another tragedy. However, compared to the previous case where everyone knew about it, this time, there was no news from the beginning to the end. The only news that the imperial court got was that a loyal county governor died in office due to illness. The scholar, who was supposed to have a bright future, had never married in his entire life. He did not have any attendants or maids by his side. One of them took up the post alone and the other died alone. He seemed to have long sensed the danger in the city. Before he secretly sent a secret letter to his good friend in the imperial court, he was already prepared to die. Finally, on that day he went to the mansion that had been abandoned for many years. In the night, the man took off his official robe, put on mourning clothes, offered incense and kowtowed. Then he died. In fact, before he walked out of the county governor's mansion, the ghost officials of the city god temple had already surrounded the entire yamen. They wandered around day and night, acting as door gods. Within the yamen, there were even civil and military judges hiding around the man, eyeing him covetously. Therefore that night the man walked all the way from the yamen to his old mansion. Not to mention passers-by, there was not even a night watchman. After the city god of Follower City eliminated the source of the problem, 3 years later he discovered that a crack had started to appear on his golden body. The merits that he had accumulated were unable to repair this crack. He could only watch as it spread further and further into his golden body. Therefore there was today's strange phenomenon in Follower City. Qin Pingon had been listening quietly. Then the wife of the canal lord gloated and concluded for the town god temple of the escort city. The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. But these town god temples are so familiar with the wording. It's really funny. In the town god temple of the escort city, there's a big stone abacus. It's used to remind people that God is calculating while man is doing. Qin Pingon finally asked, the secret letter that was sent to the capital, was it intercepted by the city god temple? The wife of the canal lord shook her head and said, Immortal Master, according to what my lord who said, the governor was very meticulous in his actions. He did indeed send the letter to his good friend in the capital. However, for some unknown reason, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. After so many years, the imperial court was completely unaware of this matter. On the other hand, the person who received the letter had a smooth career in officialdom. He even became the Minister of Justice back then. Later on, his family prospered and his descendants were very lucky in the imperial examinations and literature. Qin Pingon asked again, including this person with the surname Du, why did so many cultivators rush to Follower City? Could it be that the city god temple of Follower City wanted to help the city god temple by making so many friends on the mountain? The wife of the canal lord lowered her voice and said, the feng shui of Follower City is very strange. After the city god temple was in turmoil, it seemed that it could no longer keep the rare treasure. Every full moon, rainstorm or snowstorm in the county city, there would be a ray of light from a prison. For so many years, many masters on the mountain went to investigate, but they could not find the source of the rare treasure. But some masters in geomancy speculated that it was a treasure of heaven and earth that had been nurtured by the fate of the mountains and rivers of the province for thousands of years. As the resentment and evil spirit in Follower City became too strong and lingered, it did not want to stay in Follower City anymore. That was the sign of the rare treasure's appearance. Qin Pingon narrowed his eyes and asked again, I just casually asked your wife and I already know so many shocking truths. After so many years, there are so many capable people and after so many years all of them are flying back and forth on clouds, back and forth in that Follower City. There might be many cultivators who have taken root in the city for many years, but none of them tried to reverse the verdict for that family? The wife of the canal lord was stunned this time. He was not pretending. Then she murmured, what's the point of reversing the verdict? If we become enemies with the city god temple, wouldn't we lose the rare treasure even more? Qin Pingon took off his bamboo hat and looked up at the night sky. He scratched his head and said, well, it makes sense. There was some noise from the wall behind the altar in the ancestral temple. The wife of the canal lord felt a gust of wind blowing on her face and turned her head abruptly. The altar was split in half by that person. Dust flew everywhere. Du Yu of the Ghost Hatchet Palace, who had secretly woken up and wanted to make a move, was grabbed by the neck by that person with one hand and smashed into the ground. When that person got up, Du was already dead. He could not be more dead. At that moment, the wife of the canal lord, as a water god, felt cold all over as if she had fallen into an ice cave. That person turned his head sideways and looked at her. He was expressionless. His eyes were like an ancient well. It was as if there was a dragon swaying in the depths of the water, trying to climb up the wall of the well and peek out to see the world outside the well. The wife of the canal lord wanted to take a step back and hide further away. However, her feet were deep in the ground. She could only lean back as if that was the only way she would not be scared to death. But for some reason in the next moment that person suddenly smiled. He stood up, clapped his hands and put on his bamboo hat again. He stretched out 2 fingers and adjusted it. He smiled and said, the cultivators on the mountain are not tainted by the mortal world and are not tainted by karma. It's a matter of course. First set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. 502. The lady looked at the hole at the back of the temple, her eyes were in a trance. She shook her head lightly, then with a tearful face she asked with a trembling voice, Immortal teacher, did you really kill Du Yu? Qin Pingon thought for a while then laughed, half dead, his soul has been captured by me. The Ghost Hatchet Palace is such a big sect. This Du's parents are the so-called Dao companions of the lady on the mountain. How would I dare to be disrespectful to this person? Just a small punishment. The lady lost her balance and sat on the ground. Her embroidered dress was like a gorgeous peony blooming on the ground. The young man in front of her was really sweet on his lips, but his heart was full of snakes and scorpions. He looked so young. He must be an old monster who had cultivated on the mountain for countless years. What a merciless immortal guest. Qin Pinggan's clothes shook, and the dust on his body scattered in all directions with a bang. His green robe was instantly spotless. Qin Pinggan walked straight through the broken gap on the divine altar. When he passed by the bonfire and the youth who was playing dead, he said with a smile, "Quickly wipe off your saliva and continue playing dead." The young man quickly did as he was told. Qin Pinggan sat on the doorstep of the temple, looking at the lady and the two maidservants. He took off the blade's strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of gloomy water. The Aquarius continent had a city god called Shenwen. The Tongye continent had the buried river god. The North continent had the lady, the lord of the Tsangyun lake, and the city god of the accompanying city god. Qin Pinggan had indeed used a secret divine art to gather Du Yu's soul. He wasn't trying to scare Madame Water God on purpose. This was not some entry-level celestial technique from the mountain, but the second deal that Qin Pinggan made with Lu Jimao at the calligraphy lake. The level of the technique was very high and it consumed a lot of spiritual qi. At this moment, Qin Pinggan's spiritual qi in the underwater residence was mainly the key water element natal item, the water word seal that was floating in the water residence. The essence of water that it had condensed over a long period of time had almost been completely hollowed out. Recently, Qin Pinggan did not dare to tour the underwater residence with internal vision, as he could not bear to see the sorrowful eyes of the boys in green. Qin Pinggan took out a snow-white military armor pill from his sleeve, as well as a red elixir pill that was engraved with dense talisman diagrams. This was what Du Yu of the Ghost Hatchet Palace wanted to do previously. He wanted to launch a sneak attack. The elixir pill was refined from the inner core of a demon. Its effect was similar to the fatal blow that the group of assassins used to kill Mao Xiaodong in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. However, that was a genuine golden elixir. The one in Qin Pinggan's hand was far inferior. It was most likely the inner core of a sea-viewing demon. As for the military armor pill, Du Yu probably thought that he would not be destroyed indiscriminately, and relied on the armor to resist the impact of the inner core's explosion. It was a good plan. At that time, Qin Pinggan was indeed unsettled after hearing about the incident at the accompanying city. Previously, he had been distracted by Du Yu's movements, as well as the subtle expressions of the two handmaidens. Therefore, when Qin Pinggan was in a daze, Du Yu seized the opportunity. It was a pity that Du Yu's slight ripple of qi had caused some dust to fly up from the broken stones in the cracks of the wall. The lady of the channel might not have been able to detect it at all, but on Qin Pinggan's side, where the fist will flowed freely as if it was under the protection of a deity, the sound was like a thunderclap. After all, the fist of a 10th realm martial artist from the bamboo house on Luopa Mountain was truly silent and explosive. Many times Qin Pinggan had to rely on guessing and gambling in order to not be hit too solidly. It was impossible to dodge, even if Cui Qing had suppressed his fist will to the far travel state. Back then when he sparred with Zhou Xian, this martial madman was forced by Cui Qing to beat Qin Pinggan half to death every day. Therefore he did not pay attention to the way he punched. In the end, Du Yu's cultivation was not high enough. This was just like how Qin Pinggan attracted the covetous eyes of Jingguan City's Gao Qing in the Ghost Valley. When he ran, Qin Pinggan did not hesitate. If Du Yu did not rely on luck and chose to run after waking up, Qin Pinggan would stop him. However, he would definitely not kill him and capture his soul in the cage. Qin Pinggan put away Du Yu's life-saving elixir into his sleeve. He held the snow-white elixir in his hand and twisted it slowly. Looking at the channel mistress, he said, "I've said that you have to tell me everything you know. Mistress, you've also said that you won't take the initiative to seek death anymore." The channel mistress fell to the ground with a mournful expression. She said with a desolate face, "Immortal Master, I'm really not hiding anything. Immortal Master, will you only be satisfied if I die of injustice?" Her body fell to the ground with her cheeks resting on her arms. She lay on the ground and could not get up. Her shoulders trembled and she looked extremely pitiful. She sobbed and said, What sin have I committed to be wronged by Immortal Master? Qin Pingon stood up and the channel mistress immediately stopped talking. In the next moment, Qin Pingon squatted beside the channel mistress and pressed his palm on her head. He pressed down heavily. Her fate was exactly the same as Du Yu's. She fainted and half of her head sank into the ground. The two maids were terrified and wanted to run for their lives. One of them was hit in the back by Qin Pingon's Gang Qi. Her delicate body was embedded into the wall and she fainted on the spot. Only the trembling maid was left. She took a step forward and did not dare to move as if she was immobilized by the immortal spell. Qin Pingon turned around and sat on the steps. He said, "You're more honest than the sister who didn't learn the art of passing through walls." When the channel mistress talked about a few details, "Your eyes revealed a lot of information to me. Tell me about it. Just treat it as helping your mistress find out what she missed. No matter if you're relieved or not, I still have to say it again. I have no grudges with you. If I kill a god of mountains and rivers, even if they're just attendants, I'll still be stained with karma." The maid was not stupid. She sobbed and said, "The channel mistress respectfully calls you Immortal Master, but I feel that you're more like a pure martial artist. Do you also said that you're a martial arts grandmaster? A martial artist killing a god doesn't have to be stained with karma." Qin Pingon couldn't help but laugh. He patted the blade's strengthening gourd, and the 15th flying sword flew out like a sparrow circling a tree branch. In the night, a streak of green sword light flew around Qin Pingon quickly. The maid was dumbfounded. "You're really a sword immortal." It was said that the Lake Lord, who was high up in Songyun Lake, was most afraid of sword immortals who took heads with flying swords. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "If you say so, then so be it." The maid began to hesitate. The sorrowful look on her face was very different from the previous pitiful look of the channel mistress. She was revealing her true feelings. As long as she revealed the heavenly secret tonight, according to the channel mistress's suspicious temper and the Lake Lord's tyrannical temperament, wouldn't she die? There were 3 rivers and 2 canals in the lake. In the past hundreds of years, because of a small matter, the Lake Lord was angered. As a result, the water lamp was lit, and the souls of the sisters were peeled out and burned day and night as the wick of the lamp. She couldn't even count them with her 2 hands. The souls of those sisters were only considered to be free from the sea of suffering when the water lamp dripped with the last drop of essence oil. However, they also had no next life. Qin Pingon originally wanted to talk more about the twists and turns of the story, as well as slightly reveal his follow-up plans to reassure her. However, in the end he only said one word: "Speak." The maid was so scared that her body shook. She didn't dare to take any chances. She told the young sword immortal all the inside stories that she knew and deduced. The Lake Lord of Songyun Lake was one of the top water deities in the Silver Screen Kingdom. Even if he met a few mountain lords, he was on equal footing. He had always looked down on the city god temple in the escort city, especially the deity of the fire god temple. He once had a grudge with the channel mistress and had a fight. The Lake Lord almost controlled the lake water and assumed the posture of flooding the escort city, forcing the deity of the water god temple to appear and kowtow and admit his mistake in front of the city's people. Later, a white-haired sword immortal mediated between them and stopped. However, the Lake Lord's resentment towards the escort city was even deeper. The city god temple was kept in the dark about the secret letter that the governor sent to his good friend in the capital. However, the Lake Lord saw through it clearly and secretly sent the channel mistress to intercept the messenger. After knowing the contents of the secret letter, the Lake Lord gave the channel mistress a jade seal token that could allow the deity of the mountains and rivers to leave the country and travel far away. He ordered her to go to the capital of the Silver Screen Kingdom with the messenger. When Qin Pingon heard this, he asked, "How is the relationship between the deity of the fire god temple and the city god temple?" The maid said, "Their relationship is average. Logically speaking, the rank of the fire god temple is lower. However, the deity doesn't like to deal with the city god temple. Many mountain banquets organized by the deities in the mountains and rivers are almost never attended at the same time." Qin Pingon asked again, "What is the Lake Lord's attitude towards the city god temple?" The maid said softly, "The Lake Lord looks down on the city god temple even more. Our channel mistress occasionally drank too much at the Dragon Palace at the bottom of the lake. When she returned to her private residence, she would say some intimate words to the 2 of us. She said that the Lake Lord laughed at the city god temple for being an idiot. When he was alive, he liked to plagiarize the poems of poor scholars and then spend money to make himself famous. The Silver Screen Kingdom chose such a guy to be the city god temple because they only cared about reputation. When he was alive, he didn't have any political talent. Usually he would sing the wind and admire the moon. He liked to be a shopkeeper who didn't do anything and didn't know the art of controlling people. However, our Zhongyun Lake and the city god temple of the city god temple are still decent. The city god temple often takes some high-ranking officials and nobles who travel in the capital to the Dragon Palace at the bottom of the lake to gain experience. There are more than 10 beautiful maids in the Hu Lord's residence, and all of them are vixens. Therefore, the distinguished guests come again and return with great pleasure. Qin Pingon said, "The city god temple made mistakes again and created today's disaster. The fire god temple will naturally be affected. In fact, your Zhongyun Lake Lord is happy to see this happen." The maid was silent. After a moment she smiled bitterly and said, "The Lake Lord is the head of a country's water god. His thoughts are deep. How can a humble maid like me guess?" Qin Pingon nodded and put the armor pill into his sleeve. Then he flicked his finger and the maid fell straight to the ground. Qin Pingon waved his sleeve and the maid in the wall seemed to be dragged into the courtyard. She rolled on the ground and slowly woke up. She had a splitting headache and her muscles and bones were almost falling apart. Qin Pingon asked, "Just now, this maid's mind was a mess and I couldn't get anything out of her. You look smart. Why don't you tell me?" The maid wanted to kneel down and kowtow to spare her life, but Qin Pingon flicked his finger. The force was slightly lighter, but she was still smashed out of the temple's gate like a kite with a broken string. Then Qin Pingon stretched out his hand and controlled her to return, strangling her neck. Both sides looked at each other. When the maid saw his eyes, she was so scared that her liver and gallbladder were shattered. Her face was ashen and she whimpered as if she had something to say. Qin Pingon casually threw her to the ground in the courtyard. She collapsed on the ground. Then she took a deep breath and stood up. She turned her head and stared at the Canal Lord's wife. Her eyes were complicated. There was gratitude, reluctance, and resentment. In the end, she put on a stern face and spat at the young immortal master who was pretending to be mysterious. She sneered and said, "I'm done." Qin Pingon only stretched out his hand to disperse the spit. His expression was calm as he sat on the steps. His hands were gently placed on the verdant mountain walking staff. Qin Pingon raised his hand and flicked his finger again, knocking her unconscious. Then he skillfully knocked the ground with the mountain walking staff. The Canal Lord's wife was hit on the back of her head by the winding Gang Qi. She immediately woke up and pulled her head out of the ground. Then she sat on the ground in a daze. Qin Pingon's face was full of anger. "These two lowly maids have been by your side for so many years. Are they idiots who just eat and wait for death?" The Canal Lord's wife was relieved. In the past she complained that the two maids were idiots and not smart enough. They were not as good as those foxy women in Hu Jun's residence who were able to seduce and bind men's hearts. Now it seemed that it was a good thing. Once Zhongyun Lake was implicated, not only would the two of them be lit with water lanterns, but her position as the Canal Lord would also be difficult to protect. That lowly maid, the Canal Lord, loved to gossip and hurt people in the dark. She had already caused the incense in her ancestral temple to wither for many years, and she still wanted to kill her. This was not something that happened in a day or two. The entire Zhongyun Lake was watching the show. Qin Pingon said, "Go and call Hu Jun over. Tell him that I helped him kill Du Yu of the Ghost Hatchet Palace and ask him to personally thank me. Remember to remind your lord Hu that I'm a man of integrity and can't stand the stench of money the most. Therefore I only accept rare treasures that are pleasing to the eye." The Canal Lord's wife was stunned. "I'll go." Qin Pingon sneered and said, "Why don't I go?" The Canal Lord's wife stood up and was about to use her innate divine ability to turn into mist and escape. Qin Pingon pointed to the two maids who had fallen to the ground. "The two of them are much better than you," the Canal Lord's wife. "After Hu Jun's thanks, I went to Escort City and got the heavenly treasure that is about to appear in the world. Then I will definitely go to the Dragon Palace at the bottom of the lake to visit. I haven't gone far in Jianghu, but I have read a lot. There are many records in the literati's writings. Since ancient times, dragon ladies have been affectionate and their maids are also enchanting. I must see if they are more outstanding than the two maids by Madame's side. If the Dragon Lady and the maids of the Dragon Palace are more beautiful, Canal Lord's wife doesn't need to find a new maid. If their beauty is similar, I will ask for them together. During the trip to the capital of the Silver Screen Nation, I can sell them at a high price." The Canal Lord's wife hurriedly echoed, "It's a great blessing for the two lowly maids to be able to serve Immortal Master." Qin Pingon interrupted her and sneered, "But if I see them and am disappointed in them, then the Canal Lord's wife and the Canal Lord of the Shaoxi Canal, who has a deep sisterly relationship with you, will have to follow me to the capital." The Canal Lord's wife was not worried about this. In any case, Hu Jun was there to support her. As long as she safely returned to the Dragon Palace of Songyun Lake and met Hu Jun, everything would be fine. It was still hard to say who would win in the end. The canal mistress hurriedly shook her sleeves, and two jade-green water element spiritual chi flew into the faces of the two maids, waking them up. They excused themselves from the Immortal Master and promised to return as soon as possible. Qin Pingon suddenly called out to the Canal Lord's wife. The latter's body stiffened. She turned around and said bitterly, "I wonder if Immortal Master has any other instructions?" Qin Pingon stretched out a palm and said with a smile, "Lend me some water essence. It's not much, just 2 or 3 layers." The Canal Lord's wife was shocked and distressed, but she also felt a little lucky. The water essence was the foundation of the water god's cultivation. However, compared to losing her life on the spot, it was still worth it. She hurriedly stretched out a finger and pressed it between her eyebrows. A green light bloomed, and then a golden line poured down from the canyon at the top of the mountain like a stream. It went around her shoulder, followed her arm, and flowed all the way to her wrist. Finally, she held up her palm and a jade-green water droplet jumped out. She gently pushed it towards Qin Pingon and wiped the sweat on her forehead. She smiled and said, "Immortal Master, you said that you want to borrow it. It's really embarrassing for me. Take these 3 or 4 grams of water essence as a small meeting gift for me." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Compared to the rare treasure, the Liaoning cup, it's considered small." The Canal Lord's wife did not dare to speak. The Liaoning cup was where her great Daoan life lay. There were very few immortal items that could improve one's cultivation besides tempering one's golden body with incense. Every one of them was a precious treasure. The Liaoning cup was once an important treasure of the Lake Lord of Songyun Lake. The reason why the Canal Lord hated her so much and saw her as an enemy was because of this Liaoning cup. According to the Lake Lord, it was once an important ceremonial item of a huge Daoist temple. It had been soaked in incense for 1,000 years to have such an effect. When the 3 of them left the ancestral temple, Qin Pingon kept the water essence pearl. Although it was only 2 or 3 grams, it could quench one's thirst for a moment. The effect was significant and was even better than elixirs. However, it was definitely not a long-term solution. On the path of cultivation, there were some shortcuts that could allow chi cultivators to quickly reach the middle of the mountain. However, the further one went, the more dangers there were. Qin Pingon was not in a hurry to refine the water essence pearl to replenish the spiritual energy in the water residence. He sat on the spot and thought about things. Qin Pingon knew that they might not come back this time. The Lake Lord of Songyun Lake would most likely not come ashore to meet him. Du of the Ghost Hatchet Palace had died. Could it be that he, the Lake Lord of Songyun Lake, would come to help collect the corpse? As long as they went ashore and entered the ancestral temple, it would be equivalent to being slapped in the face by Qin Pingon and covered in feces. Would the Ghost Hatchet Palace and Yu's parents, that pair of Daoist companions, care about whether or not Lord Songyun Lake was implicated and suffered an unexpected calamity? Besides, you, the dignified water god of the Silver Screen Nation, have the nerve to say that you were implicated? As for the 2 maids of the ancestral temple, one was right on Qin Pingon's side. The other was right on the side of the Canal Lord's wife. Therefore they could both live. Qin Pingon twisted his wrist and a ball of 10 strands of black smoke appeared in his hand. Finally, it transformed into a man's face twisted in pain. It was Du. Every time an ordinary breeze blew, the ball of 3 souls and 7 spirits would be in unbearable pain, as if a cultivator had suffered the pain of a thunder tribulation. The world's otherworldly items were not tolerated by heaven and earth. The half-dead Du tried his best to speak, but his voice was still as thin as a mosquito's fly. "I beg you, quickly put my soul back into the bag. I can still be saved, I can still be saved." As long as I can live, I will cut out 3 drops of my heart's essence blood, light 3 incense sticks and tell the heaven and earth ancestor. I will make a secret immortal poison oath that I will never dare to be your enemy again. I will never dare. Qin Pingon turned a deaf ear and said to himself, a spring breeze, such a good saying, how can it be so degrading when it comes out of your mouth? Qin Pingon's 5 fingers were like hooks, slightly bent. Strands of aura qi rotated and enveloped the soul ball. Du Yu immediately wailed and howled. Qin Pingon said slowly, what does it feel like to be a Jianghu heroine? Tell me, I've been in Jianghu but I don't know this. Du Yu was just about to speak. Qin Pingon turned his head, but he increased the strength of his hand. The aura qi became more condensed, as thick as water on the verge of freezing. Qin Pingon pricked up his ears to listen and asked, what did you say? Louder, I can't hear you clearly. Du Yu's 3 souls and 7 spirits had just been separated from his body by a secret technique, and he was already at his weakest stage. At this moment he was worse than death. His soul and spirits were mixed together, and the 10 strands of black smoke tangled together. If this went on, even if he escaped the cage, he would become a wandering ghost who had completely lost his intelligence. Any immortal cultivator who saw him would have the right to kill him. Qin Pingon loosened his 5 fingers, raised his hand over his shoulder and gently waved forward. The corpse behind the temple fell into the courtyard. Qin Pingon stood up, squatted beside Du Yu's corpse and pressed his palm down. After about an incense stick's time, Du Yu was foaming at the mouth, twitching and bleeding from his 7 orifices. It looked scary, but it was a good thing. If there were no such movements, it meant that the body had already rejected the soul from entering it. Once the soul couldn't enter the body, the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls could only leave the body and wander around. Either the soul couldn't withstand the wind and dissipated, or it was lucky enough to hold on to a breath of spiritual aura and become an otherworldly ghost. Du Yu sat up, vomiting blood, and then quickly sat cross-legged. He began to form hand seals and his mind was immersed, trying his best to calm the turbulent qi resonances. Du Yu, bathed in blood, spat out a mouthful of turbid qi and turned his head. That person was squatting not far away, his hands hidden in his sleeves, staring at the saber on the ground. Du Yu's mind turned rapidly. That person did not move at all. Du Yu sighed and gave up on the idea of fighting with his life. He slowly stood up and his finger tapped his chest 3 times. His face twisted and then 3 drops of essence blood lit up like candles. 3 wisps of green smoke curled up like incense sticks. Du Yu lowered his head slightly, holding the incense with both hands, and said loudly, from now on, Du Yu, a military disciple of the Ghost Hatchet Palace, swears not to take revenge. This grudge is like the difference between mountains and rivers, and I will never look back. Qin Pingon stood up and stepped on the saber's hilt. With a light step, the saber flashed and entered the scabbard at Du Yu's waist. Du Yu was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. This was what they meant by once bitten, twice shy. Qin Pingon held the mountain walking staff and walked towards the entrance of the temple. It's fate that brought us together. I have some things I want to ask you. Du Yu's heart was at a loss. Fate, your grandpa's fate. I almost died in this stinking ditch. But he still followed behind that person obediently and walked out of the water fairy temple. Du Yu's sleeves were empty. The deity's dew armor he borrowed from his father was gone, and the refined demon core he begged from his mother was also gone. His heart, liver, and intestines were twisted together in pain. But when he thought of the torment of being held captive by someone, Du Yu could not help but shudder. His mind was restless and his soul was restless. This was the after-effect of the soul leaving the body. He would need to recuperate for the next few decades. This trip to Escort City was a big setback. Not only did it hurt his Dao, it was also a big problem for him to explain to his parents when he returned to the Ghost Hatchet Palace. The 2 walked one in front of the other on a small path overgrown with weeds. The moonlight was quiet and the mist was cool. Du Yu's heart was even colder. Who was this person? Among the cultivators on the mountains of dozens of countries, there were martial arts masters of all sizes. Du Yu had traveled extensively and was very knowledgeable, but he had never heard of such a person. The number of young cultivators who could make him, Du Yu, so sullen could be counted on one's fingers. Qin Pingon used the mountain walking staff to open the path, as if taking a stroll under the moon. His state of mind gradually calmed down and he smiled, Do you know why you can return your soul? Du smiled bitterly. Senior wants the 2 types of talisman of our ghost hatchet palace? If I reveal the secret of the ancestral hall, I will have my longevity bridge broken and be expelled from the sect. Qin Pingon said, Heaven and earth, you and I know, what are you afraid of? Besides, you've been in Jianghu for so many years and you even dared to catch a water fairy like a fish. Why would you be afraid of these rules? People like you, as for rules, take pleasure in breaking them. Du was even more shocked. These words could only be said so naturally by a person who had proven the Tao and was truly ruthless. His parents had also said similar words to him in private. Qin Pingon said, Tonight, as long as you die at the Water Fairy Temple by Tsongyun Lake, it will be difficult for the Ghost Hatchet Palace to find me, and it will also be difficult for the Canal Mistress and the Lake Lord of Tsongyun Lake to find me. In the end, wouldn't it still be a mess? So what you should be worried about now is not revealing the sect's secrets, but that I will know the method of drawing talismans and the corresponding incantations, and kill you to silence you and end all troubles. This was a method he had learned from the scholar in the Ghost Valley, to frame others and splash dirty water. Du was speechless. The young man carrying the bamboo box and holding the bamboo staff spoke gently as if he was chatting with a good friend. Now that I know your principles, it will be much easier to talk about my principles. Du stopped. Senior, how can you guarantee that you won't kill me and destroy my corpse after I tell you about the steel-carrying talisman and snow-mud talisman? Qin Pingon also stopped and only turned his head. You can only bet your life. Du said miserably, Senior, I have already made a solemn oath. Why are you still being so aggressive? That person had a surprised expression. You rely on your ability as a direct disciple of a large sect to go down the mountain and play in the pugilistic world, killing people like grass. My fists are harder and I treat you as an ant, toying with you in the palm of my hand. Isn't this the same principle? Is it hard to understand? You are so stupid, aren't your parents worried? Du wanted to cry but had no tears. Meeting such an honest senior from the mountain, was he really going to blame himself for not checking the almanac before leaving this time? Qin Pingon looked at the distant blue cloud lake. When the lake monarch reaches the shore, you may not have the chance to speak. Using 2 talisman to buy a life, I think this is a good deal. Du clenched his teeth. Then I will bet that Senior is not willing to dirty his hands and be stained with karma. Qin Pingon's gaze shifted and he looked in the direction of Escort City, a faint smile on his face. Du did not dare to draw his saber. He only broke off a withered branch, squatted down and began to draw talismans. Then he used the Heart Lake's ripples to tell that person the incantation. With the steel-carrying talisman, one could conceal one's body and aura extremely well. It was like an old turtle carrying a heavy steel, silent for 1,000 years as if it were dead. But the cultivator's exploration of the outside world would also be restricted, and the range would be greatly reduced. After all, there were very few things in the world that could satisfy both sides. This talisman was one of the trump cards of the Ghost Hatchet Palace's military cultivators that were proficient in assassination. As for the snow-mud talisman, it was a talisman that many formation masters dreamed of. The Ghost Hatchet Palace's talisman, also known as the Flying Bird Talisman, had a long history. It was the sect's founding ancestors' specialty, but most of the later disciples of the Ghost Hatchet Palace only scratched the surface and rarely saw the essence. Du was the same, but his mother was proficient in this art. She was the first person to draw the snow-mud talisman in the sect's 300 years of history. Once she secretly imparted this talisman to a great cultivator of a peak immortal mansion, causing that cultivator's Tao to soar. When the Ghost Hatchet Palace found out afterwards, before their own people could say anything, another mountain that was hostile to that cultivator came to question them. Both sides were very unhappy, but in the end the matter was left unsettled. The ancestral hall's punishment for his mother was only 10 years of seclusion and reflection. For cultivators, a short 10 years was nothing more than the snap of a finger. It was not a punishment at all, not to mention that the place of reflection was a treasured land with abundant spiritual qi. Du only found out afterwards that the peak cultivator who had obtained the snow-mud talisman from his sect had secretly made a trip to the Ghost Hatchet Palace, probably to plead on his mother's behalf. At the beginning, Du was worried that this person was only envious of the 2 talismans and thought that it would be good to have more skills. In fact, Du himself was not proficient in the talisman Tao. Du had already made up his mind that he would have to spend a lot of time explaining and be a troublesome teacher. But he didn't expect that this person would only listen to his explanation. From the outline of the 2 talisman Dao to the details of the talisman Dao, that person didn't ask any questions. He only asked Du to repeat it 3 times. On the second time, because Du was too familiar with the characters of the talisman Dao insight, he unintentionally missed an insignificant sentence. As a result, he discovered that the person narrowed his eyes and gently raised the walking stick that was originally used to support the ground. Du was so frightened that he almost slapped himself in the face. He hurriedly made up for it and repeated it word for word. After repeating it 3 times, the person lowered his head and looked at the 2 talisman Dao insights on the ground. Du didn't dare to breathe loudly. The talisman drew talismans with the mountain walking staff. Following the pattern, he drew 2 relatively crude talismans, the carrying tablet talisman and the snow mud talisman. When the talismans were completed, they glowed brightly. Although the quality of the talismans was not high, the talisman was still a success. Tiny beads of sweat appeared on Du Yu's forehead. My dear mother, the path of talisman is really not that easy to get started with. Otherwise, why was it that his father's cultivation level was also high, and why were all the ancestors of his sect unable to be considered as divine intent? Indeed, there were some cultivators who were innately unsuited to drawing talismans. Therefore, in the sects and mansions of the Daoist talisman lineage, when inspecting the aptitude of their disciples, there had always been this cruel saying, "The first time you pick up the brush, you will know whether you are a ghost or a god." The senior in front of him was definitely an expert. Perhaps he was a hidden Dao of talismans expert. What pure martial arts! It's all a smoke screen. However, when he thought of this, Du felt that it was inconceivable. If that was really the case, then wasn't the senior in front of him being too unreasonable? Qin Pingon used the mountain walking staff to erase the 4 talismans drawn by both sides and dispersed the spiritual light of the talismans. Your sincerity is enough. Then let's make a real deal. Du was puzzled. What do you mean? Qin Pingon took out the military school's armor pill and the refined demon pill from his sleeve. It's said that walking on the road at night is easy to encounter ghosts. My luck today is not bad. I picked them up by the roadside earlier. I think they are more suitable for your cultivation. Do you like them? Do you want to buy them? Du said righteously, it's rare for senior to be willing to part with them. Just name your price. Even if I have to sell everything I have, Du am willing to buy them at a high price. Qin Pingon nodded. He thought of something and extended a finger. There was a jade-green water droplet that was spinning. Qin Pingon took out a portion of it, about 50 grams of water essence. After keeping the larger droplet, he said with a smile, "This is a gift from the lady of the channel. Take it as my sincerity. You're injured and urgently need spiritual qi to heal you. This water droplet is the foundation of a water goddess's great Dao. Take it quickly and refine it." Du had no choice. He could only take the droplet and gently slap it into his chest. He silently refined it. Then he had a strange expression. Was it really a droplet condensed from the essence of water? Not only did he not feel uncomfortable at all, it was as if a rain had fallen on the lake in his heart. His mind and soul felt refreshed. Qin Pingon asked with a smile, "All right, let's get down to business. A deity's due armor of such a high grade and a refined demon pill with such great offensive power. How much do you plan to pay for it?" Du asked carefully, "Senior, can I barter for it? I really don't have much immortal money on me, and I don't have the legendary Fengsuan tomb or grotto heaven." Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. "Of course." Du took out a small embroidered bag that was overflowing with light. His movements were gentle as he opened the knot and took out a folded page. After spreading it out, there were no creases at all. Du said, "This item is extremely precious. I accidentally obtained it in the tunnel of a dilapidated ancient temple when I was fighting with someone in my early years. My parents asked me to keep it well. They said that it's priceless. If you want to buy this item, you have to at least exchange it for a small amount of money. Otherwise, you will be letting down this ancient Buddhist scripture." Qin Pingon took the page. It was a Buddhist scripture written in gold. Qin Pingon accepted it with a smile and handed the armor pill and demon pill to Du. Qin Pingon took a deep breath and turned to face Songyun Lake. He held the mountain walking staff with both hands. Du subconsciously took a step back. Du Yu's face was stern, but he still didn't dare to speak. It was never easy to determine someone's life and death. It was precisely because of this that Qin Pingon couldn't completely hide his vague state of mind. Previously, at the bank of the Black River in the Ghost Valley, after hearing Qin Pingon's promise, the Lady of the Sea still turned to the scholar who was even more untrustworthy and begged for mercy. She had to make the scholar swear before she opened the restriction at the bottom of the river. It was probably at that moment that she realized that her life and death were already decided. At this moment Du was the same. On the verge of life and death, a cultivator's intuition was always extremely accurate. Du spread out his hands and stared blankly at the two treasures that he had lost and recovered. In the blink of an eye, he was about to fall into the hands of others. He sighed, raised his head and said with a smile, "In that case, Senior still wants to make this deal with me. Isn't it taking off your pants to fart? Or are you deliberately forcing me to take the initiative to make a move? Do you want me, to wear a deity's armor and throw out the demon pill so that Senior can kill me with righteousness and less karma? Senior is indeed a person from the peak of the mountain, good calculation. If I had known that I could meet a master like Senior in the Jianghu at the foot of the mountain, which is as shallow as a pond, I definitely wouldn't have been so arrogant." Qin Pingon looked into the distance and asked, "That canal master's wife said that you are the son of a Dao couple?" Du nodded. "One is surnamed Du, the other is surnamed Yu, so I am called Du Yu." Qin Pingon turned his head and smiled. "Not a bad name." Qin Pingon raised his hand and waved. "Go, don't let me see you again in the future." Du Yu smiled bitterly. "I am afraid that if I turn around I will die." "Senior, I really don't want to die here, it's so frustrating." Qin Pingon said, "That's right, then follow me for a while. I'm going to find that Xiaoxi canal master, do you know the way?" Du nodded. The two really crossed the mountains and went to the boundary of Xiaoxi Canal together. Along the way, Qin Pingon asked about the situation on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain of more than 10 countries. Du naturally answered all the questions. That Senior flew between the mountains. Every time a dragonfly skimmed the surface of the water, his figure was as fast as lightning. Almost only a faint green figure could be seen. His flying with the wind was actually somewhat strenuous. But when that person asked questions, he would walk on foot, giving Du a chance to speak calmly. The two walked in the mountain forest. After Qin Pingon heard some of the stories of the Golden Boy and Jade Girl, he smiled and asked, "This Huangliang City's young man He Lu, and the Treasure Cave Wonderland's fairy Yanqing, why do they sound like a scholar and a beauty from the Jianghu romance? Only because of the enmity between their sex and the enmity between their sex, did they not become a pair of Dao couple?" Du said, "In Senior's eyes it may be funny, but even I, Du, will feel ashamed when I see the two of them. Only then will I know what the real jade of the great Dao is." Qin Pingon did not comment. The two came to the peak of a mountain looking to the west. It was the territory of Xiaoxi Canal. The water god temple was not far away. Qin Pingon asked, "The precious treasure of the city god temple has appeared. Are you here for it?" Du did not dare to hide anything and said, "In addition to me, there is also a martial uncle and 3 junior brothers and sisters who are rushing to Attendant City. However, the rare treasure has already been decided by Huangliang City and the Treasure Cave Wonderland. Our Ghost Hatchet Palace is just helping the Treasure Cave Wonderland, which has a better relationship with us, to boost their momentum. As for me, I'm not afraid to be laughed at by Senior. I just want to see if I can see He Lu and Yanqing when Huangliang City and the Treasure Cave Wonderland fight. When the two meet, they will have no choice but to kill each other. Thinking of this makes me feel good." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Are you a real villain?" Du smiled and said, "Senior, you flatter me. I don't deserve it." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "The word real does carry a bit of weight." Du said sincerely, "Senior's words seem casual, but if you think about it carefully, they are really profound and thought-provoking." Qin Pingon had a strange look in his eyes. "You want to steal my business?" Du was confused, trembling in fear, and kept quiet out of fear. The two continued on their way. Compared to the almost abandoned water fairy temple, where even the golden body was not in the temple of the Xiaoxi Canal Master was more magnificent, and the smell of incense was stronger. At first glance it was obvious that she was the water god. However, since she could suppress the other Canal Master to the point that her temple was abandoned, she was definitely not someone easy to deal with. When they went down the mountain, Qin Pingon told Diyu about the tragedy in Attendant City and asked Diyu to inquire about the secret letter. Diyu felt that he had died twice tonight, so why would he be afraid of offending a small canal master? Therefore Diyu did not hesitate at all. Not to mention a small Caoshi canal master. Even if the Lord of Tsongyun Lake was standing in front of him and angered him, he would still cut him down without hesitation. If the senior had not said to discuss it properly, Diyu would have kicked the door open with his knife and cut him half to death. Then he would have let the Caoshi canal master talk business with him. After talking, he would kill him with a knife to relieve the hatred in his heart. It's all because of the bad feng shui of your Tsongyun Lake that I can only follow behind that person's but and be a obedient lackey. The most hateful thing is that it's fine to wag your tail and beg for mercy, but you have to worry that because your tail is not wagging properly, you will be inexplicably slapped to death. The two of them restrained their auras and walked down the mountain so as not to alert the enemy. Qin Pingon asked casually, "If you had known about the tragedy in Attendant City earlier, what would you have done? Just tell me what's in your heart." Diyu said with a smile, "Naturally, it's none of my business. The city god of a county is not an ordinary imperial court lady. Even if it's possible to kill him, the karma is too heavy. What's more, there's nothing interesting about the grudges in Jianghu or the disputes in the officialdom. It's all about those trivial matters. But then again, our mountain isn't any better. There are quite a number of people who really concentrate on cultivation. They don't harm people or save people. It's quiet and peaceful. I'm just hot-tempered and my cultivation has reached a bottleneck. That's why I went to Jianghu for fun." Diyu was a little nervous, so he asked again, "Junior's heartfelt words won't make Senior unhappy, right?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "No. After seeing too much, it's hard to have any ripples." Diyu was silent for a long time and suddenly said, "But if I'm the real person on the mountain peak, I might be happy and warm-hearted. Or if I see that city god is not pleasing to the eye, I'll just kill him casually. As for the unjust case of the prefect, it has nothing to do with me and I won't get involved. This kind of thing is strenuous and unrewarding. As for killing city god, I don't want fame, I only want profit. Once the golden body of the god of mountains and rivers is broken, it's worth a lot. As for now, if there's no treasure in the world, I'll just eat, drink and play around in Attendant City and then leave." Qin Pingon said, "When you become a person on the mountain peak, you'll find that the city god of a county can't arouse your interest at all. Many of the thoughts you have today will be nothing more than a smile in the coming year." Diyu thought about it carefully and then said self-deprecatingly, "My aptitude is not bad, but I don't have a good foundation for cultivation like the city lord of Huangyu City and the old grandmaster of all access Immortal Realm. Not to mention these two big shots who have already attained the Tao. Just He Lu and Yanqing are mountains that I'm destined to not be able to surpass in this lifetime. Sometimes, when I'm hanging around in Jianghu and drink by myself, I feel that the saying of drowning my sorrows in alcohol is not a lie." Qin Pingon asked, "You've been in Jianghu for many years, have you seen those Jianghu people who you think are stupid?" Diyu smiled and said, "Of course I have, but most of them are dead. If they're not dead, it's hard to see their character. If they're dead, it's just like that." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "When your heartstrings aren't so tight, you'll say a few unpleasant words." Diyu was speechless. It sounded awkward, but why did he feel a little lucky? The two of them went down the mountain and walked for more than 10 miles along the wide gurgling stream. Diyu saw the brightly lit ancestral temple. The layout of the ancestral temple was very overbearing, just like a royal mansion. Diyu pressed the hilt of his knife and whispered, "Senior, something's not right. Could it be that the Lord of Tsongyun Lake has come in person and is waiting for us to walk into a trap?" Along the way, Qin Pingon didn't see anything unusual about Diyu. Previously, he absorbed the pure water droplet that shouldn't have been tampered with, but he didn't directly refine it and threw it into the Shui mansion for the boys in green to help him absorb it. Instead, he immersed his mind in the small world and used the inner vision technique to condense his Yin spirit like a mustard seed to personally travel around the Shui mansion. However, in the big world outside his body, there was such a small water droplet. In his own small world, Qin Pingon's Yin spirit seemed to be carrying a huge object with both hands. After the boys in green obtained the water droplet, Qin Pingon didn't know how they inspected it, but they were all incomparably excited. For the first time, they showed a gratified expression to Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon understood that the more of this thing, the better. Therefore he had to go to the main ancestral temple of the Shaoxi Canal. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't dare to break into the dragon palace of Songyun Lake without permission, Qin Pingon would have wanted to do business with the Lord of the Lake. It was the same business transaction, but the method was different. It was naturally different from the business of Du Yu and the Songyun Lake's canal master and Qin Pingon's business with the cultivators of the linen sect. One haggled over every penny. If you gave me a copper coin less, I would have to consider whether to beat you to death. The other was willing to earn less or even suffer a loss. Hearing Du Yu's reminder, Qin Pingon joked. Previously in the Water Fairy Temple, didn't you shout that as long as the Lord of the Lake came ashore, you would exchange blows with him? Du Yu smiled and said, I've been taught a lesson by Senior. I'm really jittery now. I've let Senior see a joke. Qin Pingon patted his shoulder. If there's still a fight, don't say anything about giving in this time. Du Yu was resentful. He wondered if he should find an opportunity to kill those young and strong men on the streets. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a huge joke if the news was leaked? However, that fellow had already laughed and said, You ran back and killed someone that I didn't even kill. Are you returning the favor and teaching me how to be a person? Or do you think that you're lucky that you'll never meet someone like me again in your life? Du Yu's heart was filled with fear as he said resolutely, Junior will remember Senior's earnest teachings. Qin Pingon walked forward slowly and said with a smile, It's hard to be kind to others. Is it that hard to not insult the common people and not do evil? But it's also true. Who doesn't want to do whatever they want and be unrestrained? After learning the techniques of immortals, you're no longer immortal. It's a little unnecessary to want to feel pity for someone who's burdensome. It's like how the common people see chickens and dogs in cages and fish on the chopping block. It's really forcing people to be vegetarian. For a moment, Du Yu wasn't sure if these words were his true intentions. So he didn't open his mouth to speak nonsense. Qin Pingon sighed softly. Even if he pressed down on one of the lines again and again, would it really work? He held up his bamboo hat. He continued forward. He arrived outside the ancestral temple. Qin Pingon stopped in his tracks. Go. Find out what's true. If you die, I'll definitely help you collect your corpse. I might even help you take revenge. Du Yu held it in for a long time and said helplessly, Senior, you're really not treating me as an outsider. Du Yu clenched the military armor pill tightly. Immediately, it was as if mercury flowed all over his body. He put on the armor of a deity that was a precious treasure of his sect. Du Yu strode out of the ancestral temple that was open. In less than half an hour, Du Yu walked back to the door with an expression of eating shit. After coming to Qin Pingon's side, he said in a low voice, that Yanqing happened to be inside as a guest. I was afraid of causing trouble, so I didn't do anything serious. Qin Pingon didn't mind and asked curiously, that fairy from the treasure cave Immortal realm? Du Yu nodded heavily. She's a cultivator from the treasure cave Immortal realm. She just arrived at this blue cloud lake. Yanqing has a cold personality and doesn't like the liveliness at the Dragon Palace, so she came here alone to seek peace. Qin Pingon asked, that He Lu isn't here? Du Yu was stunned. Then he shook his head and said, Senior, the two of them aren't that bold, right? The two sects are about to fight to the death in Follower City. Did they arrange a time and place to meet secretly under the noses of their respective seniors? That Daisy Creek Channel Master will indeed keep her mouth shut and help cover it up. However, the two of them shouldn't be so anxious. One of them has a cold personality, while He Lu is still wholeheartedly devoted to Dao. Qin Pingon smiled and said, The treasure cave Immortal realm visited the Dragon Palace at the bottom of the lake with great fanfare. You know Yanqing's temperament, so how can He Lu not know? How can Yanqing not know whether He Lu will understand? Do the two of them need to make an appointment for this kind of thing? The war is imminent. If both sides really act impartially and go to battle, isn't tonight's meeting the last chance? However, because of the commotion we caused at the Water Fairy Temple, the Canal Master rushed to the Dragon Palace to inform them. It should have disrupted the telepathy between the two. Maybe He Lu is hiding somewhere and blaming you for ruining her good fortune. Did Yanqing not like you at the Ancestral Temple? So what if the Daisy Creek Channel Master's gaze and wording? Can you verify my conjecture? Du Yu blushed with shame. Previously, I only thought of barging into the mansion and chopping people with my knife, so I really didn't think so much. Qin Pingon was not in a hurry to enter the Ancestral Temple. He glanced at the anxious Du, then looked around and asked casually, "How did you walk the Jianghu? How did you survive until today? Or is it that the people of the 10 countries in the silver screen are simple and honest? However, at the Water Fairy Temple I saw that the 3 sides of you cultivators, gods and common people didn't seem to be simple and honest. Du could only say, compared to the senior who has perfect foresight, I'm naturally a laughing stock." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Perfect foresight, this sentence is not bad. I'll remember it." Du was depressed. Why did he remember it? Qin Pingan began to move and took the lead to cross the gate of the ancestral temple. The mansion was glorious and did not look like an ancestral temple at all. They came to the door of the inner mansion where a golden plaque with the words, "Green water flows forever," was hung. A woman dressed in palace attire with a phoenix coronet and a red robe had a graceful bearing. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were somewhat long and narrow and her smile was faint. Standing beside her was a young woman dressed in white. She wore a golden crown with phoenix wings on her head. It was a work of art that surpassed the heavens. When a slight breeze brushed past, the golden phoenix tail would tremble along with it, and the faint cry of a young phoenix could be heard. Qin Pingan only glanced at the 2 women, then stared at the golden coronet a few more times. It should be an artifact of good quality. Du followed the previous instructions and stood side by side with Qin Pingan. The 2 of them were good friends who had known each other for many years in the Jianghu. The senior's name was Qin Pingan, and he was a wandering cultivator. Before entering the ancestral temple, Qin Pingan asked him if the 2 inside knew any spells that could observe mountains and rivers. Du almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Even their ghost hatchet palace's ancestor had to use the sect's important weapon to be able to use this kind of magical power. Other than the city lord of Huangliang City and Yanqing's master, or rare existences like the Lake Lord of Tsongyun Lake and the gods of the 5 mountains, who dared to say that they could observe mountains and rivers on their own mountains. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Brother Du and I took the liberty of visiting this time to ask the canal mistress for advice on a small matter." The canal mistress smiled and said, "Since you said it's a small matter, then there's no need to rush. I'm drinking tea with Fairy Yen tonight and it's a big matter. Why don't you and Immortal Master Du come again tomorrow?" Du did not dare to reveal anything, or else he would have given the canal mistress a thumbs up. She was really AF * king heroine. This heroic spirit did not lose to him at all when he said, "I'll let you have a move first." However, this was a reasonable way to treat a guest. Who was Yanqing? The ancestral temple was on the shore of Tsongyun Lake. There were also immortal masters from the treasure cave Immortal realm who were guests at the Dragon Palace. How much face could a wild cultivator who called Du his brother have? Du only lowered his head and looked at the sky. His eyeballs moved slightly as he glanced at the sky. He was now afraid that the sky would collapse. However, it would be good if it collapsed. If the senior beside him really lightly hit Yanqing once or twice without caring about the severity, the treasure cave Immortal realm's ancestor would definitely not let it go. The Lake Lord of Tsongyun Lake would most likely be embarrassed to stand by and watch. At that time, it would be a siege of artifacts that covered the sky. However, the reason why Du's mood was solemn and not too happy was that he was afraid that the treasure cave Immortal realm and Tsongyun Lake would join forces to beat up a wild cultivator. Then in the end it would be the other person who single-handedly challenged the 2 layers. Du actually knew that his thoughts were absurd and laughable. No matter how powerful the person beside him was, logically speaking, it might be extremely difficult for him to face the treasure cave Immortal realm's ancestor alone. Once he was surrounded, it was uncertain whether he could escape alive. However, Du had a kind of intuition that told him that the most impossible thing might be the final truth. Qin Pingan went straight to the point. "I learned from Escort City that not only did you personally open the secret letter sent by the governor who died suddenly, but you also went to the capital of the Silver Screen country with the sender. Am I right?" Fairy Yanqing's expression was cold and indifferent. She simply turned a deaf ear to these mundane matters. Du believed that even if she heard it, it was equivalent to not hearing it. This was because his parents said that for true cultivation geniuses like Yanqing and He Lu, the matters of the mortal world were like snow and mud talismans. Their state of mind was like a mirror without any traces. The Daisy Creek Canal Master still had a tranquil expression and smiled. "I've asked the question and I've heard it. Then can you and Master Du leave?" Qin Pingan smiled. What Madame Canal Master did back then was naturally due to her duties. Therefore I'm not here to denounce you. I just feel that since things have reached this stage, Escort City will be even more chaotic. This kind of small matter, even if it's picked out to bask in the sun, it won't affect the overall situation at all. I hope Madame Canal Master. The Daisy Creek Canal Master suddenly looked angry and dignified. She took a step forward and directly interrupted the wild cultivator's words. Get out. Qin Pingan's expression was as usual, bringing up old matters again. It's true that I'm a foreigner who is meddlesome. For Madame Canal Master it's a bit difficult. If Madame is worried about Hu Jun I can. The Daisy Creek Canal Master suddenly raised her sleeve and pointed at the door saying sternly, Get out. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk nonsense here? Aren't you afraid of dirtying Fairy Yan's ears? If it wasn't for Master Du's face, you useless wild cultivator wouldn't even be able to enter this door. What kind of place do you think my water deity temple is? Qin Pingan turned his head and looked at Du Yu. Brother Du Yu, when you visited earlier were you only concerned about Fairy Yan? Du Yu looked as if his parents had died. His heart was in turmoil but he didn't dare to reveal anything. He could only painstakingly keep a straight face, causing his face to become somewhat distorted. There were many buildings in the temple. At this moment on a raised eave, a handsome young man with his hands behind his back appeared. His sleeves fluttered in the wind and a yellow bamboo flute was tied to his waist, floating like an immortal. He said softly, Madame Canal Master, where it's possible to make mistakes, one should forgive them. Yan Qing's eyes brightened, but she quickly regained her cold expression. Du Yu's eyes were sharp and he looked as if he had eaten shit and it was still warm. It was as the senior beside him had expected. Previously at the water deity temple, He Lu was most likely wandering around the nearby mountains, waiting for an opportunity to find Yan Qing. Then He Lu discovered some clues but this person didn't get too close. After all, the battle was imminent and meeting the woman he liked was the most important thing. As for the rest, with He Lu's temperament, if he was close he would stand by and watch. If he was far away he would watch the fire from the other side of the river. Qin Pingan smiled and said, He's much better at hiding his whereabouts than you are. After seeing the high and mighty young man, Madame Canal Master immediately changed her appearance. She curtsied gracefully and said softly, Greetings, Immortal Master He. Qin Pingan patted Du Yu's shoulder. Brother Du Yu, there's nothing for you to do tonight. You should take responsibility for your own actions. Don't interfere. Do you even had the heart to die? I'm covered in yellow mud now. I can't wash it off even if I jump into Songyun Lake. Whether this guy escaped or died here tonight, Du Yu would lose a layer of skin. Perhaps he would become a rat crossing the street in the eyes of the cultivators on the mountain of more than 10 countries. Everyone would hit him when he was down. Du Yu tried his best to keep a straight face and said, Brother Qin, I won't leave. Your business is my business. The corners of the handsome young man's mouth curled up, seemingly with a mocking smile. However, when he turned his head to look at the slender and elegant Yan Qing, his eyes became gentle. Qin Pingan raised his head and looked at the plaque again. Green water flows forever. The words were ordinary but the meaning was good and chewy. Qin Pingan smiled and said, Madame Canal Master, how about I use immortal money to buy your old business? Of course you can also count the anger of Lord Songyun Lake. Du Yu's eyelids trembled. It's coming. What he was most afraid of now was that this senior would fiddle with his unpredictable business book. Perhaps it was He Lu's words that had a great effect. Although the canal master still looked unhappy, she no longer spoke ill of him. She waved her hand and said, We'll talk about it later. Tonight this place is closed to guests. Du Yu was silent. Qin Pingan thought for a moment. Then we'll visit again tomorrow. Hearing the word, tomorrow. Du Yu's heart was like dead ashes. Qin Pingan held the mountain-traversing staff and turned to leave. There was still some time at the escort city. Qin Pingan did not want to cause too much of a commotion. However, Qin Pingan was still a little puzzled. Over at the Dragon Palace at the bottom of the lake, why had the Lord Songyun Lake, the ancestor of the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm, not used his mountain river observation ability to spy on this place? These two should not have higher abilities than the Hemp Sect's Master of Law. However, Qin Pingan stopped in his tracks. Du Yu was a little puzzled. Qin Pingan turned to look. The canal master pretended to frown in confusion and asked, What else do you want? Are you really going to stay here and not leave? Qin Pingon laughed. If this canal master was only a cultivator and not the water god of the ancestral temple, He Lu and Yanqing, who were at a higher realm, would have noticed some clues when she spoke to him with the ripples of her heart lake. Just now she had quietly said something with a smile. You bastard cultivator, coming all the way here has already dirted the ground of my family's residence. Tomorrow bring a bucket of water or don't enter. Qin Pingon was not angry, but he felt a little tired. Moreover, it was similar to Du Yu's unintentional spring breeze. Bastard, no matter where in the vast world, was a word that did not sound good. He Lu began to frown. Yanqing also had an impatient expression. In an instant, the entire water god ancestral temple shook. In the square outside the green water flows forever residence, a huge spider web instantly exploded. Qin Pingon had already arrived at the steps, still holding the mountain-traversing staff in one hand and the canal master's neck with the other, slowly lifting her into the air. Raising her head, the canal master's golden body, which no longer had any grace, trembled as if struck by lightning. The divine light was scattered, unable to gather at all. She could only use both hands to hit the bamboo hat man's arm. Yanqing had already swept out. With a flick of her wrist, a ray of light slid out from her sleeve, and a sheathless short sword appeared in her hand. He Lu reached out to hold the bamboo flute and said in a low voice, I still say the same thing, where it is possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. Qin Pingon turned his head to look. The two of them, one high and one low, stood at two different places but in the same direction. Qin Pingon laughed. This canal master's wife is also not human. Moreover, you cultivators, don't you think that it is better to have less contact with the mortal world? Your respective sects may not know that you have come to meet here. The water god temple of the canal master is only a step that is tacitly agreed by both Huangliang City and the treasure cave Immortal realm. Why do you want to stop me? Be careful not to break this step. The sects behind the two of you will have no way out. The canal master's wife struggled endlessly, her beautiful face was bleak. Do you actually felt a trace of pleasure? It seemed that after reasoning everywhere, regardless of whether it was really reasonable or not, it would be more exciting to throw a punch after that. He Lu smiled. I advise you not to court death. Yanqing's vision blurred. She wanted to attack and slash down with her sword. However, she hesitated slightly and retreated. Then he took out a defensive treasure of his sect, which was a heavy weapon of his sect, and used it to protect himself. As for the canal master's wife, who was casually thrown over, she did not even bother to look at her after sheathing her sword. When cultivators fought, their lives were hanging by a thread. Whoever was distracted would die first. However, Yanqing's heartstrings suddenly trembled and she turned her head to look. A green figure appeared near the raised eaves, and seemed to have stabbed He Lu's neck with a hand knife, causing He Lu to fly out with a bang. Then that green robe followed like a shadow, pressing down on He Lu's face with a palm. He Lu crashed through the entire roof ridge and fell heavily to the ground. From the sound and movement, her body actually bounced on the ground before falling limply. She would not die, she definitely would not die. He Lu was wearing a high-grade Daoist robe. Yanqing's mind was in a mess. In the end, that person seemed to have used a magical power to shrink the ground into an inch, and appeared beside her in an instant. Yanqing was about to attack with her sword. That person flicked his finger and hit the sword. Yanqing's face was slightly pale and she was about to move. However, she found that the person had already brushed past her. He stepped on the forehead of the canal master's wife, who had just woken up, and suddenly exerted force. The aura chi was like the sound of wind and thunder. Another kick. The canal master's head and entire upper body had sunk deep into the pit. Qin Pingon was still holding the mountain walking staff, standing at the edge of the pit, and said to Yanqing, Aren't you going to see your lover? Yanqing was about to get up and rush over, but when she saw that person holding the mountain walking staff, she stopped and took a step back, waiting for an opportunity to escape. As long as she escaped to Songyun Lake, she would definitely join forces with her sect to surround this person and kill him. Qin Pingon looked at Du Yu and laughed. Are you blind? What kind of dogs hit Golden Boy and Jade Girl are they, natural immortal Daoist companions? Yanqing's face was as cold as ice, and for the first time, such intense hatred and killing intent appeared in her beautiful eyes. However, the young wild cultivator wearing a bamboo hat only lightly stomped his foot and sent the canal master's wife out of the pit. Then he kicked her in the direction of the door, and with the mountain walking staff in his hand he strode over with his back facing her and his sword. The green-robed man raised his hand and waved, "Go and take a look." In the end, that person dragged the canal master and left the mansion. Should they be walking towards Songyun Lake? Du hunched his back and followed behind the man. Yanqing was stunned on the spot. First, set a small goal such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. 503. Along the dark green algae stream canal, the water plants were dense and rippled with the water, like a water ghost waving its hand. There were many legends and writings of scholars in the marketplace, and there were also sayings of water ghosts looking for people to take their place. Generally speaking, it was a path of revenge. However, once yin and yang were separated, life and death would be different. After all, ordinary drowned ghosts were not cultivators with thousands of spells. How could there be such a simple way to escape? It was true that ghosts of the netherworld harmed people of the world of the living, but it was false that they saved themselves. It was just a rumor spread by scholars. After leaving the water deity temple, Qin Pingon dragged the still unconscious canal lord's wife and flew towards Songyun Lake. Du, who was still wearing the deity's dew armor, still followed. Du braced himself and rushed in the direction of Songyun Lake. Probably because he had been with this senior for a long time and was influenced by him, Du became more and more careful. He asked if he needed to remove the more eye-catching dew armor to prevent the senior from losing the initiative. Qin Pingon said that there was no need. Du was slightly relieved. However, the next sentence made Du's courage rise to his throat again. He heard the senior slowly say, "When we reached Songyun Lake there may be a big fight. At that time you don't have to do anything. Just treat it as gambling with your life again. Pretend to be deaf and mute and stand aside. Anyway, for you, no matter how bad the situation is, it can't be that bad. Maybe you can even earn back some of your capital." Du smiled and said, "Don't worry. Maybe I can't help senior, but Du guarantees that I won't cause trouble." Qin Pingon dismissed it with a smile. Du glanced at the algae stream canal lady and felt as if a lifetime had passed. He sighed with emotion. His parents always said that the great cultivator's Tao was profound. Whether it was the city lord of Huangyu City or the treasure cave immortal ancestor, as long as they had a foundation and a mountain, there would always be traces to follow. Everything could be discussed, so it wasn't necessarily scary. What was scary was the words, "The affairs of the world are impermanent." Because it was light, it was unpredictable. Du didn't like to listen to these in the past. He treated these illusory principles as wind. Therefore, this night's trip to Songyun Lake was more thrilling than so many times in Jianghu. At this moment, Du was too lazy to think about it, let alone ask. Whatever the senior said, the person on the mountain peak's plan. There was one good thing about this foreign senior who was shrouded in fog, and that was his sincerity. So along the way Du answered all the questions that were asked. Du simply went all out and spoke the words that were in his heart. Instead of pretending to be stupid and clever, it was better to be honest. In any case, this senior had probably seen clearly what kind of person he was. Qin Pingon seemed to have thought of something. He threw the canal mistress onto the ground and stopped abruptly, but he did not wake her up. "Do you want me to check it out first? Songyun Lake's Lake Lord and the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm's ancestor are so powerful. They don't need to ambush you and me. If they set up a formation by the lake, Du will be disappointed." Qin Pingon shook his head and asked Du a question. "The Silver Screen Nation has more than a dozen large and small countries, and the number of cultivators is not small. Is there no one who wants to go to a place further away to take a look? For example, the Skeleton Beach in the south and the Great Origin Dynasty in the middle." Du shook his head and said, "It's hard to say about other cultivators. Let's just say that since the first day our Ghost Hatchet Palace set foot in cultivation, there was an ancestral teaching passed down. The general meaning is for later generations to not easily travel and cultivate at home. My parents often tell their disciples that here, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is the most abundant. It's a rare paradise. Once we attract the greed of the poor cultivators outside, it'll be a disaster. But I don't believe in this. Therefore, after so many years of traveling in Jianghu, actually..." At this point, Du was a little hesitant and stopped talking. Qin Pingon said, "You've already answered my question honestly. As for the rest, it's up to you to say it or not. I don't have much interest in your Jianghu story. You immediately understood. He moved a few steps closer to the senior and said in a low voice, "This is a strange thing. My parents dote on me, but every time I mention this, they still keep it a secret and only say things that shouldn't be known. Ignorance is bliss. Naturally, I didn't dare to act rashly, so I thought of a way to compromise. Using the opportunity of Jianghu sightseeing, I went a little further away. Every time I would stop and wander around in all directions. In the end, I really managed to figure out something." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "You've tasted a lot of things in Jianghu?" Diyu chuckled. "I'm just a child's play. I can't compare to seniors' crossing of the continent with the wind. The great Tao is free and unfettered, and the mountains and rivers are just a step away." Diyu continued, "In the end, I found that there seemed to be an invisible natural moat at the border of more than 10 countries. The spiritual energy in the vicinity was especially thin. It was as if an immortal living at the top of the mountain in the sea of clouds had drawn a circle on the map of the human world. It could protect us and prevent foreign cultivators from breaking in to commit crimes. It made people not dare to cross it at all." Qin Pingon said softly, "Is it similar to Cui Dongshan's method of drawing the lightning pool with his flying sword? What is it for?" Qin Pingon thought for a while. For the time being he had no clue, so he put the idea aside. However, if it was really related to the appearance of the city's strange treasure and belonged to the hidden vein of a grass snake, then he had to be more careful. Therefore, if he really couldn't come to an agreement on the following trip to Tsangyun Lake and the worst situation that he had expected happened, he couldn't just focus on fighting to his heart's content. The sword Immortal behind him had to be kept at the bottom of the box. The flying sword 15 in the blade strengthening gourd had appeared at the water fairy temple. The maidservant would definitely say that he was a sword immortal, so he could use it according to the situation. However, he had to remind the flying sword 15 that once a fight broke out, it would be best to fly slower when leaving the blade strengthening gourd first. As for the string of walnuts in his hand as well as the 3 talisman from the Cloud Palace of the Great Yuan dynasty, in some seemingly urgent and dangerous junctures, he could pick 1 or 2 and take them out to bask in the moonlight. As for the martial arts realm and the toughness of his body, he would first suppress them to the peak of the 5th realm. Previously, in the water god temple of the Daoist stream channel master, he had punched the channel master and he slew one after another. It was a kind of deliberate camouflage. It seemed like he had already attacked with all his strength and didn't hold back at all. There were some things that might not be useful no matter how well he hid them. How could Qin Pingon be the only one in the world who liked to imagine the worst situation? Therefore, it was better to let the enemy see is believe. He carefully deliberated over and over again, thinking about every matter over and over again. He walked alone in the Jianghu of the 3 continents for thousands of miles. Qin Pingon had always been like this. It was just that he had practiced more martial arts today and had more items on him. He had also changed from a bumpkin youth in straw sandals to a white-robed youth in his early years with a jade hairpin. Then he had changed to the current bamboo hat, green robe and mountain walking staff. What flying sword painting thunder pool? Diyu pretended not to hear anything, let alone understand. It was just like how this senior had casually disappeared the empty wine pot into thin air. He had most likely kept it in the Fengxuan tomb that his parents often talked about, and their eyes were filled with longing and longing. Diyu pretended not to see anything as well. Qin Pingon used the mountain walking staff in his hand to hit the forehead of the channel master's wife on the ground, waking her up. This Daoist stream channel master was indeed more shrewd than the goddess of the water fairy temple. She was paralyzed on the ground and showed no signs of getting up. She said softly, "Offending the great immortal master is a capital offense. I will never forget the great immortal master's kindness of not killing me." Qin Pingon said bluntly, "I want to kill your Lord Hu and destroy his dragon palace's lair. You lead the way." The expression of the channel master's wife, who was gorgeously dressed and had exquisite makeup, did not change. "Great immortal master has a grudge against Lord Hu? Is there some misunderstanding?" Qin Pingon frowned and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Get up and lead the way." The woman in the palace dress regained some of her graceful bearing from before in the water deity temple. She slowly got up and performed a myriad of flirtatious wanfu. She did not expect to be kicked away by the green-robed man wearing the bamboo hat. She gritted her teeth and did not say a word. She just silently got up. The channel master's wife hated this bastard wild cultivator to the core. She also hated the unlucky military cultivator of the Ghost Hatchet Palace. However, if she did not have the ability to observe people's expressions and judge the situation, she would not have been able to get to the deity position she had today. A drowned ghost who was drowned in a pig cage could walk step by step to this day. She even ostracized the Xiaoxi channel master to abandon the ancestral temple and move her golden body into the lake. She even called the 3 river deities under the Lord who as brother and sister. She did not rely on her golden body cultivation or the incense of the human world. She pretended to be frightened and asked in a trembling voice, "I wonder if the great immortal master wants to swim in the water or ride the wind on the shore?" Qin Pingon said, "I'll walk on the shore." Although the channel master's wife was astonished, she did not dare to go against this strange person with a sinister temperament. She could only be stubborn and walk slowly in front. The wild cultivators in the world were indeed lowly. When they reached the border between the Xiaoxi Channel and the Zhongyun Lake, it was the time when this person knelt and kowtowed but was still buried in the belly of the fish. However, she could not help but be a little suspicious. Why did Fairy Yanqing, who had a profound Dao technique, and He Lu, the genius of Huangmang City, disappear without a trace? As expected, these so-called immortal guests on the clouds and immortals of Lin Quan were all sanctimonious, but their hearts were as hard as iron. They were not good people. You found it very interesting. Previously in the Water God Temple, the channel master's wife had fainted and missed the good show. If she had seen that scene, she, the little river lady, would most likely not be able to think of any bad ideas. Qin Pingon thought of a certain maidservant beside the Xiaoxi channel master and looked at the Xiaoxi channel master in front of him. He turned to Du Yu and said with a smile, "Brother Du Yu, your life is indeed hanging by a thread." Du Yu hurriedly braced himself and called him Brother Qin. Then he said, "I'm just making up nonsense." Qin Pingon did not say anything else. Du Yu remained silent as well and continued to walk slowly. As for what the senior said about killing the Lake Lord and destroying the Dragon Palace, Du Yu did not believe it. It was not that he did not believe that the senior had such a supreme divine ability, but this did not conform to the senior's business experience. In the Water God Temple, the senior had stabbed He Lu's neck with a hand knife. The latter did not have the strength to fight back at all and smashed through the roof. From this, it could be seen that the reason why Fairy Yanqing could still stand at the end and did not lie on the ground like He Lu, nor did she dig her head into the ground like the Xiaoxi channel master. Was it because the senior had protective feelings for the fairer sex? Of course not. As for the real reason, Du could not guess. Du didn't know why, but he always felt that this omnipotent senior was really ruthless when it came to beautiful women, whether they were cultivators or deities. Qin Pingon asked casually, "Previously in the ancestral temple, Yanqing did not attack with her sword. Instead she wanted to retreat. She should know that she was no match for him and wanted to go to Zhongyun Lake to get reinforcements. Do you tell me what is in the depths of her thoughts? Is it to get herself out of danger more, to protect herself more, or to save He Lu more?" Du Yu smiled and said, "Yanqing did the most right thing. She did not delay self-protection and saving people. I believe that even if He Lu saw it, she would not have a grudge. If you put yourself in her shoes, I think He Lu would make the same choice. However, in the pugilistic world, in a similar situation, many heroes still rush into death even if they know that it is the enemy's trap. It is laughable, but there are also some that are respectable." Qin Pingon thought for a moment and seemed to have understood something. He nodded and said, "People who are not from the same family will not enter the same door. He Lu and Yanqing can live in harmony with the great Dao and have telepathy." The Xiaoxi channel master, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, sneered in her heart. "Tricking me? You, a bastard wild cultivator who calls you brother, dares to say nonsense to make Fairy Yanqing know that she is no match for him?" However, the lady of the channel master's heart palpitated slightly. What if it is true? After all, in front of this wild cultivator she was as weak as a dog and a chicken. This was a fact that was absolutely true. Regardless, she would take one step at a time. As long as she reached Zhongyun Lake, everything would come to light. Even if the sky collapsed, Hu Jun and the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm ancestor would carry it. She really did not believe that there was anyone who could withstand the joint attack of the two deities. That person was skinned alive, his tendons pulled out, and his soul was taken away. When the time came, she would definitely ask Hu Jun for a strand of his soul and place it in her own water god temple. Qin Pingon glanced at the lady of the Shaoxi channel in front of him. This kind of procuress is like a brothel in the secular world. Why is she so popular in Songyun Lake? Du Yu probed. Probably only this way can she be popular, right? Qin Pingon smiled and said, Brother Du Yu, you said something reasonable again. Du Yu held back, but in the end he could not hold back and laughed out loud. Tonight was the first time he was so happy. Qin Pingon saw that he was a little carried away and the corners of his mouth twitched. Is it that funny? Do you seem to be strangled by someone and immediately shut up? Qin Pingon was silent for a long time and asked, If you were that scholar, what would you do? Let's split it into 3 parts. First, if you were lucky enough to escape from Escort City and seek refuge with your family's elders, what would you choose? Second, if you were successful in the imperial examinations and entered the Hanlin Academy of the Silver Screen Country. Third, if you were famous and had a promising future, you would be sent out to be an official and return to your old home. In the end, you would be discovered by the city god temple and fall into a place of certain death. Du Yu grinned. This time Qin Pingon did not ask him to speak directly. Instead he said, Put yourself in my shoes and think about it. Don't be in a hurry to answer me. People had to bow their heads under the eaves. Du Yu thought seriously for a long time and slowly said, First, if I had the opportunity to know that there was someone better than me and that there were chi cultivators in the world, I would try my best to cultivate the magic of immortals and strive to embark on the path of cultivation. If I really could not, I would study hard and get an official position. I would be the same as that scholar. Of course I would take revenge, but I have to live on. The better I live, the greater the chance of revenge. Second, if I had known that the city god temple was involved in it in advance, I would be more careful. I would never leave the capital before I became a high official of the 6 ministries of the Silver Screen Country, and I would not easily return to Escort City. If I did not know beforehand that the involvement was so deep and I was kept in the dark at that time, perhaps I would be similar to that scholar. I would feel that as the governor of a county, it could be said that I was a high official in charge of a region, and I was also young and promising. I would be in the emperor's heart in the future. I would be more than enough to deal with some roaming bandits, even if it was an old case. Third, as long as I could live on, I would do whatever the city god temple wanted me to do. I would not die just because he said so. Qin Pingon said, Therefore it is still very difficult for us to truly put ourselves in his shoes. Du Yu was somewhat embarrassed. It should be that he had thought too little. After all, the elder beside him was a real master at the peak of the mountain. He probably only could see the world's affairs with the word far-reaching. After that, Qin Pingon did not open his mouth to speak again. Du Yu was happy and his mood was much more relaxed. In his life, his brain was working the fastest and the most laborious tonight. Compared to the Shaoxi Canal in the Water Fairy Temple, the Kaisun Canal was wider and deeper. Many large villages that were originally built along the water near the Shaoxi Canal began to migrate to the Kaisun Canal that had better water for hundreds of years. After a long time, the incense in the Water Fairy Temple of the Shaoxi Canal naturally withered. It was not surprising that the green water manor behind him could be built so magnificently. The golden body of a god relied on incense, while the wooden manor relied on silver. The Shaoxi Canal master, who had already fled back to the Dragon Palace at the bottom of the lake, had lost to the colleague walking in front of Qin Pingon in all aspects. Otherwise, the Lord of Songyun Lake would not have let the Shaoxi Canal master deal with the secret letter and given the Lord of Songyun Lake's token of God Master, allowing him to leave the waters of the Kaisun Canal and cross mountains and rivers to go to the capital to build connections. Du Yu knew the roots of the many gods in Songyun Lake. According to the military cultivator of the Ghost Hatchet Palace, the Dragon Palace of Songyun Lake was a grotto on a mountain. It was specially used to rope in rich and idle children of foreign dignitaries for the Lord of Songyun Lake. And where did those beautiful young maidservants of the Dragon Palace come from? Naturally, other than the almost abandoned Kaisun Canal, the other 3 rivers and 1 canal were flooded. In the early years, Immortal Master Lu had taught a method to solve the problem. He needed to choose a 16-year-old virgin to throw herself into the water to apologize. During some droughts, the local officials would run to the Lord of Songyun Lake's temple in the city to pray for rain. It was quite effective. After the rain came down, he needed to throw the woman into the water to repay the Lord of Songyun Lake's kindness. Diyu said that these plans were all the credit of the Quezon Canal master. She would often pretend to be a woman, such as an official visiting incognito. She would secretly travel all over the territory of Songyun Lake, looking for those young girls with good cultivation aptitude and beautiful appearance. When she had just grown up, there would be heavy rain in the 3 lakes and 2 canals. The flood would wreak havoc, or she would cast spells to expel the rain clouds, causing a drought of thousands of miles. The old rules had been followed for hundreds of years, and the local officials had long been familiar with it. The matter of the young girls throwing themselves into the water, even the common people had accepted their fate. Over time, they were used to the kind of good weather that one person would suffer and the common people would seek. Instead, they treated it as a festive thing to do. They would mobilize a lot of people. Every time, the chosen women would wear wedding clothes and make them look beautiful. As for the families of those women, they would also receive a generous amount of silver. In addition, the old people in the streets and alleys all said that after the woman threw herself into the water, she would soon be taken back to the Dragon Palace at the bottom of the lake by the Lord of Songyun Lake. Then she could become an immortal family member who did not have to worry about food and clothing. It was really a great blessing. She was a smooth and slick person, so she was highly valued by the Lord of Songyun Lake. However, there was only one thing that she could not compare with the Lord of Shaoxi Canal, who had a similar rank. The latter was a minister who followed the Lord of Songyun Lake. Before the Lord of Songyun Lake was conferred a title by the Lord of Songyun Lake, she had already followed the Lord of Songyun Lake. When Diyu had first rushed to the ancestral temple of Songyun Lake, he had some admiration for the lady of Songyun Lake, who was said to be more graceful and luxurious than the empress and concubine of a country. He said that she was a god who could use her brain. Until now, she was still a little river woman, which was a bit unfair to her. If he were the Lord of Songyun Lake, he would have already helped her plan for the position of a river god. As for the river god, forget it. There was no water in this silver screen country. It was less than 10 miles away from Songyun Lake. Qin Pingon stopped in his tracks. The lady of Songyun Lake hesitated for a moment and also stopped. She turned her head. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were naturally overflowing with mist. He seemed to be puzzled and pitiful. She looked like she wanted to ask but did not dare to. In fact, she was sneering in her heart. Why did you stop? You were so arrogant before, but now you know the danger ahead? Diyu had already made up his mind. He only cared about watching the show. This was what the senior said. Qin Pingon turned around and looked. It was actually Yanqing who had followed. Yilu did not follow. It was also possible that she was hiding further away. This cultivation genius youth should be very good at escape techniques or hiding techniques. It was just that his body was a bit weak. Otherwise, Qin Pingon would find it more troublesome. A young female cultivator from the Treasure Cave Immortal realm who wore white clothes and had an exquisite golden crown on her head flew along with the wind. Compared to Diyu, who was by her side, it couldn't be denied that no matter if it was a male or female cultivator, her appearance was slightly better, and her figure that soared through the sky was indeed more pleasing to the eye. Diyu found that the senior glanced at him and seemed to have some pity. Why, does the senior want me to go to Songyun Lake alone to step on a trap again? Senior, didn't you say that you wanted me to watch from the sidelines? You're an old man. Now that you've spoken, it's not good to go back on your words, right? Qin Pingon said. Yanqing has caught up. Diyu followed his gaze and looked over. Indeed, there was a small dot that looked like a grain of white rice at the end of his vision. Diyu was stunned. Could it be that Fairy Yen has lost her mind? She doesn't believe in evil and wants to arm wrestle with Brother Qin? Qin Pingon smiled and said, some people have certain thoughts that I can't understand no matter how I think about it. The lady of Songyun Lake was relieved. Once Fairy Yanqing arrived, even if she hadn't reached Songyun Lake, she shouldn't be in much danger. Although she didn't know why the two sides didn't fight to the death in their ancestral temple, since Fairy Yanqing didn't give up and followed them, it meant that as long as this bastard cultivator dared to make a move, the two sides would completely fall out. There might be accidents if they fought in the Greenwater Mansion. In this place that was only a few steps away from Songyun Lake, how much trouble could a vulgar cultivator of the Ghost Hatchet Palace, who only knew how to curry favor with the second patriarch of the Treasure Cave Immortal realm, cause? Yanqing held a sheathed short sword and floated down. She was only a dozen steps away from the green-robed man in the bamboo hat, and she still had to move forward slowly. The lady of Songyun Lake, who thought that she had some ability to see the big picture, was even more carefree. Look, Fairy Yanqing really didn't take this person seriously. She knew that the other party was good at close combat, but she still didn't care at all. Do you looked at the famous young fairy? Everyone said that she and He Lu were dragons and phoenixes among men, a match made in heaven. In the past, no matter how jealous he was, he had to admit it. Tonight, when he looked at her again, it seemed that Fairy Yanqing was really beautiful without mentioning He Lu. This made you feel a little unhappy. A plate of delicacies that was at the mouth but couldn't be eaten was more disgusting than being pressed to eat a mouthful of hot feces. Qin Pingon asked, "Is there anything else?" Her expression was cold and she still walked forward. Her eyes were firm, and the Daoist heart that was carefully polished by cultivators had obviously dissipated and returned to clarity. Qin Pingon raised his mountain-traveling staff and pointed at the fairy whose appearance and bearing were almost flawless. "You can stop." Yanqing didn't insist on moving forward and stood still. You secretly sniffed. She was indeed a fairy who was known as an innate Daoist fetus. The orchid fragrance that came from her mother's womb couldn't be smelled in the human world. Yanqing said, "He tried to dissuade you with good intentions. Why did you have to be so ruthless to him?" Lady of Songyun Lake, who was originally leisurely, twitched the corner of her mouth. Ruthless? Among the cultivators of different realms and the big and small gods near the mountains and rivers, how could there be a real fool? Lady of Songyun Lake glanced at the water of Songyun Lake from the corner of her eye and wanted to use her supernatural power to turn into water mist and escape. Qin Pingon, who had his back to Du and Lady of Songyun Lake, shook his wrist and the mountain-traveling staff in his hand flew out and hit Lady of Songyun Lake on the forehead. Under the heavy hammer, Lady of Songyun Lake saw stars and was on the verge of collapse. The mountain-traveling staff returned the way it came and was once again held in Qin Pingon's hand. "Yanqing, you're drinking tea in the water god temple of Lady of Songyun Lake tonight. Is it good?" Although Yanqing was young, she was a beautiful jade of cultivation with a clear mind. She heard the sarcasm in his words and said indifferently, "If the tea is good, then it's good. When and where to drink tea with whom are all external matters. A cultivator's state of mind is pure. Even if you're in the mud, it's still fine." Qin Pingon waved his hand and couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with her. However, Yanqing said, "You just need to go to Songyun Lake's Dragon Palace. On the Great Dao, go your separate ways. I won't do anything extra." Qin Pingon turned around and motioned for Lady of Songyun Lake, who was rubbing her forehead, to continue leading the way. Yanqing followed behind them. Qin Pingon didn't mind. After a while, Yanqing stared at the long sword on the back of the green-robed man and asked again, "Are you a sword cultivator who deliberately went down the mountain as a martial artist?" Unfortunately, that person only remained silent. Du chuckled and his footsteps were light. To be able to make Fairy Yanqing eat dust behind him made people feel as if they were drinking wine. After walking for about a li, Yanqing asked again, "Why do you insist on asking about an old matter in the human world below the mountain? Is it a key clue to obtaining that strange treasure?" There was still no answer. Yanqing's expression was calm and she still asked, "What's your name? Since you're an expert, you shouldn't hide your head and tail, right?" Du couldn't help but decide to tease Fairy Yanqing. As he walked, he turned his head and smiled. "I don't dare to hide it from you, Fairy Yan. My big brother's surname is Qin and his name is Good Man. Although he's an itinerant cultivator, he's the most chivalrous. He walks everywhere with his sword. As long as there's injustice in the human world, he will interfere. Brother Qin and I have known each other for many years. Back then, in the pugilistic world, we didn't know each other until we fought. After we fought, I admired Brother Goodman so much that I prostrated myself in admiration, be it his cultivation or character. Every night I would always ask myself, why is there such a strange man in the world? What do you do to be lucky enough to meet him?" Qin Pingon still ignored him. Yanqing glanced sideways at the useless Du and sneered, "You've met for many years in the pugilistic world? Was it in the water fairy temple of the Shaoxi Canal Master? Could it be that you were beaten up over there tonight and are speaking nonsense now?" Du laughed out loud and did not mind. Yanqing's eyes were cold. This place is only a few steps away from Songyun Lake. Although the second patriarch of the Treasure Cave Immortal realm did not leave the mountain this time, if he knew that Du were lucky enough to meet such a wild cultivator friend, the years on the mountain are long. The foreign monk has left, but the temple is still there. Are you really not afraid that trouble comes from the mouth? I'm a hero who has returned to the living world from the gates of hell twice. Why would I be afraid of you? You did not retreat. Instead, he glared at Fairy Yanqing's small mouth and smiled without saying anything. Yanqing smiled and said, "Do you of the Ghost Hatchet Palace, right? I'll remember you and your sect." Only then do you feel a little guilty. Qin Pingon turned to Du Yu and said with a smile, "Brother Du Yu, you have to change your bad habit of being complacent. The fairies on the mountain are not like the female heroes of the pugilistic world who are 60 years old. Their memories are long." Du Yu pecked at the rice and said, "Brother Qin is right. A word of advice is like giving me 10,000 gold. In the future I will definitely guard this wealth well." He had already gambled his life. He might as well gamble again. As long as this senior could safely escape from Songyun Lake tonight, regardless of whether they had become enemies or not, others would have to consider this wild cultivator friend, who had gone through life and death with him if they wanted to touch him again. Naturally, he and his sect, the Ghost Hatchet Palace, could not move. However, as long as the senior did not die in Songyun Lake, the cultivators on the mountain were not stupid. They would not easily be the bait on the hook and be the rafters. It was only at this moment that Du Yu realized why the senior had said that he might be able to earn back some money on this trip to Songyun Lake. Of course, it was still extremely dangerous and there were endless consequences. However, on the path of cultivation, other than rare existences like Yanqing and Lu, how could the rest lie down and enjoy a good life? Wasn't he, Du Yu, also at the foot of the mountain? How many times had he been in danger? Therefore, compared to the senior who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, Yanqing's cultivation was still a little shallow. Her eyelids could not raise a flood dragon. After that, Yanqing did not say anything and just silently followed behind the group of people. They approached the shore of Songyun Lake. Their vision suddenly opened up. As expected of the largest body of water in the Silver Screen country, there was a full moon tonight. The blue waves stretched for thousands of miles and the water shone brightly. The moonlight and water were compatible. Because it was the entrance of the Zhaoxi Canal, there was a ferry. However, this waterway was specially used by the Zhaoxi Canal master to receive distinguished guests from the capital. She did not allow the common people to set foot on it. Standing at the ferry, a cool breeze brushed against his face. Qin Pingon leaned on his walking stick and looked into the distance. He asked, "If I accidentally killed 100 of the Zhaoxi and Xiaoxi Zhaoxi 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 Zhaoxi, including you, if I accidentally killed 100 of them with one punch, how many would I wrongly blame?" Du blinked. This question was really difficult to answer and he did not dare to rashly open his mouth. After all, Songyun Lake was right in front of him. Yanqing's threatening words were actually not deliberately mystifying. The rules on the mountain were like this and it had been like this for thousands of years. When the Zhaoxi Canal master saw that there seemed to be no movement at Songyun Lake, she was somewhat anxious. Standing at the front of the ferry after hearing the question raised by the wild cultivator, she finally began to panic. If there was a medicine for regret in the world, she could buy a few caddies and swallow it. Previously in the Water God Temple, if she had been a little more polite and dealt with that bastard wild cultivator with a few perfunctory words, she would not have caused such a scene. In any case, in the ancestral temple, this wild cultivator had come to her territory and first invited Du Yu to enter to greet him. Then he walked in himself. At that time she had heard some laughable and annoying words. Now that she thought about it, he was actually a reasonable person. Yanqing suddenly said, "It's best not to kill indiscriminately here to vent your anger. It's meaningless." Qin Pingon slowly moved forward and walked to the side of the Zhaoxi Canal master. The two of them seemed to be standing side by side, admiring the lake scenery together. Qin Pingon held the mountain walking staff with both hands. He asked softly, "Those young girls who were given to Hu Jun to be his beautiful handmaidens and maids as a tribute, were there any who were unwilling and swore that they would rather die than submit? Afterwards, you threatened them with their family and relatives before they put on the wedding dress with tears in their eyes. Were there any of their parents who were heartbroken and indignant and died of depression? Were there any young men who were their childhood sweethearts who wanted to take revenge against you, but were then crushed to death by a single finger of yours? Answer me honestly, did you or did you not? As long as there is one, there is." The Shaoxi Canal Master trembled and gritted her teeth. Qin Pingan asked, "Will it be changed? Can it be remedied? Will Songyun Lake change?" The Shaoxi Canal Master nodded vigorously and said with tears in her eyes, "As long as the great Immortal Master says the word, I will definitely change my ways." But the guy wearing the bamboo hat just said, "I didn't ask you, I know the answer." Just as the Shaoxi Canal Master was about to kneel down and beg for mercy, she suddenly turned her head to look at Songyun Lake. Her eyes lit up and she was overjoyed. She immediately straightened her back. Diyu shrank his neck and swallowed his saliva. A tall man in a dragon robe with a jade-like face and a crown on his head appeared on the surface of Songyun Lake, as if he was the moon surrounded by stars. There were the three river gods, the Shaoxi Canal Master who was smiling happily, and dozens of Dragon Palace's civil and military officials and demons. They were aggressive. Further behind him, there were hundreds of shrimp soldiers and crab generals who were arranged in a formation and performing their duties. Among them, there was a small group of immortal cultivators with extraordinary bearings who were closest to the middle-aged man. There was also a robust old woman whose figure was not inferior to the dragon-robed man's. She wore a golden crown similar to Yan Qing's, but the treasure light was thicker. Under the moonlight, it shone brightly. Behind the old woman stood more than 10 cultivators with long breaths and radiant bodies. It was the Marquis of Songyun Lake. He had left the Dragon Palace's banquet hand in hand with the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm's ancestral master, Fan Weiran. They had come to meet the so-called foreign sword immortal of the Shaoxi Canal. One was one of the two largest dragons in the territory of more than 10 countries. The other was the most powerful local snake of the Silver Screen Nation. Both sides were originally chatting happily at the luxurious banquet with countless delicacies and intoxicating immortal wine. Until the Shaoxi Canal Master, who came in a sorry state, said something that dampened everyone's spirits. She said that a tyrannical person of unknown origin had come to the Water Fairy Temple. He had casually killed Du Yu of the Ghost Axe Palace and even threatened to flatten the Dragon Palace of Songyun Lake and kidnap the beautiful dragon girl as a plaything. She also said that the immortal master of the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm was nothing. If he dared to stop her, he would kill her as well. The Marquis of Lake, who had been in charge of thousands of miles of water transportation for thousands of years, was not a fool. He was familiar with this lowly servant's rotten mouth. On the spot, he slapped the Shaoxi Canal Master until her golden body trembled and she fell to the ground, rolling and wailing. Then the Shaoxi Canal Master, who was incompetent, did not dare to exaggerate and told him everything that had happened at the ancestral temple. The group of Qi refinement warriors from the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm only treated it as a show to add to the wine. As for the so-called sword immortal, naturally no one believed it. It was said that a maid beside the Shaoxi Canal Master had seen a pocket-sized flying sword fly out of a wine pot with her own eyes. However, it was already good enough to listen to a lowly servant's words. The ancestral master of the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm, Fan Weiran, did not say a word. He had heard about the matter of the city god temple in Suiyu City in the early years. At that time he did not pay much attention to it. It was only when there were signs of the appearance of a precious treasure that he began to investigate this matter. The general process and the cause and effect were already clear. The two cultivators of the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm who had gone down the mountain to handle matters even had a conflict with a group of local immortals of the Silver Screen Nation who wanted to go to the same place. They had a little conflict with the descendants of the people who had received the letter in the capital. Naturally, the other party suffered and then left with his tail between his legs. Fan Weiren frowned. Little Qing. Yan Qing, who was at the ferry, smiled slightly. Patriarch, don't worry. It's not a big deal. The Marquis of Lake narrowed his eyes. She was indeed a beautiful female cultivator who could cause the downfall of a country. If he was lucky enough to have sex with her, he could at least increase his cultivation by 100 years. However, it was a pity that the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm regarded her as a pearl in their palm. Yan Qing, this delicate little fellow, was the sweetheart of the shrew Fan Weiran. The Songyun Lake could not touch her. He heard that Yan Qing and that Huangliang City's He Lu were a pair of lovey-dovey lovers. However, looking at Yan Qing's standing posture and aura, it seemed that He Lu had not succeeded. The Marquis of Lake quietly swallowed a mouthful of Flood Dragon's saliva. At the ferry, the dauntless Stream Channel Master could no longer care about anything else. She leaped towards the Zhongyun Lake and shouted, "Save me, Marquis of Lake." The Marquis of Lake laughed. "Do you need saving?" The next moment, the Marquis of Lake, who had an imposing appearance like an emperor of the mortal world, was furious. Just as the feet of the trusted dauntless stream channel master were about to touch the surface of the lake, she was grabbed by the green-clothed man wearing a bamboo hat. The dauntless stream channel master flew back to the shore of the ferry and was grabbed by the man's 5 fingers. With a grasp, the dauntless stream channel master, who occupied the deity position of River Granny, suddenly released countless faint golden rays of light from her 7 orifices and body. In the blink of an eye, a water god's golden body was forcibly pulled out of the graceful woman's skin. The two separated. The body of the woman in palace attire collapsed to the ground. The dauntless stream channel master, who was forced to reveal her golden body, let out a heart-wrenching howl. She slapped the arm of the green-clothed young man with a sword on his back. In front of the Marquis of Zhongyun Lake and Fan Weiran, the man suddenly increased his strength. The head of the golden body shattered with a bang, and the golden body turned into specks of golden light, constantly dissipating at the ferry. In the end, it was only a river granny, and could not even condense a fingernail-sized fragment of the golden body. The man said indifferently, "There is no need to save her. You looked up at the moon pretending to be stupid. I can't see anything." The degree of Yanqing's heartstrings being shaken this time was even greater than in the dauntless stream channel master's water god temple. It was as if the river was overturned and the sea was overturned. The corner of Fan Weiran's mouth twitched, disappearing in a flash. This time you, the Marquis of Zhongyun Lake, lost face in front of everyone, in front of your own family and another family. You, the Marquis of Lake, have no choice but to make a big fuss. Following the fury in Marquis Yin's heart, as the overlord of Zhongyun Lake, an orthodox god of mountains and rivers who controlled all water transportation, the lake near the ferry began to rise and fall. The sound of waves hitting the shore rose and fell one after another. Then the green-clothed man, who shocked the world as soon as he made a move, said something that was definitely a joke. "Do you want to hear reason?" The man glanced at the Marquis of Zhongyun Lake, and then looked at the pondering Fan Weiran. He finally answered his own question, "It seems that I don't want to, but I like it." There was a deathly silence between heaven and earth, and the moonlight had been silent since ancient times. You only felt that his heart was full of heroism. Motherf ***, if I have this kind of spirit in the future, even if I die, it will be worth it. Of course, it would be best to be beaten half to death. In any case, leave half a life and come again. Motherf ***, so heroes can be like this? In the past, when I was small in Jianghu, what was it? Yanqing's heart surged and her expression was complicated. She looked at the back of that figure. It was like a small mustard seed standing alone between the sky and the earth. It didn't look like a wild cultivator, and it also didn't look like an immortal scribe on the mountain. Instead, it looked like a true ranger who carried a sword and traveled far and wide. Seemed a little lonely. Yanqing was annoyed by her inexplicable thoughts. She quickly calmed her mind and silently recited the immortal scripture. Then she saw that person first take down the bamboo chest and gently place it by his feet. Then he took off his bamboo hat and placed it on the bamboo chest. He stabbed the mountain-traveling staff in his hand into the ground and inserted it into the bottom of the ferry. Then he began to slowly roll up one of his sleeves. After standing still, he only carried the sword on his back and hung the wine gourd. Finally, that person looked at Zhongyun Lake and slowly said, "Don't be polite, all of you come together. Let's see if my fist is harder or if you have more Dharma treasures. If I run away today, I won't be called Chen Hao." Du Yu's face was full of conflict. It would have been better if he had only said half of the words. The words in front were so exciting, but as for the last sentence, there was no need, right? An expert senior, this was very boosting the morale of others and reducing his own prestige. However, Du soon felt that he was thinking too much. As expected, the senior never let him down. Because what he said was not important at all. He had to see what he was doing. A green-robed man with a sword and a wine gourd on his back had actually stepped on half of the ferry and collapsed it before the Lord of Zhongyun Lake could say anything. The turbulent lake water on the shore retreated. A river god wearing green armor and holding a long saber came out of the formation and rushed forward to meet the enemy. It was just a punch. Along with the armor, leather bag and golden body, they were all shattered on the spot. First, set a small goal such as 1 second. Remember, Book Guest Residence. 504. When the green-robed man grabbed the golden body of the Daisy Creek Canal Master, the Lake Lord of Tsongyun Lake looked angry as if he would attack at any time. He even didn't hesitate to go ashore to fight. However, when the man smashed the golden body of a river god with a punch, the Lake Lord Inho's heart was as calm as still water. Facing the outsider who seemed to be chiseling through the array, Inho raised his hand and put his 2 fingers together. 2 wisps of pale gold and dark green spiritual light condensed into small snakes, coiling around his fingertips and intertwining with each other. Inho gently shook the water surface of Tsongyun Lake with him as the center. Mist rose and billowed, instantly enveloping the water surface within 1,000 feet. On the other side of the ferry, not to mention Duyu of the Ghost Hatchet Palace, even Yanqing could only see a vast expanse of fog as far as her eyes could see. There were no more figures of Hu Jun and the many officials and generals of the Dragon Palace at Tsongyun Lake. The ancestor of the immortal realm of Treasure Cave seemed to be controlling the precious treasure of his sect. A burst of treasure light was faintly discernible, protecting all the cultivators of the same sect. Then he began to slowly retreat. He should be leaving the battlefield completely to Hu Jun and Inho. At the edge of the mist, a pale gold python and a dark green snake were constantly circling. Both of them flew with their tails in their mouths. They were like dragons flying through clouds and rain, increasing the mist on the lake. Yanqing only knew that this was one of the original magical powers of a great Dao water god. It was not as simple as a camouflage, but a cage similar to a talisman array. Once a cultivator or a pure martial artist was imprisoned in it, it could consume the spiritual qi and Pursian qi of the qi residents. It was a kind of water grinding method that could both attack and defend. Duyu stood in the same place and glanced at the messy ferry in front of him. It had collapsed into a mess. Only the ground around the bamboo box and the mountain staff was still intact. The senior was really an immortal. What did this mean? This meant that the senior had not used all his strength when he stepped on the ground. Yanqing waved her sleeve and brushed away the dust at the ferry. However, her eyes were fixed on the movements on the surface of Tsongyun Lake from the beginning to the end. The vast water mist formation within a radius of 1,000 feet was suddenly like a fishing net that had been pulled up by someone. It became only 100 feet in size, but the water mist also became thicker like water. The golden python and the giant dark green snake, one on the left and one on the right, directly crashed into the array. Yanqing sighed in her heart. In the battle on the Tsongyun Lake, the Lord of the Lake Inho had the advantage of time and place. He also had a trusted subordinate, the river god, who used his life as the price to stop that person's momentum. If he lost the initiative, that person's situation would only get worse. The Lord of the Lake Inho was able to stand tall in the Silver Screen country for 1,000 years. As the water god, he was on equal footing with the country's 5 mountains mountain master. It was no wonder that the sect's old ancestor would choose the Dragon Palace as the last place to stay during the trip. Yanqing glanced at Duyu and saw that his expression was calm. Duyu sensed Yanqing's gaze and turned around with a smile. A small pond won't be able to trap Brother Qin, who can overturn rivers and seas with just a sneeze. Yanqing sneered. Let's see if you can still say such disgusting words of flattery after the battle. The cultivators of the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm had already retreated more than 1,000 feet away from the battlefield. Patriarch Fan Weiren still did not put away the supernatural power of the sect's treasure. The golden crown on the old woman's head overflowed with golden light and shone in all directions. Beside the old woman, a female official of the heavenly court who seemed to be hanging on a statue appeared. Her face was blurry, but she was covered in golden light and had a graceful figure. The illusory golden maid's sleeves fluttered in the wind. She reached out and held up a celestial canopy to protect all the cultivators of the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm. The lake under Fan Weiron's feet had already frozen. It was as if he had created a temporary ferry for people to stand on. Yanqing heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the patriarch did not intend to participate in tonight's battle. Marquis of the Lake still stood in place, but the remaining 2 river gods had already led their people far away. Looking at the direction they were returning home, not only did the Xiaoxi Canal Master seem to have been pardoned, but he also seemed to have profited from a disaster. His face was filled with unconcealable joy. He channeled his supernatural power and turned into a cloud of mist, quickly flying in the direction of his Xiaoxi Canal. Yanqing was well aware that Songyun Lake was going to mobilize a large force to kill that person. Marquis of the Lake still had the mood to smile at Yanqing. Yanqing ignored him. A strange phenomenon appeared on the lake. A golden thread suddenly appeared in the formation cage that enveloped the lake. Then the water formation exploded with a bang like ice melting into water, all of it fused into the lake. The green-robed man placed one hand behind his back and similarly clasped two fingers together. He faced Marquis of the Lake with his back facing the ferry. That person pinched a golden immortal treasure book with two fingers. It had only burned half of it. Yanqing was puzzled. It was just a barrier-breaking talisman? Was there such a powerful barrier-breaking talisman in the world? Not only did it break Marquis of the Lake's formation, but from the direction of Yanqing and Duyu's ferry, they also saw that person's hand behind his back was gently clenched into a fist, revealing two small snake tails, one light gold and one dark green. Marquis of the Lake was not the least bit surprised when he saw the strange phenomenon. He smiled and said, "What does this foreign immortal master think of the appetizer of Songyun Lake?" Qin Pingan looked around. The two river gods and the Xiaoxi Canal master should have already returned to their respective territories. Starting from the source of the three canals, they kept accumulating power downstream to help Marquis of the Lake set up the real killing formation. If he did not sense the movement outside, Qin Pingan actually did not mind staying in the formation. He could just treat it as enjoying the cool night sky. After all, Marquis of the Lake's two water snakes were not shabby like the Xiaoxi Canal master who took out 4 taels of water essence after refining them. After weighing it for a while, he found that each weighed at least 1 jin. Marquis of the Lake was indeed worthy of being the lake master. His foundation was far from what the small canal master Granny He could compare with. Qin Pingan temporarily gave up the plan to thoroughly refine the two water snakes. The two lights behind his back disappeared in an instant, and he detained them outside the gate of the water mansion. If there was really a backup plan causing his body and spirit to suffer a little, it could be considered Marquis of the Lake's ability. Qin Pingan admitted that it was a small setback. Inside the small chi mansion of the human body, the two water snakes were entrenched outside the gate of the water mansion, trembling. A fire dragon rushed over frantically, raised its head high, and coldly looked down at the two lowly creatures that were inferior to ants. One of its claws gently rubbed the ground. If it were not for the familiar refining aura on them, they would be gone with a claw. The gate of the water mansion opened in an instant and then suddenly closed. It turned out that the two green-clothed boys carried the golden python and the green snake and ran away. The fire dragon that was formed from pure Wu Fu's Jinqi moved its huge body, slowly turned around and leisurely left. Marquis of the Lake opened one of his palms. In it was a fragment of the golden body. It was all that the river god of the sunset cold river had left behind after his death. There was also an even larger fragment. After that punch, the two fragments of the golden body had scattered and sputtered out. The thumb-sized fragment had already been caught by the green-clothed man. If Marquis of the Lake did not snatch it quickly, this fragment of the golden body essence would have fallen into that person's pocket. Marquis of the Lake shook his head lightly and sighed. Although the river god of the sunset cold river had the lowest battle strength among the 3 river gods, he was the most loyal and had followed him for a long time. He had the qualifications of the Xiaoxi Canal Master, and also the understanding of the Daoist Canal Master. It was a pity that he died like this. It was even more of a pity that he only left behind a fragment of the golden body after his death. If he added the slightly larger fragment, he might be able to increase his cultivation by 100 years. The fragment of the golden body in Marquis of the Lake disappeared into his palm. He planned to slowly refine it after the battle. This was an unexpected surprise. The death of a so-called general under his command was nothing. He could go back and ask the emperor of the country of Ping for a title of nobility. Anyway, this right-hand man of the river god had long been ready to make a move. He had been coveting the position of the river god for a long time. Otherwise, how did his daughter's boudoir get those rare treasures? This river god of the sunset cold river had secretly hidden 2 beautiful maids with good aptitudes in the past 100 years. If the Dragon Palace really wanted to make a fuss about it, his death would not be regrettable. It was just that Marquis of the Lake was magnanimous and did not want to disappoint the soldiers. Qin Pingan glanced at the cultivators of the treasure cave Immortal realm who were further away. It was obvious that they wanted to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. In fact, he felt somewhat helpless. It seemed that it was a little difficult to make a lot of money. Why didn't these immortal masters have the chivalrous heart to help when they saw injustice on the road? It was said that one's mouth would soften after eating someone's food. Just a moment ago at the banquet of the Dragon Palace, they turned their backs on him just like that? It wasn't difficult for them to casually throw a few Dharma artifacts over to test his strength, right? Qin Pingon did not want to make too many enemies with this group of immortal cultivators. Songyun Lake was different. The gods of mountains and rivers took the initiative to do evil and cause trouble. They were two completely different situations from the cultivators who did not do good and ignored the human world. Marquis of the Lake saw that the person did not move and asked, "Do you want to be kind?" Qin Pingon replied, "Wait for the main dish to be served." Marquis laughed loudly. Good, good, good. You're a straightforward person." Qin Pingon narrowed his eyes. He had been in charge of Songyun Lake's water transportation for 1,000 years. His territory was as large as those small vassal states in the North Continent. Presumably, he had been smiling at the human world for so many years. He had become a master and obtained the Tao. He had cultivated the water god's methods. He had never cried in his life, right? On the surface of the lake, there were no ripples. However, a green figure appeared in front of the Lake Lord of Songyun Lake. Marquis Yin, who was wearing a luxurious purple dragon robe, hesitated for a moment. He did not choose to dodge and planned to test the weight of the fist of the sword Immortal in front of him. He stretched out a hand and blocked in front of him. The colorful purple dragon robe was a Daoist robe that Lord who had spent a large amount of Daoist money and meticulously refined. It was a genuine Daoist treasure, and it was a first-rate Daoist treasure even in Huangliang City and the Treasure Cave Paradise. The so-called family wealth of an immortal mountain depended on the number of Dharma treasures in the sect. He, the Lake Lord, and those mountain gods, depended on the number of orthodox deity positions in their hands that they could arbitrarily arrange for their trusted subordinates to take up positions. What a strong force. One of the flood dragons on the robe actually collapsed on the spot. Marquis of the Lake took advantage of the momentum and slid back several feet. Could it be that he was a Golden Body Realm martial arts grandmaster? The so-called identity of a sword immortal was just a diversion set up in the Water Fairy Temple? However, Marquis Yin's expression still did not change. He raised his hand again and received another punch. This time the two flood dragons on his body exploded. However, what was a robe? This colorful purple robe was the flood dragons that were born from the spiritual qi. It could gather and disperse at will. Even if one or two of the flood dragons were temporarily destroyed, it could still instantly reconstruct a golden body like a god without harming the foundation of the Great Tao. If it was only the strength of these two punches, Marquis Yin was confident that he could make this person punch more than 100 times. At that time he would see if his robe was extraordinary or if his pure true qi was longer. The third punch had arrived. At the same time, the robe exploded into two flood dragons that were swimming on the sleeves. Marquis Yin's expression became somewhat serious. He was just about to consider whether to use his divine ability to escape. After all, the momentum of the two rivers and one canal had already been established. The three golden body gods were about to pour into Songyun Lake. There was no need for him, the Lake Lord, whose status was not inferior to that of a human emperor, to personally take the risk. If he did not want to show off the Lake Lord's elegance in front of Fairy Yanqing, it would be difficult for this person to get close to him on the surface of Songyun Lake. Marquis Yin, who had been hovering a few feet above the surface of the lake, quietly stepped on the lake water after being punched back. He smiled slightly and was full of ridicule. Another punch arrived. A Lake Lord statue that looked like an ice sculpture shattered with a bang. The Lake Lord, Marquis Yin, stood in the water several feet below the surface of the lake with his hands behind his back. He shook his wrists and stretched his muscles. He was indeed a pure martial artist. No wonder he dared to do whatever he wanted and kill his own canal master and river god. Marquis Yin's back felt as if it had been hammered. The fist aura slanted upwards, causing this Lake Lord to directly break through the water surface and fly into the air. Fortunately, only the 6 flood dragons on the colorful purple robe were shattered. If the 9 flood dragons collapsed at the same time, the robe would temporarily lose its effect. This was similar to the deity Qing Lu armor that was transformed from the military school's treasure Jiawan. A punch came down. A sound like a large bell rang in the air. Marquis Yin had just left Songyun Lake when he crashed into the lake once more. Although Marquis Yin's body was not damaged, he felt that these 2 punches were the greatest humiliation of his life. Then at the bottom of the lake, it was as if a series of dull winter thunder was born under Songyun Lake. The lake water surged. However, when the huge waves approached the golden maid holding the canopy, it was as if they were blocked by the high walls of a city and turned into fine powder. The layers of waves were all blocked by the layer of golden light, like countless snow-white pearls bouncing around. Fan Weiren smiled and said, "Go ashore and watch the battle." The layer of ice that carried everyone's feet rose into the air and flew towards the fairy port as fast as lightning. The old woman was an unquestionable existence in the treasure cave Immortal realm. At that moment, no cultivator had any objections. Only the eccentric second ancestor, who was also Fairy Yanqing's teacher, dared to talk back to Fan Weiran. When the layer of ice approached the fairy port, without Fan Weiran's spiritual qi controlling it, it suddenly dissipated and turned into water that entered the lake. The cultivators followed ancestor Fan Weiran and landed on the fairy port that was almost in ruins. When the group of immortal masters approached the fairy port, Diu gritted his teeth and leaped to the side of the book box and the mountain traversing staff. He pressed on the hilt of the saber at his waist. Fan Weiran only glanced at this military disciple of the Ghost Hatchet Palace and brushed past him with his people. The golden maid holding the canopy at the side seemed to have a telepathic connection. She also glanced at Duyu. Duyu's teeth were chattering as he stood beside the mountain traversing staff without moving an inch. This tall old woman was the second most powerful cultivator in the Dozen Kingdoms mountain. Moreover, her strength was almost the same as the Huangyu city's mayor who sat on the first seat. Moreover, Fan Weiren was known for her bad temper. When she was not the sect master of the Treasure Cave Immortal realm, there were always a few cultivators who died when she led a group down the mountain. As for the unlucky martial artists of the Jianghu, there were even more of them. Fan Weiren also liked to torture and kill her enemies. There was once a Jianghu Grandmaster of the Sixth Realm who offended a traveling disciple of the Treasure Cave Immortal realm. After he was defeated by Fan Weiran with a magic weapon, the old woman stood beside him and stepped on him from his feet to his head, turning him into a pile of minced meat. Fan Weiran raised her finger and gently tapped the golden crown on her head. All the golden light flowed back into the golden crown. The golden maid and the canopy in her hand then disappeared. Yanqing bowed and said, "Yanqing greets the ancestor." Fan Weiran's expression was kind. She gently poked Yanqing's forehead with her finger and pretended to be angry. "Little girl, how dare you walk with such a vicious outsider?" Yanqing blushed and stood with her hands behind her back. Fan Weiran turned to look at the blue cloud lake and told Yanqing with the ripples in her heart, "A good show is about to begin." To be able to destroy Marquis Yin's illusion and only reveal his true body, he must be a golden body grandmaster. It's rare. The Jianghu of the dozens of countries at the foot of the mountain has not seen a legendary golden body martial artist for 200 years. Little Yen, when you fight with this person you must be careful. Don't let him get close to you. Don't learn from the arrogant Marquis of the Lake. You will be at a disadvantage. Don't you think it's stupid to not use your immortal skills and magic weapons and compete with that martial artist with your bare hands? Yanqing nodded. Fan Weiran said again, "Moreover, that Marquis of the Lake was born with a strong physical body. He is not comparable to us qi cultivators. Beasts have rough skin and thick flesh." Suddenly, a huge python that was 100 feet long appeared on the lake. It had already grown 4 claws and raised its head high. It opened its mouth and spat out a green light beam towards the lake. A figure in a green robe raised his palm and forcefully blocked the beam of light that was as imposing as a rainbow. That gorgeous scene was like a bright moon on the sea. Yanqing silently took this picture into her eyes. Fan Weiren sneered, "A golden body martial artist fighting a golden body god. Not bad, not bad." This trip was not in vain. At the same time, at the entrance of the 2 rivers and 1 canal, 3 water dragons that were hundreds of feet long appeared at the same time. The 2 yellow water dragons were larger, and the ink-black water dragon was the most petite and exquisite. Only the eyes of the 3 water dragons controlled by the golden body of the water god had a layer of faint golden color. Not only did the 3 water dragons appear, but the water veins of the entire Songyun Lake, big and small, had also begun to tremble and twist for the use of the Lord of the Lake Yin Ho, and the three golden-bodied gods of one canal and two rivers. Tonight, on the blue cloud lake there was a real flood and the waves were monstrous. The magnificent battlefield was constantly moving away from the ferry and towards the center of the blue cloud lake. A disciple of Fan Weiran's direct disciple laughed softly. "Master, this guy is tactful and tactful." He was afraid that the water would splash on Master, so he ran away. Another tall male cultivator echoed, "A wise man submits to circumstances. He has already thoroughly angered the Lake Lord Yin Ho. His life and death are unknown. If he makes an enemy out of the old ancestor, he's courting death." Du Yu, who was like a thorn on his back, stood at the very front of the ferry like a block of wood. He was even more like a mountain staff than the verdant mountain staff. An unattainable fairy Yanqing was enough to make Du Yu and the Ghost Hatchet Palace unable to bear the consequences, not to mention Fan Weiran, a peak cultivator with invincible spells. When the old woman stepped on the Ghost Hatchet Palace's head, it was like a real mountain was pressing down on them. Fan Weiran turned her head and laughed, "Little Yen, don't be restrained. Just take a step forward." Yanqing, who scrupulously abided by the seniority of the sect, took a step forward and stood side by side with the old ancestor. The old woman Fan Weiran's expression was pleasant, but in reality she was not as relaxed as she appeared. For some things, even if the Lake Lord Yin Ho's cultivation was not low, as long as they did not stand in that position, they would still be blind. The old woman raised her head and looked towards the night sky. Only she and the Yellow U City's city lord Zhou Xian could see those odd bits and pieces of light. Therefore, her junior sister had always been worried that she would bear a grudge against this disciple of hers, Yanqing, so much so that she would secretly obstruct Yanqing's ascension to the great Tao. For this reason, she guarded against this senior sister of hers as if she was guarding against a thief. Fan Weiran felt that it was somewhat funny. A naive-looking young girl suddenly said softly, "Ancestor Grandma, that person seems to only be practicing his fist techniques. He's deliberately using those snakes and pythons to temper his body." Fan Weiran waved her hand and the young girl skipped to the old woman's side. She raised her head and said innocently, "It's true. Ancestor Grandma, I'm not lying to you." The tall Fan Weiran bent down slightly and rubbed the young girl's head. The old woman lowered her head and stared at the pair of beautiful eyes that were faintly flowing with light. She smiled and said, "My little Chui's talent is not bad. When she grows up in the future she might be able to be as promising as your senior Aunt Yen. No matter where she goes, she will be the center of attention." Yanqing smiled at the young girl. The young girl looked at Yanqing and twisted her hands together. She lowered her head and said embarrassedly, "I'm not as good-looking as senior Aunt Yen." Fan Weiran laughed loudly. The young girl became even more embarrassed. Yanqing gently pinched the young girl's ear. This was a rare intimate action from Yanqing. After Fan Weiran laughed, she looked into the distance at Songyun Lake with a stern expression and said in a deep voice, "In that case we have to make a good fuss." The signs of a sect's decline often began from the lack of manpower. In this aspect Huangliang City was not bad. After all, there was still He-Lu to support the situation. However, her own treasure cave wonderland was better. Other than Yanqing, there was also this little Chui and her eldest disciple who had been in seclusion for 10 years. They would all be the pillars of the treasure cave wonderland in the future. Yanqing was greatly shocked. Why was that person hiding his strength and had originally made up his mind to not do anything? Instead, Ancestor Fan, who was watching from the side, had the intention to kill? On Songyun Lake, a huge ravine was plowed out by the true body of the Lake Lord Yin Ho with its large tail. That green-robed person only punched to repel the enemy. It was enough to protect itself, but its attacks were weak. Seeing that it no longer had any strength to fight back, it should be exhausted after smashing Muhan River God's golden body with a punch and forcing the Lake Lord to reveal his true body. This made the 3 water dragons of the 2 rivers and 1 canal, who were originally hiding, fight more and more heartily. Each of them was ferocious. Far away from Songyun Lake, the Lake Lord Yin Ho's shout sounded, "Ancestor Fan, as long as you help me kill this monster, I will give that colorful purple robe to the treasure cave wonderland." Fan Weiran smiled and did not speak. Yanqing looked up. Even if she circulated the incantation and controlled the spiritual qi in her qi residence, causing her eyes to emit a purple light, showing the phenomenon of sun and moon illuminating furnace, eyes producing purple smoke. Yanqing still could not see it clearly. After all, the battlefield was still too far away from the ferry. She could only see the fierce shadows of the python. Although little Cui was born with the ability to see through some mysterious and vague truths, Yanqing still did not dare to believe that a legendary martial artist of the Golden Body realm in the Jianghu could handle the attacks of several gods with ease in the territory of the Lord of the Lake Yinho. If the two sides went ashore to fight, the gods of Tsongyun Lake did not have the geographical advantage, so Yanqing would slightly believe it. What's more, a pure martial artist would fall down after a breath of vital qi. As long as he did not have the chance to take a breath, he would die without a doubt. How long had the two sides been fighting? Or was it that the physique of a martial artist of the Golden Body realm not only had a breath of vital qi like a river, or had he really reached the realm of the invincible Golden Body of Buddhism, so he could casually resist the joint attack of the Lake Lord and the three water dragons? In the distance, the voice of the Lake Lord Yinho came from the ferry like muffled thunder. Fan Wayne. I will add the deity position of the river god of Muhan River and give it to the treasure cave wonderland. Fan Weiran said loudly, if I'm not old and dim-sighted, it seems that the Daisy Creek Channel Master is also dead? On Tsongyun Lake, other than the earth-shattering waves, the Lake Lord Yinho did not say anything else. Although Yanqing didn't care about the secular affairs of the mortal world, in the territory of Tsongyun Lake, the vassals were only a total of 3 rivers and 2 canals. Handing over the deity position of a river god was already considered sincere. If she also took out the water god of Shaoxi Canal, together with Shaoxi Canal, it would be considered abandoned. If Lord of the Lake Yinho really agreed, it was simply nailing 2 thorns in her eyes and flesh. 1 canal and 1 river were the 2 orthodox gods of the Silver Screen Kingdom. With the Treasure Cave Fairyland as her backer, Lord of the Lake Yinho had completely lost the right to casually kill. How could she allow others to snore beside her bed? Lord of the Lake Yinho naturally understood this logic. Moreover, it also involved the root of the Great Tao and divided a large amount of Tsongyun Lake's fate. If it was Yanqing, she would definitely not rashly agree. Yanqing asked telepathically, Old Ancestor, do you really want to take the 2 deity positions of Tsongyun Lake in one go? Fan Weiran smiled and said, if we don't raise the price like this, even if Marquis Yinho obediently hands over the deity position of the Muhan River, he will be resentful. With Marquis Yinho's shrewdness and means, he will definitely suppress the new river god to become a waste. We, the Treasure Cave Wonderland, don't have so much time to listen to a river god of another country complaining every day. When the time comes, should we care? Yanqing nodded and said, Old Ancestor is far-sighted. Fan Weiren grabbed Yanqing's white and slender hand. The old woman held it with one hand and patted the back of her hand with the other. She sighed and said, Little Yen, these secular affairs, you will know after hearing them. Forget it. You just focus on cultivating and cultivating. Yanqing nodded. Fan Weiren let go of his hand and said confidently, maybe the harvest will be better than I expected. As expected. In less than half an hour, Marquis Ho shouted again, Old Ancestor Fan, I will give you the position of Shaoxi Canal Master. If you still don't agree and push your luck, there will be no friendship between Tsongyun Lake and you Treasure Cave Wonderland cultivators in the future. This time his voice was no longer as calm as before. He gritted his teeth and was obviously exasperated. Fan Weiren smiled and whispered to Yanqing, How is it? Yanqing's expression was complicated as she said softly, Old Ancestor, be careful. Little Yen, you probably don't know how the last Golden Body Realm martial artist in the history of the dozen or so countries died, right? When you return to the sect, you can ask your master. That was the battle that made my junior sister famous with the Huangliang City's city lord. Fan Weiren laughed and turned into a rainbow. Yanqing frowned. Do you still stood there obediently, praying silently in his heart? When the rainbow above his head flew to Tsongyun Lake, do you felt that it was not very useful? However, if he had 3 incense sticks in his hand, you would really stick them on the ground. On a small island that had been almost flattened, the huge true body of Marquis Ho slowly swam around the island. The water dragons controlled by the 2 river gods' golden bodies were already in a frenzy as they crazily pounced on the green figure on the island. As for the ink-black water dragon controlled by the Shaoxi Canal Master, it was floating on the lake outside the island. The canal master's skin hidden in the dragon palace was on the verge of collapse on a praying mat. The Xiaoxi canal master's face was snow white, and she felt that her bones were about to be smashed. The two nearby river gods were standing on the praying mat with their eyes closed. Golden light flowed around their bodies, and the water spiritual energy of the dragon palace was constantly pouring into their golden bodies. It was just that the skin was here so that they could absorb the abundant water spiritual energy of the dragon palace. The true golden bodies of the three river gods had completely merged with the three water dragons. A water dragon collided with the green-robed man with its huge head. However, its head was pressed against by a palm and it could not move forward at all. That person smiled and said, "Are you a little tired? Then let me do it." Qin Pingon took out a clear jade light talisman that was secretly made by the Zhou Bureau's Yunshao Palace. He had already finished reciting the incantation and threw it into the sky. It shone brightly. It was as if there was a huge sun shining in the netherworld. As he did not deliberately pursue a wide range, the suppression of this island became more and more indestructible. The water dragon that was transformed by a river god wanted to shake its head and retreat. The palm that blocked the attack of the head in a vertical posture followed the green-robed man's step and gently twisted, moving forward with a knife hand. A line was drawn, and the water dragon that was guarded by the river god's golden body was cut open from its head all the way to its stomach. When that person stood still, a slightly larger fragment of the golden body appeared in his hand. The human-shaped river god's skin in the dragon palace immediately withered and turned into ashes. The other water dragon was at a loss at first, then it frantically fled. However, when it collided with the dazzling ceiling wall, a few cracks appeared on its head on the spot. Enduring the intense pain, it wanted to dig into the ground and escape. As long as it drilled through the roots of the island, once it got close to the water, it would have a chance to escape. However, in the next moment, its head seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and it slid forward close to the island, creating a deep trench for the water dragon. The green-robed man with a sword on his back came to the top of the water dragon and smashed down with his fist. The entire island trembled and countless dust splashed up. The lake water that was originally surging violently against the shore was even more turbulent. Another fragment of the river god's golden body was held in that person's hand. He looked again. The Lake Lord Yin Ho had disappeared. This was normal. It was a small trick to break through one by one. If the Lake Lord broke into the range of the talisman array, there was a more valuable talisman waiting in his sleeve. He just happened to give Songyun Lake a main dish. From the corner of his eye, Qin Pingon caught a glimpse of the small ink-colored water dragon floating on the lake surface pretending to be dead. With a swing of its tail, it crashed into the lake and splashed a large amount of water. Qin Pingon patted the blade's strengthening gourd and the 15th flying sword flew out. Qin Pingon looked in one direction, which was the direction of the Lake Lord Yin Ho's escape. The sword Immortal on his back unsheathed itself by 2 or 3 inches. Qin Pingon narrowed his eyes and looked at the dense sea of clouds that was constantly accumulating. He said in a deep voice, "Go back." The sword Immortal returned to its scabbard. It seemed to have some resentment. Qin Pingon's figure swayed slightly, but he didn't bicker with this sword for the time being. Qin Pingon reached out and grabbed the clear jade light talisman in his hand. This was the disadvantage of most immortal talisman. It was difficult to open the door but difficult to close the door. Once the talisman gallbladder was opened, one could only watch as the talisman light scattered between heaven and earth. Cultivators could only slow down the speed of the talisman gallbladder shattering and the loss of spiritual qi, but they couldn't completely stop the burning of a high-grade talisman. However, after this talisman closed the door, even if it had become a house with holes on all sides, as long as it wasn't taken out, it shouldn't be difficult to last for 10 years. That Lake Lord Songyun Lake had his own ways to make him obediently come ashore and do business with him. It just needed to take a little time. However, the greater possibility was that he took the initiative to come ashore. Bad people who had lived long and climbed high were often not stupid. This was a matter that made people feel helpless. As for the 15th flying sword, it was only following the Xiaoxi Canal Lord and didn't seek to kill the enemy. Knowing the approximate location of the Dragon Palace at the bottom of the lake, he had more capital to do business. Qin Pingon turned his head to look at the sky and asked with a smile, "Old Mama, why are you rushing over? Are you afraid that I don't know how to swim and can't return to the ferry?" Ancestor Fan Weiran was full of anger. This Lake Lord Marquine actually ran away and used him as a scapegoat. If he didn't sense that he was about to arrive, this unfathomable young man would definitely not stop at the last moment and give up chasing after Marquine. Well, he dared to threaten to not deal with the cultivators of the Treasure Cave Immortal realm. In the next 100 years I'll see if the depth of your Tsongyun Lake or the spells of the disciples of the Treasure Cave Immortal realm are stronger. It just so happens that my junior sister is destined to have no hope of breaking through, so I'll let her bring people here to confront the monsters of Tsongyun Lake for 100 years. Looking at the young man who was politely exchanging pleasantries with one hand in his sleeve, 2 fingers pinching the terrifying talisman, it just happened to reveal a bit of golden light. Fan Weiran rode the wind and hovered at the intersection of the island and Tsongyun Lake. He glanced at the scarlet wine pot hanging on the person's waist and said with a smile, "You're really a sword immortal and you're so young. It's really surprising." Qin Pingon removed the blade's strengthening gourd, drank a mouthful of water and wiped his mouth before he said with a smile, "All along the way that brother of mine Daoist spoke of a large basket of filthy things at Tsongyun Lake, and when he mentioned your treasure cave paradise he felt heartfelt respect and admiration. So I won't fuss about the matter of tonight with you, old mama. Otherwise it would cost money to watch such a good show." Fan Weiran sneered in his heart. Suddenly he realized that the person was staring at him. He slowly said, "So please get lost." Fan Weiran's face was gloomy and his sleeves fluttered. Fan Weiran suddenly smiled, "There's still a long way to go. I wish this foreign little sword immortal a smooth journey. If you're willing you can come to our treasure cave immortal realm as a guest." Then she asked a strange question, "Is your ancestral hall very sturdy?" Fan Weiran could tell that this was not a good sentence, but when she had made up her mind he no longer hesitated and said with a smile, "Little sword immortal, you'll know when you see it in the future." The old woman rode the wind and returned to the ferry. Qin Pingon raised his head and looked at the pitch-black sea of clouds that had yet to disperse. Other than the collision of the Lake Lord Yin Ho's true body, which was passable, the collision of the other 3 water dragons could not be said to be beneficial to his physique. Qin Pingon put away the blade's strengthening gourd and stood there for a moment. Then he tapped the tip of his foot and jumped out of the island. He stepped on the surface of Tsongyun Lake and turned into a wisp of green smoke. He skimmed the water repeatedly and headed towards the ferry. When Qin Pingon jumped to the ferry, the old woman and the cultivators of the Treasure Cave Immortal realm had already left. Daoist was still wearing the deity's dew armor. With one hand on his saber he stood in place and acted as a door god for the bamboo box, bamboo hat and the mountain traveling staff. Qin Pingon smiled, "You're so loyal?" Daoist fiercely wiped his face. His whole face was a little stiff from the wind and rain. After wiping it he winked and rubbed his hands together and his smile became bright. It was not that he did not want to say a few words of flattery, but Daoist racked his brains and could not think of a beautiful sentence that matched the situation. He felt that the good words in his mind were not worthy of the peerless demeanor of the senior in front of him. Qin Pingon gently smoothed out the rolled-up sleeve, put on the bamboo hat again, carried the book box and pulled out the mountain traveling staff. Daoist was about to move but his legs were a little numb. As a little door god of the Ghost Axe Palace he could be considered to be cautious and conscientious. Even if he did not make any contributions he should at least have worked hard, right? "Senior, you are an old immortal at the top of the mountain with a burning gaze. You must be a little concerned." Qin Pingon walked in front while Daoist hurriedly put away the dew armor and transformed it into a military armor pill before putting it into his sleeve. His footsteps were like the wind as he caught up with Qin Pingon and asked softly, "Senior, since we've successfully defeated the water gods of Blue Cloud Lake and chased away the group of cultivators from the Treasure Cave Immortal realm, what should we do next? Are we going to the ancestral temple of the 2 river gods to cause trouble, or are we going to the attendant city to snatch the treasure?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Us?" As for whether defeat was accurate or not, Qin Pingon was too lazy to explain. Daoist chuckled and was not embarrassed at all. However, he still needed to control the situation properly. Then Daoist stopped nagging. After walking for a while, Daoist could not help but ask, "Senior, are we going to the water god temple of the Daoshi Canal Master?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "I want to rest there for a few days and wait for Hu Jun to come ashore to talk to me about business." Daoist nodded and did not dare to ask anything more. They returned to the water god temple. The maidservants and servants in the residence, whether they were ghosts or living people, had all scattered. Qin Pingon came to the door of the inner residence where the plaque, "Green water flows forever," was hung and kept it in his hand. Although the Daoist Canal Master's golden body had disappeared, this unusual plaque still contained some water's spiritual energy. It was very likely that it was the most valuable item in this ancestral temple. Qin Pingon took off the bamboo box and bamboo hat and sat on the bottom step. He let Du Yu light a bonfire in the courtyard. Qin Pingon began to practice the sword furnace stance. After a great battle, recuperation was essential. Otherwise, if there were any sequelae, it would be a long-term hidden danger. Moreover, Qin Pingon also wanted to use the inner vision technique to see if the golden python and the jade snake, which had not been completely refined, could really benefit the water mansion. Du Yu sat cross-legged beside the bonfire and carefully glanced at the senior's sitting posture. He didn't have any thoughts. Cultivating an immortal's divine ability was not just about having a posture. Besides, he reckoned that with this senior's identity, it must be an extremely brilliant spell. Even if he were to be taught the entire incantation, he wouldn't be able to learn it. A firefly streaked across the night sky and drilled into the wine pot at the senior's waist. Du Yu silently told himself that he was used to all kinds of strange things. About 2 hours later, Du Yu added a few dry branches to the tree. Then Du Yu discovered that when the senior opened his eyes, he seemed to be in a good mood and had a smile on his face. Qin Pingon raised his head to take a look. The thick sea of clouds that had almost enveloped the entire Songyun Lake had already dispersed. The full moon was in the sky. Qin Pingon asked, Do you think that no one can change the customs of Songyun Lake that have been accumulated for 1,000 years? Du Yu said casually, unless from top to bottom, from the Lake Lord to the water gods of the 3 rivers and 2 canals, all of them are changed. Especially the Lake Lord of Songyun Lake, he must be the first to be changed. However, if you want to achieve such a feat, unless a peak cultivator like Senior personally takes action and spends at least 10 years here to keep an eye on it. Otherwise, according to me, it's better not to change. In fact, Marquis Yin of Songyun Lake can be considered an overlord who doesn't drain the pond to fish. Those floods and droughts that he deliberately causes are just to add a few beautiful maids with good qualifications to the Dragon Palace. Every time hundreds of people die. If he encounters some muddle-headed gods of mountains and rivers, he can't even retract his innate magical power. In a flash, thousands of people die. If his temper is a little more irritable, he will easily fight with the gods of mountains and rivers, or make enemies with his colleagues. Within the territory, the people will really have no way to make a living and starve for thousands of miles. I've been in Jianghu for so many years and I've seen many gods of mountains and rivers, Lord City God of various places, and the people of the land don't care at all. The immortals on the mountain, the martial arts masters who open sects, the relatives of the officials of the capital, and the seeds of hope. These are the people they focus on winning over. Qin Pingon glanced at Du Yu. Du Yu said with an innocent face, Senior, I'm just telling the truth. It's not like I'm doing those bad things. To say something unpleasant, the dirty things that have done in Jianghu are not as bad as the dirty water that the master of Songyun Lake and the master of Caoxi Channel have dug out. I know that you don't like the ruthless immortals like us, but only speak from the bottom of my heart in front of you. I don't dare to deceive you even half a sentence. Qin Pingon smiled. Du didn't climb up the pole. He didn't feel that he had really entered the eyes of this old immortal at the top of the mountain, and then he could use the power of others to bully others. At most, he wouldn't kill him with a flick of his sleeve. Du still had this little bit of eyesight. Probably this was the real person at the top of the mountain, the real ruthless great Dao. In fact, Du looked up at the moon before and he was a little worried. He didn't know why, but after so many years of traveling Jianghu, this was the first time in his life that he missed his parents. But now that the senior opened his eyes, he had to be alert again and carefully deal with the senior's seemingly casual question. Just treat it as a kind of mental training. His parents used to say that it wasn't that important for a cultivator to cultivate the heart. Whether it was the teachings of the sect or the teachings of the Daoist to the disciples, it was just superficial words. Immortal money, treasures, and the immortal techniques that were the foundation of the great Dao, these 3 were the most important. But the matter of cultivating the heart still needed a little bit. Du Yu gathered his courage and asked, Senior, how was the result of the battle on Songyun Lake? Qin Pingon smiled and said, Like you said, I just repelled them. Amiability breeds wealth. Du felt that this wasn't the case. But he didn't have the courage to get to the bottom of it. The courage and boldness of this old man for the rest of his life was almost used up tonight. What kind of heroic spirit do you want me to be considered a real man? Then Qin Pingon began to focus on practicing the sword furnace stance. Du began to use the unique secret incantation of the Ghost Hatchet Palace, and slowly entered a meditative state, breathing in and out. At daybreak, Qin Pingon stood up and began to practice the six-step stance. He said to Du, who hurriedly stood up and said, "Look around the water god temple and see if there are any valuable items." Du nodded and was about to try his luck to see if he could find a magic tool or a few small summer coins for the senior. But that senior suddenly said, "My so-called value is just a piece of snow that costs money." Du was stunned for a moment and mistakenly thought that he had heard wrongly. He carefully asked, "Senior, are you talking about the small summer coins?" Qin Pingon said helplessly, "With your hearing, it's really hard for you to be able to walk the Jianghu to this day." Du suddenly came to a realization and began to plunder the land. With the senior by his side, not to mention the ownerless River Granny Ancestral Temple, he could even dig 3 feet into the ground of the Dragon Palace at the bottom of the lake. Qin Pingon closed his eyes and just practiced the walking stance. It wasn't until noon that Du returned with 2 large bags. He returned from a rewarding journey. Qin Pingon said, "The bag of valuable items is mine and the other one is yours." Du's face was sad. "Senior, what did I do wrong?" Qin Pingon still practiced the walking stance without stopping and said slowly, "There are rules for cultivation, rules for walking the Jianghu, and rules for doing business. Do you understand?" Du actually didn't understand, but he pretended that he did. No matter what, he just had to nervously accept one of the bags. But Du thought for a moment, opened the 2 bags and put the few valuable items in his bag into the senior's bag. Qin Pingon didn't stop him. Qin Pingon stopped practicing the walking stance and flew to the ridge of the tallest building, looking in the direction of the attendant city. Then Qin Pingon practiced the walking stance on the ridge of the buildings. Du was puzzled. Why did it look like the Jianghu people's boxing stance and not some kind of immortal magic? Du was immediately impressed. The senior's way of doing things was really different and he had returned to the basics. At dusk, Du lit the bonfire again. Qin Pingon said, "Okay, go back to your Jianghu." After staying in the ancestral temple for a night and a day, all the onlookers already know what to do. Du was a little embarrassed. His little thoughts couldn't escape the senior's eyes. If they separated at the ferry, Du was afraid that he wouldn't be able to walk to the attendant city alive. Du thought for a moment and felt that he should stop while he was ahead, so he picked up the sack and went to the attendant city. Qin Pingon suddenly said, "Stay a little longer." Du obeyed, put down the sack and sat cross-legged on the ground and whispered, "Senior, in fact, I also know a secret talisman from the Hall of Ancestral Masters. It's not inferior to the Snow Mud Talisman and the Camel Tablet Talisman." Qin Pingon smiled and waved his hand saying, "It's fine that you did such immoral things when your life was hanging by a thread. Now that your life is not in danger, it's not good to use the sex rules to add flowers to the brocade. On the path of cultivation, you have to be human before you become an immortal." Du was stunned. He glanced at the sack on the ground. It was as if he had only vaguely caught some clues at this moment. Du clenched his fists, silent. Qin Pingon stood up. Du subconsciously wanted to get up, but Qin Pingon reached out and stopped him. Du turned around and a moment later, a familiar figure entered his field of vision. She was beautiful no matter how he looked at her. She was Fairy Yanqing indeed. Qin Pingon frowned. Du was a bit scared witless. "Senior, I beg of you, please don't be so ruthless. Such a beautiful fairy is dead. Senior, are you willing to let her die?" "This junior is worried." Yanqing asked, "Since you killed 3 river deity channel masters in one go, why did you deliberately let Marquis of the Lake escape?" Du did not sit properly and hurriedly reached out to support himself on the ground. Qin Pingon asked, "Who gave you the guts to look for me again and again?" Yanqing smiled and said, "Is a sword immortal who is worried that the sea of clouds will harm innocent people really someone who kills indiscriminately? I Yanqing am the first to not believe it." Qin Pingon said, "What does it have to do with me whether you believe it or not? I'll give you one last advice. My patience is limited." However, Yanqing walked straight to the bonfire. Du had already shifted his butt. He could observe the changes in his senior's expression and began to admire the beauty under the moon. Then Du opened his mouth bit by bit. A wisp of green smoke swept towards the white-robed fairy who could compete with the moonlight. Then Yanqing was lifted into the air like a chick and rushed up to a roof with the green smoke. The green-robed woman spun on the roof, and the white-robed beauty spun in an even larger circle. Whoosh! Fairy Yanqing disappeared. Qin Pingon jumped down from the roof and returned to the steps to sit down. Du wiped his mouth and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Qin Pingon waved his hand. You can leave now. Du was about to bid farewell respectfully. The senior suddenly revealed a vexed expression and stood up. The entire ancestral temple caused a commotion similar to the one at the ferry. What an earthquake! Du was in a dilemma. Should he leave or not? It was not good to not even inform him. If he did not leave, what if the senior suddenly felt protective of the fairer sex and returned hand in hand with the delicate and gentle fairy Yanqing? The moonlight was good and the beauty was even more beautiful. Du slapped himself in the face. He carried the sack and began to run. As soon as Du walked out of the water god temple, he was in a daze. Perhaps this time he was in a rush for some unknown reason. Was that senior truly using his full strength? From the water god temple behind him to Songyun Lake. The green-robed figure had long disappeared, but the sound of thunder could still be heard. Du sighed heavily. Qin Pingon landed at the ferry and narrowed his eyes. The annoying young female cultivator from the treasure cave Immortal realm had already been smashed into Songyun Lake by him. She was not injured. At most she had suffocated for a moment and was in a sorry state. However, when he thought that the Lake Lord of Songyun Lake might be nearby, Qin Pingon had no choice but to rush over. Indeed, after the woman fell into the lake, she had disappeared. Qin Pingon took out the Yuqing light talisman with 2 fingers. Just as Qin Pingon was about to throw the talisman at his fingertips, the surface of Songyun Lake broke open, and the Marquis of the Lake, who was dressed in a dark purple dragon robe, walked out. Beside him stood the young woman who seemed to have just broken free from the spell cage. She stared at the green-robed man at the ferry with a face full of anger. Marquis extended a palm forward and said with a smile, I was worried about Fairy Yanqing's safety just now. The situation was urgent, so I performed a small spell to try and reduce the momentum of Fairy Yanqing entering the lake. I apologize for my offense. Fairy Yanqing, please go ashore. Yanqing's expression was cold. She shook off all the remaining water vapor on her body and floated to the ferry. If the culprit had not rushed to the ferry, Yanqing could not imagine what would have happened to her. Qin Pingon glanced at her. Why aren't you leaving? The tea of the Algae Creek Canal Master is delicious, so I can't help you. However, if you feel that the water of Songyun Lake is also delicious, I can help. Yanqing snorted and flew away with the wind. Qin Pingon looked at the vigilant Lake Lord of Songyun Lake and said with a smile, You should know very well that if I'm determined to kill you, it's really not difficult. Marquis nodded. Indeed. Therefore I'm very curious why Sword Immortal showed mercy. Qin Pingon looked around and remained silent. Marquis Yin's feet were still submerged in the water. Not only that, the sky above the entire Songyun Lake and all the waters under its jurisdiction began to be covered in dark clouds again. Qin Pingon asked, What's the matter with the secret letter that the attendant city governor sent to the capital? Marquis Yin said without hesitation, The content of the letter is nothing new. Sword Immortal must have guessed it. It's nothing more than hoping that a good friend in the capital can help the governor continue to reverse the case after his death. At the very least, he should find an opportunity to make it public. However, there's one thing that Sword Immortal should not have thought of. At the end of the letter, the governor confessed that if his friend can't become an important official of the imperial court in his lifetime, he shouldn't be in a hurry to take the risk. Otherwise, if he fails to reverse the case, he would be implicated. Qin Pingon took out a pot of wine, opened the mud seal and slowly drank. Marquis Yin continued with a smile, I have some connections in the capital. Sword Immortal is aware of my bad relationship with Attendant City. I didn't have any other thoughts when I sent the Daoist River Canal Master along. I just wanted this secret letter to be smoothly delivered to the capital. Not only that, I have some connections in the capital. Therefore, I told the Daoist River Canal Master that as long as that person is willing to reverse the case, she would help him to have a smoother official career. Actually, it's impossible to truly reverse the case. I just wanted to discuss the Xingwang Temple and the Fire God Temple. However, I didn't expect that Lord Xingwang would do it so cleanly. He directly killed an official of the imperial court, a governor who was already a high-ranking official of the border. Moreover, he didn't have the slightest patience and didn't let that person leave Attendant City. This is actually a bit troublesome. However, Lord Xingwang must have been driven to desperation. He couldn't care less and had to eliminate the root of the problem first. Later, I don't know where the news leaked out. Knowing that the Daoist River Canal Master was in the capital, Lord Xingwang also began to operate. He ordered his confidant to send the 5 incense sticks to the capital and hand it over to that person. And that Jinsher, who had yet to fill the vacancy at that time, agreed to the conditions of Attendant City's Xingwang Temple without saying a word. Since things have come to this, I let the Daoist River Canal Master return to Songyun Lake. After all, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. It's okay to secretly do some small things. It's not good to have a falling out. Qin Pingon suddenly asked an unrelated question. With your identity as the Lake Lord, once you take a fancy to a woman with good aptitude, why do you have to go through so much trouble? The Lake Lord Marquine smiled and said, First, the people are ignorant and fearless. Second, it's not that my dragon palace needs beautiful maids. The 3 rivers and 2 canals also need beautiful maids. My subordinates also need beautiful maids. In the territory of Songyun Lake, if there is 1 less woman today and 1 less woman tomorrow in the long run, too much fear is also a bad thing. It's fine for the common people, they can only accept their fate. But those scholarly families and rich families who can make the clan leaders run away will spread word of mouth. Naturally, they will move to other places. Over time, year after year, the feng shui of Songyun Lake will continue to flow out. But if Songyun Lake sets such a rule that both sides are well aware of, it will be easier to appease people. In addition, the Dragon Palace can be considered to have generous compensation for the people on the shore. To tell you the truth, many rich people can't wait for their daughters and granddaughters to be noticed by the Dragon Palace. The Lake Lord of Songyun Lake paused for a moment and said with a sigh, The good business in the world is never a sudden wealth with a small capital. It will only flow slowly over the years. What do you think, Sword Immortal? Qin Pingon used his thumb to wipe the corner of his mouth and smiled. Such a good principle. Why does it sound so strange coming from Hu Jun's mouth? Marquine smiled without saying anything. He was waiting for the other party to make a bid. He didn't care about how much he hated the person in front of him. Since his skills were inferior, the other party could do whatever he wanted in his blue cloud lake. His dragon palace could only suffer in silence. They stopped their losses in time. It was much better than making mistakes on top of mistakes. At the very least, the former would allow people to survive and not have to worry about firewood. The latter would often affect the whole situation and cause the building to collapse overnight. Qin Pingon put away the wine pot that was close to him and asked, What about the decaying golden body of Lord Qingwang? Marquine came to visit tonight and could be said to be honest. Thinking of this, he couldn't hide his schadenfreude. He smiled and said, The scholar who became the prefect not only exceeded our expectations but also carried a part of the fate of the county city and the literary fate of the silver screen country. Moreover, the share was much more than what I and the Dragon Escort City imagined. In fact, if it wasn't so, how could a young boy escape from the Dragon Escort City by himself? Moreover, he had another marriage. At that time, there was a princess of the silver screen country who fell in love with him at first sight and couldn't forget him for the rest of her life. In order to avoid marriage, she became a Taoist nun who was painstakingly guarding the green lamp. Although she didn't have the qualifications of a chi cultivator, she was a princess who was deeply doted on. She unintentionally entangled a trace of the country's throne with that prefect. Later, after hearing the bad news in the Taoist temple in the capital, she stabbed her neck with a golden hairpin and resolutely committed suicide. Together, there was the sin of Lord Qingwang, which directly caused a fatal crack to appear on the golden body that couldn't be repaired with virtue. Qin Pingon asked a final question. What is the possible outcome of the attendant city? Marquine glanced at the attendant city, shook her head and said, It's very tragic to have such a Lord Qingwang who wants the people of the county to share the karma and bear the heavenly tribulation. It can be said that every family's ancestors didn't accumulate virtue. Not long after, the heavenly tribulation will descend. At least, most of the mortal teachers in the attendant city will be dead. Therefore those Qi cultivators who went to the attendant city will leave before that. Even if they can't obtain the rare treasure, they won't dare to stay. Marquis Yin thought that she would have to bargain for a while tonight. She didn't expect that the young green-robed sword immortal would turn and leave. This made Marquis Yin uneasy, but she didn't dare to go ashore. She could only suppress her hatred and anger, as well as a sense of uneasiness. She operated her supernatural powers and returned to the dragon palace at the bottom of the lake. Qin Pingon returned to the main water deity temple of the Caoxi Canal. He found that not only Du Yu had returned but that Yanqing was also there. However, this time Qin Pingon didn't say anything. He walked to the bonfire and squatted down, reaching out to warm himself. Du Yu squatted at the side and said, "I saw Fairy Yanqing return earlier. At the thought of Senior's sack of treasures being left in the courtyard without anyone guarding it, I was worried and hurried back." After Yanqing entered the ancestral temple, she stood on the steps and looked at the ghost hatchet palace cultivator. She didn't have any impression of Du Yu in the past. However, she had heard of him once or twice, and that was because his parents were a pair of Dao companions on the mountain. She only knew that he was someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong, and liked to wander the pugilistic world. Yanqing said, "I'm only asking a reason. I'll leave after that." However, that person only stared at the bonfire in silence. Yanqing was silent for a moment. "Why did you reveal your hand to he? It's normal for you to be ruthless and do whatever you want after hearing some filthy things about Songyun Lake from Du Yu's side. However, you shouldn't have seen He Lu before." Du Yu rolled his eyes and made a face. "Oh my, she's still here to cry out for her gigolo lover. He deserves to be thrown into Songyun Lake by Senior to drink water." In fact, Yanqing was already mentally prepared that this person would remain mute. However, she did not expect that person to say slowly, "The first thing He Lu said to dissuade me was not for me, but for the Daisy Creek Canal Master who invited you to tea." Yanqing was not stupid and naturally knew about this. That person continued, "Because He Lu felt that I was a cultivator with a higher cultivation level than the Daisy Creek Canal Master." Yanqing wanted to listen more, so she hesitated and planned to sit at the top of the steps. However, that person looked at her sideways. Seeing that person's heart-palpitating gaze, Yanqing immediately stopped and did not do anything else. That person suddenly retracted his gaze and continued to stare at the bonfire, falling silent again. He clearly did not finish speaking, but he had no intention of speaking. Yanqing felt ashamed and resentful. Was she so insignificant that it was difficult for him to say a few more words? Yanqing's heartstrings trembled. Without hesitation, she quickly left on the wind. Du Yu hesitated for a moment before getting up and leaving. Qin Pingon nodded. Qin Pingon stared at the bonfire. Reason was not only in the hands of the strong, but also not in the hands of the weak. Reason was reason. It was not because you were strong that you had more, and it was not because you were weak that you did not have more. However, it seemed that this was only Qin Pingon's reason. It was not Du Yu's, nor was it the young female cultivator named Yanqing's, nor was it the proud son of heaven He Lu's. In the Jianghu of Shushui Nation there was Song Yufan. In the Smoky Book Slip Lake, there was the ghost general who was willing to draw his saber against his colleagues. In the Ghost Valley full of bones and ghosts, there was the swordsman Pu Yao and the sect master Zhu Quan. Here he had not met anyone in the Silver Screen Nation and Songyun Lake for the time being. Because Qin Pingon thought of this, he fell silent. Qin Pingon knew why this simple reason did not apply to them. It was because it would not bring them any benefits. On the contrary, it would only make them feel that they were dragging their feet on the path of cultivation and that they were not happy doing things. Therefore it was not that they did not understand but that they pretended not to. After all, the great Tao was high and the scenery was too beautiful. The human world was low and full of mud. Most of it was the separation of life and death that was insignificant in their eyes. Indeed, it was not always a good thing to know the context and explore the details of many things that had nothing to do with oneself. For example, Qin Pingon did not need to ask Marquis Yin of Songyun Lake why the imperial court of the Silver Screen Nation did not evacuate the people of the city. It was because the people could escape but the cause and effect were still there. For the emperor of the Silver Screen Nation, even if he knew the cause and effect of the phenomenon in the attendant city, he would still choose to remain silent. Instead of letting the fleeing people disturb the feng shui of other counties and implicate the fate of the nation, it was better to end it cleanly in the attendant city. Therefore, the officials and rich people in the attendant city were still kept in the dark. There were still those rich people who rode their horses out of the city to hunt happily. In the early morning, there would be the sound of the wheels of the charcoal cart. Under the moonlight there should also be the sound of clothes being tampered. It was not without reason that cultivators stayed away from the human world and avoided the mortal world. Qin Pingan squatted in the same place and thought about many things. Even though the bonfire had been extinguished, he still maintained his posture of reaching out to the fire. All the way until dawn. Qin Pingan stood up and kept the sack close to him. He put on his bamboo hat and carried the bamboo box. Holding the mountain traveling staff in his hand, he went to the attendant city. He did not go to the city god temple or the fire god temple first. He went to take a look at the haunted house in the city that had been abandoned for many years. After that, he had to do something. Under the night sky, a green robe climbed over the wall and entered the attendant city. There was a night ban in the city. Qin Pingan went to the haunted house alone. The last time he entered the city, he asked about the ruins at the incense shop. Qin Pingan stood outside the door in the dead of night. Qin Pingan looked at the rotten door. There was no longer the door god or the spring couplets. That scholar didn't even manage to avenge his parents' death. Then what about Qin Pingan from the mud bottle alley? A young man who no longer wore straw sandals and no longer needed to go up the mountain to gather herbs took off his bamboo hat. Some of the Qi refinement warriors who had been lurking, hiding, or taking root in the vicinity of the haunted house. Almost even the Qi refinement warriors who were the slowest and had the lowest cultivation level were shocked. All of them panicked without warning. An old man with a little monkey squatting on his shoulder stood on a roof in the distance. He frowned. Last time at the city gate he was blind and did not see through this kid's cultivation level. The old man raised a hand and gently pressed down on the irritated pet. As for those useless people who felt suffocated for no reason and had poor spirit chi flow, no one dared to show themselves to see who exactly this person was. When the person on the street took off his bamboo hat and bamboo box, he disappeared into thin air. The old man began to take a few steps back. On the street outside the door, the sleeves of the green robe fluttered in the absence of wind. His figure disappeared in an instant. A wisp of green smoke cut through the night sky. Finally, it landed outside the city god temple. A burly martial judge in iron armor appeared at the city god temple. He said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" However, the young swordsman just raised his hand. The sword Immortal behind him slowly unsheathed and spun gently. Finally, it was gently held in the hands of that person. He held the sword horizontally in front of him. Holding the sword with one hand, 2 fingers of the other hand gently brushed the sword body and slowly moved to the tip of the sword. The bright sword body was originally shining with a golden light as thick as water. As the fingers of the green-robed swordsman brushed an inch, the golden light increased by an inch. That person narrowed his eyes and just stared at the bright sword light in his hand. He murmured, "Whether it is karma or heavenly tribulation, I, Qin Pingan from the mud bottle alley, will take it all. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. 5:05. The doors of the Xingwang temple opened slowly. Other than the Lord Xingwang who was stuck in the mud, everyone else in the Xingwang temple had been mobilized. The civil and military magistrate, the various officials, and the underworld ghost officials were all carefully standing behind the door. Although the entire Xingwang temple was considered their territory and would be protected by a certain amount of providence, it was still safer to stand in the Xingwang temple. Qin Pingan looked at the door. After that tragic incident, Lord Xingwang chose to kill one and release the other. Hence, General Jia Suo should be the new one, while the Lord Xingwang's 6 divisions should still be the old one. Qin Pingan held the sword Immortal in his hand and looked down at the blade's strengthening gourd. "After I've used my sword twice, you can do whatever you want tonight." Qin Pingan raised his head and looked at the door of the Xingwang temple. Who is the Lord Xingwang temple's Lord Xingwang temple? The civil and military magistrates, the day and night wandering god, General Jia Suo, and the rest of the divisions did not hesitate and looked at one of the middle-aged Confucian officials. The underworld officials' robes in the Xingwang temple were roughly the same as the Yang realm's imperial court, except that the pattern of the official patch could not be messed around. There were also some differences between the different continents. For example, in the North Continent, the official robes were mostly black and white, and there was a bronze seal engraved with their official position hanging on their waists. He took a step forward in fear and his eyes wandered. He suppressed the fear in his heart and bowed with cupped fists. Sword Immortal, please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. May I know why you're looking for me? Those with good intentions did not come, but those who came did not come with good intentions. Not only him but all of his colleagues also understood this simple logic. Otherwise they would not have appeared together. The next moment the green-robed Sword Immortal was already standing in the Xingwang Temple. Behind him was the Lord Xingwang Temple's Lord Xingwang Temple. The civil and military magistrates, even though that person had already barged into the Xingwang Temple, they still moved symbolically as if to make way for him. Then they all looked at their colleague. From the Lord Xingwang Temple's forehead, there was a straight and thin golden line all the way down. In the blink of an eye, one of the golden bodies shattered into pieces. Even the Judge Wu, who was the best at killing malicious ghosts in the city god temple, and the new General Jiasua, who liked to go out of the city to hunt for wandering souls and wild ghosts, did not see clearly how and when the other party attacked. For a moment, all of the city god temple officials had gloomy expressions. It was tragic. He really was a foreign sword immortal who had traveled all the way here. It was said that sword immortals were the most eccentric and domineering in their actions. They definitely could not be judged with common sense. The statue of Lord Xingwang that was enshrined in the back hall of the Xingwang Temple glowed with a faint golden light, and a scholarly old official walked out. The front hall was not obstructed by him at all, and he floated to the stairs of the front hall. After standing still, he pointed a finger and said sternly, "As a sword cultivator, you can casually kill an official of the underworld who was conferred with the imperial seal of an emperor?" Qin Pingon raised his head and looked at the thick black fog that shrouded the escort city. It was filled with a murderous aura, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was somewhat similar to the sea of clouds of the Fu family in Old Dragon City. However, the latter could not be seen by Qi cultivators who were below the level of Earth immortals. In the escort city of the Silver Screen Kingdom, it could not be seen by ordinary people other than cultivators. Qin Pingon said, "I will try my best to block the heavenly punishment for you. How will you thank me?" Lord Xingwang was shocked at first and then he was overjoyed. "Really? Sword Immortal is not a joke?" The young green-robed Sword Immortal nodded. Lord Xingwang felt that there was always a way out and there was always a silver lining. Lord Xingwang said loudly, "As long as Sword Immortal can protect my Xingwang Temple, you can take any treasure you want. If Sword Immortal finds it troublesome, just say the word and everyone in the Xingwang Temple will give it to you without any hesitation." A ray of golden light slashed down from the sky. Many of the underworld officials in the Xingwang Temple felt as if their guts were about to explode as their golden bodies became unstable. Lord Xingwang, who had been high and mighty for countless years, was the same as his colleagues in the underworld department. First, a golden light appeared on his forehead, and then a straight line slowly spread downwards. He was indeed the Lord Xingwang who had enjoyed the worship of incense for many years. His golden body that was soaked in the essence of countless incense did not collapse on the spot. Not only that, Lord Xingwang could still raise his hands and press them on both sides of his head. He wailed, "Are you crazy? Once I die, the heavenly punishment will immediately descend. Do you want to resist the heavenly punishment by yourself? If I don't die, you and I can still work together to resist the heavenly punishment. You are crazy. You will die a horrible death." Qin Pingon's gaze was higher than Lord Xingwang, and he looked at the altar in the front hall. There was a towering statue that was also enjoying the worship of incense, but there was no divine light. He did not know if it was because they were in cahoots, or if it knew that a great disaster was coming. It withdrew a bit of divinity from this Xingwang Temple statue. Qin Pingon said, "I'm sorry, I forgot to say something just now. You need to thank me with your death." Lord Xingwang's hands pressed tightly on his head. From all directions, there was an endless stream of incense that did not care whether it was pure or not. As long as it was the incense of the person offering incense, no matter how impure their thoughts were, they were all detained by him in the Xingwang Temple. As for whether this was quenching thirst with poison, he did not care. As long as he increased his cultivation base, there would be a slight increase in his chances of keeping his golden body after the heavenly punishment descended. As for whether the Xingwang Temple would be destroyed, whether the ghost officials' cultivation base would be insufficient and they would all be implicated, or even the lives of the people of the county. From the first day of the great loss of merit and the decay of the golden body, Lord Xingwang had not cared at all. For this reason he even specially invited a group of cultivators that he had good friends with to go to the capital. They brought heavy gifts, lobbied the Ministry of Rights and the Qintianjian, and persuaded the Emperor of the Silver Screen Kingdom to let the court suppress the news and not allow the people of the city and the county to flee. Otherwise, it would be the worst outcome of a country's feng shui and a Xingwang losing both sides. During this period of time, the descendants of the person who received the letter in the capital, especially the current family head, could be considered to know the severity of the situation. As a result, they put in a lot of effort. They used the connections and incense that they had accumulated in the court and the officialdom over the generations to help the Xingwang temple slowly plead for mercy. Only then did Lord Xingwang finally see a ray of hope. Die in a county, protect the golden body. Every man for himself and the devil takes the hindmost. Moreover, as the Lord Xingwang of a county, I am a golden body deity who sees the nobles of the human world as short-lived seedlings. Lord Xingwang pressed his hands on his head and looked down slightly. Although the speed of the golden thread was slowing down, it did not show any signs of stopping. Lord Xingwang's heart was filled with fear and he actually cried, "Why is it like this? Why can't so many incense stop it? Sword Immortal Master." Lord Xingwang, who was standing at the top of the stairs, did not have any of his arrogance anymore. He begged for mercy. "Sword Immortal Master, please spare my life. Is there anything in this world that cannot be discussed?" Lord Xingwang did not dare to raise his hand and point above his head. "Sword Immortal Master, raise your head and take a look. Without my Xingwang temple controlling the incense and using the fate energy of the land to help resist the heavenly tribulation, Sword Immortal Master, you will be alone. Could it be that you are not afraid of wearing down your hard-earned cultivation?" That civil magistrate, who was almost scared out of his wits, also felt that it was inconceivable at first, but after thinking about it he understood. However, it made him feel even more despair. This foreign Sword Immortal Master had nothing better to do and wanted to resist the heavenly tribulation. Why would he care about gains and losses? If he really wanted to care, why did he enter the Xingwang temple? Didn't Lord Xingwang often teach his subordinates to be steady when faced with problems and not make mistakes in a hurry? It seemed like when things really came to a head it was nothing more than this. However, the civil magistrate of the Xingwang temple was miserable. He was no longer a bystander. There was no joke to watch. For hundreds of years the gods who presided over the feng shui of an area, looked down at the kind men and women who entered the temple to burn incense. There were all kinds of people who were raised by the same rice. There were foolish men and women who hated work but prayed for wealth and prosperity. There were vicious women who hoped to find a lover. There were children whose elders were seriously ill and were unwilling to spend money to treat them but came here to burn incense and make a wish. There were bandits who killed people like flax. They thought that by spending more money in the temple and burning a few incense sticks, they could eliminate their sins. There were many kinds of jokes in the world. They were numb to it. Now that they had suffered retribution, it was the turn of those Qi refinement warriors to laugh at their Xingwang temple. Qin Pingon ignored Lord Xingwang. He only inserted the sword in his hand into the ground and then slowly rolled up his sleeves. Unlike Song Yunhu, this time his left sleeve was also rolled up, revealing the walnut bracelet. As for the 3 talismans obtained from the Ghost Valley, Qin Pingon casually placed them between his belt. There were also the clear jade light talisman that had already opened the door, the remaining 2 talismans from Zhou Agency's Cloud Palace and the Azure Sky Mansion talisman. After doing this, Qin Pingon looked at Lord Xingwang, who had a pair of golden eyes that were turning black. Thinking of the Xingwang Pavilion in Tsai Country's Yanji County, it was indeed so. However, the golden Xingwang Shenwen was schemed against by the cultivators on the mountain. The one in front of him was asking for it. Qin Pingon instantly came to the top of the stairs. With a sword in one hand, he stood beside Lord Xingwang, who was like a martial artist who had gone berserk. The two of them stood side by side, but their directions were completely opposite. The green-robed swordsman was facing the front of the hall. There was an empty statue of a deity sitting high up. There was a golden thread that pointed downwards from its body. It faced the temple door and the common people. Trying his best to prevent the golden body from exploding was already the result of Lord Xingwang's efforts. Even if the culprit who attacked him was standing beside him, Lord Xingwang still had no time to care about other things. The golden thread on Lord Xingwang's body started to expand continuously. Like a flood bursting through a dam, a small stream could no longer bear it. He suddenly laughed. What a good sword, Immortal. You also came for that modern world treasure, right? Lord Xingwang, who knew that he was going to die, suddenly laughed heartily. Then he said in a low voice, what a pity. Otherwise, even if I, the little Lord Xingwang of a county, died, I could drag a bunch of deities on the mountain down with me. Wouldn't that be great? Qin Pingon suddenly stretched out a hand and covered Lord Xingwang's face. Then his 5 fingers formed a hook and he slowly said, what face do you have left to take a look at the world? Lord Xingwang's golden body suddenly shattered. The front hall of the Xingwang temple seemed to scatter a large amount of golden dust. With a ding-dong sound, an item fell to the ground. It was a rusty golden body fragment. It was not small and was even bigger than the 2 river gods of Tsangyun Lake added together. Qin Pingon was about to use the tip of the sword Immortal to shatter it when the blade's strengthening gourd that had not appeared for a long time flew out. A white rainbow sword light pierced into the rusty golden body fragment. The flying sword Chu-yi and the golden body fragment actually disappeared into the ground together. When the golden body of the Xingwang temple shattered, the sky above Escort City was instantly filled with thunder. The sound was far louder than normal thunder. It was like firecrackers exploding beside one's ears, causing countless people to wake up from their deep sleep. Black clouds rolled as if there were black dragons swimming in the sea of clouds. Not only that, the sea of clouds started to slowly descend. First, some of the families in the city were woken up by the thunder and started to light up their lanterns. The rich families also hung up lanterns one after another. In a bustling county, the dots of light kept connecting into a piece. There were also the sounds of children crying one after another. Last but not least, the Qi cultivators who had sneaked into the Escort City were all dumbfounded. After a moment of panic, they began to curse loudly. How could they have known that the damned heavenly tribulation had arrived in advance before the real treasure had appeared? There was a lot to pay attention to here. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the world were born with innate spirituality. It was extremely difficult for Qi cultivators to capture and seize them. The city lord of Huangyi City once brushed past a treasure because the celestial treasure's flying speed was too shocking. It was said that the treasure in Escort City was of a very high grade. It was the condensation and nurture of a county's 1,000 years of spiritual luck. Not only that, it was said that when Escort City was first built, there was actually a military celestial weapon buried deep underground. In the end, the two merged and became a supreme treasure of the human world that had both civil and martial luck. It was both offensive and defensive. Whoever obtained it could reach the sky in one step and become a top cultivator. That was why Huangliang City and the Treasure Cave Wonderland, the 2 top immortals, had moved out together. They were determined to get the rare treasure. If Huangliang City could get it, they would be sitting firmly on the top of the mountains of dozens of countries, leaving the Treasure Cave Wonderland far behind. If the Treasure Cave Wonderland could get it, their power would surpass Huangliang City. After the strange phenomenon of the city god temple appeared, Fan Weiran, who had settled down in Escort City, made a prompt decision. She led the cultivators of the Treasure Cave Wonderland and sent people to remind the Qi cultivators who relied on her sect to quickly leave Escort City and go to the Blue Cloud Lake. After all, that lord who owed her, Fan Weiran, a big favor. After his vitality was greatly damaged at the Blue Cloud Lake, he would not dare to be like that night at the banquet. That was why Yan Qing was able to find an excuse to leave the Dragon Palace banquet on the elder ancestor's side. She said that she was going to the water deity temple of the Daozi Creek Canal Master to relieve her boredom. After that, there were endless storms. After Yan Qing came to Escort City, she was somewhat uneasy. Not to mention Fan Weiran, even Yan Qing's martial nephews could see some clues. Fan Weiran's deep-seated hatred for that young sword immortal increased a little. How dare he spoil my Yan Qing's Dao heart? She had already been appointed by that immortal as one of the candidates for the future leader of the Treasure Cave Wonderland and the mountaintop immortals of the dozens of countries. Once Yan Qing stood out in the end, the Treasure Cave Wonderland would be able to obtain another immortal Dao technique. For so many years, the Treasure Cave Wonderland and Huangliang City were nothing more than two chess pieces that were secretly chosen to rear fish in the dozens of countries' ponds. The so-called life and death battles were like water and fire. However, how many cultivators from the two sects had really died? Not many. Moreover, those who died were those who seemed to be in a passable realm but had no hope of reaching the Great Tao. Weren't most of those who died actually the cultivators of those subordinate sects? Why had there not been a single golden body realm martial artist in the dozens of countries' pugilistic world for 200 years? One had to know that the last one was killed by her junior sister in Yu back then. Now, those sixth realm martial artists who were flaunting their prowess in the secular dynasties, the so-called martial arts grandmasters, the number one swordsman and the number one fist master, which one wasn't a person who was about to die peacefully with rotten skin? Fan Weiran turned his head to look at Yanqing, who was following beside him, and smiled slightly. He didn't know why his junior sister had to kill that golden body realm martial artist back then, but he knew clearly why. After all, this was a great secret that only one person in the Treasure Cave Wonderland and Huangliang City knew about in each generation. As for the other mountains, they simply didn't have the opportunity and qualifications to meet that immortal. As for that foreign sword immortal who appeared inexplicably, it would be best if he was affected by the heavenly tribulation and accidentally died in the city god temple. That would be too easy for you. Otherwise, you would be heavily injured and captured by me, Fan Weiran. Compared to the unique secret technique of the Treasure Cave Wonderland's ancestral hall, Marquis Yin's blue cloud lake water lantern was nothing. The cultivators of the Treasure Cave Immortal realm and the various vassal sects all headed in the same general direction, and all of them rushed towards Blue Cloud Lake at top speed. However, those that were unable to ride the wind could only rely on their two legs to fly on the ground, and those that were the worst off could only ride horses out of the city. After Fan Weiran rode the wind and left Escort City, he suddenly asked, "Didn't the mediocre military cultivators of the Ghost Hatchet Palace follow us out of the city?" Beside the old woman, a junior cultivator of his family who was hiding in the wilderness with the identity of the current governor of the county said respectfully, "Ancestor, after receiving my news at an inn, I don't know why they didn't leave immediately. They said that they needed to deal with some urgent matters. I didn't dare to stay any longer, so I left first. In the end, I found that they left Escort City in another direction. I don't know if they will go to Blue Cloud Lake to meet us for the time being." Fan Weiran was furious and his face was full of killing intent. He asked again, "What about that guy named Diyu? Did you see him?" The old cultivator said, "I saw him at the inn. He was really, as the rumors said, a mischievous and incompetent person." That night, the movement over at Songyun Lake was big, but no cultivator in the Escort City dared to come close to watch the battle. When immortals at Songyun Lake's level fought, if you clapped and cheered from the side, neither side would appreciate it. With a casual flick of their sleeves, they would turn into ashes with a slap. What's more, immortal treasures and immortal spells didn't have eyes. If they went to the gates of hell to take a stroll, wouldn't they die in vain? Therefore, the old cultivator asked doubtfully, "Ancestor, why did you ask this person alone?" Fan Weiran's face was gloomy. He didn't reveal the secret and only sneered, "I'll settle the score with this bastard later." The premise was, of course, that the foreign sword immortal surnamed Qin was dead, or had lost half of his life in Escort City. When Yanqing rode the wind, she looked back at the blurry outline of Escort City. Vaguely, she could see a golden talisman exploding at the bottom of the sea of tribulation clouds. Yanqing sighed faintly in her heart. Such a young sword immortal who was so good at scheming people was actually a fool. At the peak of the Black Glaze Mountain, which was further away from the Escort City than the Songyun Lake, there was a slightly rough mountaintop viewing pavilion. There was a slender middle-aged man dressed in simple clothes, and the only ornament on his body was the jade token hanging on his waist. The man stretched out his finger and gently stroked the seal script on the jade token, his mind full of worries. The handsome youth He Lu sat to the side and took off the yellow bamboo flute. He was gently wiping his beloved magic artifact with a piece of rare silk woven by immortals. The middle-aged man only looked at Escort City. The incomparably thick black clouds slowly descended, as if the entire sky was hanging down on the mortal world. At a glance, he couldn't see the top of the sea of clouds at all. A white-haired old man sitting cross-legged laughed and said, "Heaven and earth are connected for no reason. This is the great calamity of the mortal world. City Lord, after this heavenly tribulation landed, I don't think the Black Glaze Mountain's great array can be maintained. It's still that granny fan who calculated carefully and hooked up with Blue Cloud Lake's Marquine. In this matter, compared to us having to choose Black Glaze Mountain and spending our own money to build the array, we have the upper hand. The white-haired old man kept beating his legs and said bitterly, I really don't know what that sword immortal from another place is thinking. Even if he wants to snatch food from us in the treasure cave immortal realm, he should at least wait for the rare treasure to appear, right? But if he really killed Lord Xingwang, this heavenly tribulation will find him. What the hell is he after? City Lord, my brain isn't very bright. Why don't you tell me? When I encounter something I can't understand, even if I crack my head, when I see a beautiful woman who can topple a city and burn my mouth, my heart will itch. The man standing in the pavilion was Yellow U City's city lord Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian said, a sword immortal from another place came barging in to mess things up. Actually, the game is still the same and the situation hasn't changed much. The surprise brought about by this person's cultivation would be mostly wiped out by the heavenly tribulation. What I'm worried about isn't this person, nor is it the treasure cave immortal realm or Fan Weiran. Instead, I'm worried about a few other outsiders. Compared to this sword immortal who does things openly, they are much more sneaky. For the time being, I only know that fox from the Silver Screen Nation. She's one of them. When the white-haired old man heard about the fox, he immediately became interested. The Silver Screen Nation's emperor, the Empress of Iron. Ah, how interesting. So she's also from another place. I knew it. Our dozen or so countries can't raise a five-tailed heavenly fox. Zhou Xian shook his head and said, she hid it well. She's actually a six-tailed golden core fox. This information was obtained by Yellow U City using the life of a Dragon Gate cultivator. The white-haired old man was speechless. Then I'll have to avoid her when I see her in the future. Damn it, she's at the Golden Core realm. Doesn't that make her the same as you, City Lord? He Lu was only wiping the bamboo flute. She was not interested in the top secret of the mountain. Zhou Xian shook his head and said, cultivators at the same realm are worlds apart. Fox demons are naturally blessed by the heavens for bewitching mortals. However, fox demons have never been good at fighting. I don't think she can defeat Fan Weiran. However, since she's from another place, she must have one or two special Dharma artifacts on her. My chances of winning against Fan Weiran in a head-to-head fight are not high. I don't even have extravagant hopes of successfully killing her. Zhou Xian turned his head and said with a smile, if there's a chance, if the sword that the outsider is carrying is really a Dharma treasure, I can try to fight for it and see if I can exchange it for something else and give it to you. The white-haired old man was confused. City Lord, what do you mean by exchange? Also, what else do you need to fight for here? Zhou Xian shook his head. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. After hearing the City Lord's promise, He Lu's eyes lit up. Suddenly, when the handsome young man glanced at the direction of the attendant city from the corner of his eyes were like a lamp wick that had been cut, becoming brighter and brighter. Zhou Xian shook his head. Don't think about it. Not only you, even I don't dare to have any other thoughts. Zhou Xian's expression became serious. He said with the heart lake rippling voice, He Lu, the battle is imminent. I have to remind you. Although your talent and fortune are slightly better than Yan Qing's and you can follow me to the Immortal Mansion to meet the Immortal. Although the Immortal himself did not show up and only sent someone to receive the two of us, it's already an honor. You're already ahead of Yan Qing. However, on this mountain half of 100 miles of cultivation is 90 miles. The difference of one realm is like heaven and earth. Therefore that little boy from the Immortal Mansion, relying on the Immortal's support, dared to shout at me disrespectfully. That treasure has already revealed its origin to you. It's an innate sword embryo. Sword embryos in the world are divided by people. You glanced at the long sword that was dimming with golden light. After fiercely shaking his head, he slapped himself several times. Then he put his palms together and said softly with a firm gaze, Senior, don't worry. Trust me, this time. I'm just carrying you to a secluded place. This place is not suitable to stay for long. You waited for a moment. Since Senior is not speaking, I'll take it that you agree. On this day, the haunted house had an extra eye-catching guest. The cultivator of the Ghost Axe Palace. In a courtyard of the haunted house, the white-clothed sword Immortal sat on a small stool. Stood to the side with a long face. Senior, I'm really going to die this time. Why do you have to make me stay here? I just came to see Senior's safety. That person gently fanned himself with a bamboo fan. His face carried a smile that Du Yu always felt was strange and unfamiliar. He slowly smiled and said, if you leave today you're really going to die. 506. Du Yu only felt his scalp go numb. He forced himself to summon up the little bit of Jianghu pride he had left. His courage was like the strength of a person climbing a mountain. When he reached the peak, he said timidly, Senior, if you do this, I'm a little scared of you. Qin Pingon held the jade bamboo fan that Cui Dongshan had given him. He twirled the bamboo fan with 2 fingers. The bamboo fan opened and closed slightly. The crisp sound rang out again and again. He smiled and said, You have saved my life. What are you afraid of? Shouldn't you be thinking about how to reward me? Why are you still worried that I'll settle accounts with you? Your Jianghu affairs have long been forgotten at the Shaoxi Canal's water fairy temple. Qin Pingon was wearing the robe of gold wine that he had not worn for many years. The green robe of spring grass had been completely destroyed. No matter how much money you spent, it would not be able to be repaired. He kept it close to him, putting it together with the worn-out straw sandals and the empty wine jug. The previous battle, how dangerous was it? It was very simple. He did not even have the time to change into this robe of gold wine. He could not even do it in an instant. Therefore he could only rely on his physical body to withstand the Cloud Sea tribulation. It was probably equivalent to soaking in the small lightning pool of Jixiao Mountain for a few days and nights. Du Yu gritted his teeth and said with a long face, Senior, you didn't come out this time to slaughter an ungrateful city, did you? Qin Pingon glanced at Du Yu from the corner of his eyes. Are you stupid or am I crazy? Then what am I supposed to do? Du Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. That's good. Senior, don't be angry with those ignorant people. It's not worth it. He was really afraid that another wave would rise before the first wave had subsided. When the time came, he would not be the only one to suffer and die. He would definitely implicate his parents and the entire Ghost Hatchet Palace. If it was said that Fan Weiran, that old woman, was venting her anger on him at the Shaoxi Canal's water fairy temple, it was hard to say now. Perhaps even Huangliang City's Yi Yu had set his eyes on him. There were some things that he didn't think too much about in the past, but now that he was circling the gates of hell and jumping on the road to the Yellow Springs, he thought about it again and again. Especially since he had been staying in the haunted house for the past few days, helping his seniors clean the house and courtyard, carrying buckets and wiping cloths, and doing the chores that he had not done since he was in his mother's womb. It was as if a lifetime had passed. Qin Pingon fastened the folding fan to his waist. He looked over the wall and said, Doing good or evil is a family matter. What is there to be disappointed about? Du Yu nodded vigorously and said, A gentleman does not expect to be repaid for his kindness. That is the style of a senior. Qin Pingon laughed and said, Forget it. Don't say such flattering words in the future. Your skills are too low. It's hard for you to talk and it's tiring for you to listen. I've tolerated you for a long time. Du Yu smiled awkwardly. Qin Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd and placed it on the bamboo chair. He stepped on the sword Immortal on the ground and gently bounced it up into his hand. You stay here. I'm going out for a while. Du Yu naturally did not dare to question his senior's decision. He asked carefully, Senior, when will you return to the house? Qin Pingon laughed and said, It shouldn't take much time to go to the county governor's office that is a few steps away, and then to Tsongyun Lake or Black Glaze Mountain. Du Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Pingon walked out of the haunted house. Du Yu faced the vermilion wine pot, put his palms together, bent over and prayed, Thank you, Master Wine Pot. Please protect me. When the door of the haunted house opened, the white-robed Immortal really appeared. The people of Follower City who were originally clamoring, regardless of whether they were men or women, old or young, dispersed in a hubbub. Most of the people in the crowd were rich families who thought that they had suffered an unexpected calamity and suffered heavy losses. The servants and retainers who were sent here by their family heads to ask for money, as well as the local ruffians who came from all over Follower City to join in the fun. There were also many chivalrous young men who wanted to see what a sword Immortal was. Although everyone said that this foreign sword Immortal was very good-tempered and rich, he was seriously injured and had to stay in Follower City to recuperate for a long time. Hiding in the haunted house for such a long time without daring to show his face proved this point. But who knew if he would not let go of someone on the street after leaving the haunted house? In any case, he was a sword immortal. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse, so it was better to be careful. It just so happened that a group of strong young men were rushing over with a dung cart, laughing endlessly. Originally, they were feeling complacent about their heroic act, enjoying the thumbs up and cheers of the people nearby. They pushed the dung cart with even more vigor. They were only 20 or 30 steps away from the eerie house that no one dared to live in. In the end, the white-robed immortal with a long sword just happened to open the door and walk out, looking straight at them. The three young men who had been idling around Follower City all year round were instantly dumbfounded, their legs unable to move. Not only that, there was also a person who walked out from the corner of the street and went against the flow. She was dressed in a white dress and was a rather beautiful woman, holding a baby in her arms. In the cold spring, the weather was especially cold. It was unknown whether the baby was sleeping soundly or frostbitten, but she did not cry. Her face was full of grief and her footsteps became faster and faster. She actually passed by the dung cart and the strong young men, falling to her knees on the street with a plop. She raised her head and sobbed to the young man in white. "Immortal Lord, my husband was killed by the collapsed house. How am I, a woman, going to live in the future? Please have mercy on us, Immortal Lord, and save us." The woman cried and wailed as if her heart and lungs were being torn apart, as if she was about to faint from crying. The people hiding in the streets and alleys began to point and whisper to the side, saying that it seemed to be the woman from your alley, and that she was indeed married last spring. What a pitiful person. Qin Pingon squatted down. "In such cold weather, such a young child as a mother, can you bear to do so? Shouldn't he hand it over to a familiar neighbor and come to me alone to complain about his grievances? Well, that's right. Anyway, you can't live anymore, so why care about this?" The woman was stunned for a moment, as if she had never expected the young sword immortal to use such words. She was momentarily stunned. Then the young man smiled and said, "I see that you are a little unfamiliar with the way you are holding the child. Is this your first child?" The woman suddenly wailed and did not say anything. Qin Pingon covered his sleeves with both hands and said slowly, "In a while, as long as I ignore you and pass by you, are you going to raise the child in your hands high and tell me that if I don't save you, you won't live? Since you can't live, instead of causing this poor child to suffer for the rest of his life, why don't you just fall to your death on the street and let him reincarnate into a good family in his next life? In this life, his parents have let him down and met a cold-hearted immortal. Then you will bang your head against the wall and beg for a family of 3 to reunite in the underworld? Or are you saying that what I've said is more than what others have taught you?" The woman was only grieving and wailing endlessly, making anyone who heard it cry and saw it feel sad. Qin Pingon glanced at the marketplace man who had exposed the woman's identity and smiled. The latter's expression changed slightly as he quickly left and disappeared into the alley. The person who fled in a hurry, the woman who was sitting on the ground and crying, and the pugilistic assassin who was hiding in the dung bucket, waiting for an opportunity to strike. They should be small schemes that the other party didn't even think could succeed. Was it purely to disgust people? Qin Pingon felt that it was a little interesting. Marquis Yin of Tsongyun Lake definitely didn't have the guts for the time being. Fan Weiran of the Treasure Cave Wonderland didn't have the guts to do so. Was it Yi Yu of Huangming City that he had never seen before? Or was it the young man named He Lu who had borrowed the hands of an official in Attendant City? In any case, the Qi refinement warrior, the marketplace woman, and the martial artist might not even know who had sent them to die. The reason why they had come here to die naturally had their own reasons and arrangements. What should he do? Because Qin Pingon felt that he was really disgusted. The woman's vision blurred. The young white-robed immortal was nowhere to be seen. The woman gritted her teeth and stood up. As expected, she lifted the infant in swaddling clothes high and was about to throw him to the ground. Before that, she turned her head to look at the street and cried with all her might, "This sword immortal is heartless. He killed my man, but he doesn't feel guilty at all. Now that we're going to die together today, our family of 3 won't let him off even if we become ghosts." The woman threw the child fiercely to the street, hoping that he wouldn't fall to his death. That would be big trouble, so she used all her strength. His life's glory and wealth were all in this one move. Anyway, the child wasn't hers. God knew where the strange man had found him. As for the man who had just died, he had disappeared inexplicably. She had really been blind to marry that man. However, he was a scoundrel who couldn't control his crotch and hands. He was addicted to gambling and lust. He had squandered all her family's wealth. After marrying him, she hadn't had a good day. It was better to die early. If she threw the child to his death, she only needed to knock her head against the wall and make her head bleed to scare people. Then she could pretend to faint. She didn't have to really die. Then, with the big bag of gold and silver she had obtained before and another bag after the matter was done, she could casually find a man to marry in the future and become a rich madam. After throwing the child out, the woman was a little mentally exhausted and collapsed to the ground. Then she suddenly opened her eyes wide. She saw that the white-clothed immortal had squatted in front of her again and was holding the swaddled child in one hand. Qin Pingon stood up and picked up the child. He used his fingers to pick up a corner of the swaddling cotton cloth and gently touched the baby's little hand. Fortunately, the child was only a little frozen. The immortal probably felt that there was no need to do anything to a child who was bound to die. Sure enough, those cultivators only had this little brain. It wasn't easy to be a good person, but was it also difficult to be a bad person who had a rotten stomach? Qin Pingon twitched the corner of his mouth. However, when he looked at the child in his arms, his gaze naturally became gentle. His movements were skillful as he wrapped the swaddling cotton cloth slightly more tightly around the child. He also emitted the heat from his palms in a very measured manner to warm the swaddling cloth and help to resist the bone-chilling spring cold. There was no child in the world who was born to suffer and suffer. Qin Pingon tapped the tip of his foot and his figure flew backward like a white rainbow, returning to the haunted house. Diu probably felt uneasy in his heart. He naturally didn't dare to sit on the chair where the sword cultivating gourd was placed. He moved the small stool to the side of the bamboo chair and sat there obediently without moving. Of course, he didn't forget to put on the deity's due armor. Diu saw the senior who had left and returned. In his arms, there was an additional child in swaddling clothes. What was the senior doing? Previously, he said that he was walking at night and was lucky enough to pick up his own deity's due armor and refined demon core by the roadside. Diu could go against his conscience and say that he believed him. However, when he went out, he picked up a child and brought it back. Diu was really dumbfounded. Qin Pingon carefully handed the child to Diu. Diu felt as if he was struck by lightning and reached out his hand blankly. Qin Pingon frowned and said, "Take off the due armor." Diu was shocked. He quickly took off the due armor and put it into his sleeve along with the refined demon core that he had been holding in his palms. He stiffly took the child in swaddling clothes and felt uncomfortable all over. Seeing the senior's disdainful expression, Diu wanted to cry but had no tears. "Senior, I'm young and have little experience in Jianghu. I'm really not as knowledgeable and proficient as you." Qin Pingon reminded him, "I'll come back early. The child is young and has caught a cold. You have to pay more attention to the child's breathing. When you emit spiritual energy to nourish the child's body, you have to be careful. If there's a problem when you leave the haunted house, take the sword cultivating gourd and find an experienced pharmacist." Diu was like a chicken pecking rice. Qin Pingon thought for a while and twisted his wrist. The only remaining walnut appeared in his palm. "After you throw it out, its power is equivalent to an all-out attack of an earth immortal cultivator. There's no need for any opening incantation. Any chi cultivator can use it. Even if the physique of a person in the lower 5 states is weak, they'll just spit out a few mouthfuls of blood and use up their spiritual energy. There won't be too big of a sequela. What's more, you're at the peak of the cave-dwelling state and a military cultivator." Diu was still holding the child. He had to turn his body sideways, bend his back and reach out slightly to grab the priceless treasure of immortals. Diu was relieved. It was rare for the senior to be so long-winded. But for some reason the senior at this moment felt a little familiar. Qin Pingon took a deep breath. He stopped holding the sword immortal and hung it on his back again. "You're addicted to playing, aren't you?" Diu sighed. The familiar feeling was gone again. He told himself silently, just take it as the senior's good intentions to help Diu sharpen his state of mind. The senior had disappeared. There were no spiritual energy ripples, nor was there a breeze. It was as if he had merged with heaven and earth. Diu hugged the child and shook him gently. He did not dare to move too much, afraid that he would wake the child up. "Damn it, I've never been so gentle to those female heroes of the pugilistic world in my life." Diu looked down and sighed. "Little child, your fortune is greater than the heavens. In a quiet and narrow alley there was no one there. The man leaned against the wall and swallowed his saliva. It seemed like they didn't chase after him. In order to earn that small sum of money, it was really troublesome. Although the immortal Master Fuji who had contacted him did not seem to be able to take out the small sum of money, the immortal money could not be faked. If he did not take it, he would die. If he did not take it, what else could he do? He found a city official who accompanied him. With similar methods, he gave him a bag of silver. If he did not take it, he would die. The city official was not stupid. He helped him find the adulterous couple in your alley. That was how he got what he had today. The mountain cultivator took out the small sum of money and smiled. He muttered to himself, Immortal Master Fuji really doesn't treat money as money. I hope there will be another dozen of such transactions. Someone smiled and said by his ear, You're not bad yourself. You don't treat lives as lives. The man turned his head stiffly and saw the white-robed immortal who was holding a folding fan. He was standing a few steps away, but he did not notice him at all. The man said with a trembling voice, Great sword immortal, it's not impressive. I was forced by the situation and had no choice. The immortal Master Fuji of Dream Liang Peak who taught me how to do things also felt that doing such things would dirty his hands. In fact, compared to a wild cultivator like me, he doesn't care about the lives of mortals. The man squeezed out a smile. Great sword immortal, you don't know. That woman in your alley was born with a heart as venomous as snakes and scorpions. Her man is a wretched and filthy person. For such commoners, it's a pity that their aptitude is lacking and they can only roll in the mud. If not, they would be treated as cultivators and do bad things. That would be the best. The white-robed sword immortal smiled and said, Don't ask your heart, just look at the situation. Otherwise, how many people can survive in the world? What do you think? The man nodded and said, Yes, yes, yes. Lord Sword Immortal is right. Then he heard the foreign sword immortal who could survive the heavenly tribulation ask him with a slightly surprised tone. A mere immortal Master Fuji of Dream Liang Peak feels that killing a few commoners has dirtied his hands. Then, as a sword immortal, do you think that killing you would not dirty my hands? If not, why wouldn't I kill the woman on the street who seeks wealth, the ruffians who push dung carts for fun, and the assassin who hides in the dung bucket and eats shit? The man held up the small coin with both hands and bowed deeply. He raised his hand high and said with a flattering smile, Since Lord Sword Immortal feels that you have dirtied your hands, please be merciful and let me off. Don't dirty Sword Immortal's divine weapon. How can an existence like me be worthy of Sword Immortal's sword? There are tens of thousands of immortal Dharma spells. Do I need to use my sword? After hearing this, the man sweated profusely and did not dare to say another word. Now you feel that I'm an evil person like you, so you're afraid? The banished immortal closed the folding fan in his hand and lightly knocked his head. He said with a lazy attitude, Evil people don't speak in front of you, good people talk behind your backs. You're boring, but you're also exultant. It's strange but wonderful. It was not that the man did not want to escape, but that his limbs did not listen to him. That person said, Come, I'll let you shout, Sword Immortal is killing people. If the whole city hears it, I can spare you. The man shook his head vigorously and said with a sobbing tone, I don't dare. I don't dare to humiliate Lord Sword Immortal. That person said, Oh, then you're in trouble. Without waiting for the wild cultivator to speak, he lightly patted the wild cultivator's head with his folding fan. Then with a wave of his sleeve he captured the 3 souls and 7 spirits in his hand and used his aura to slowly grind them down. If all good people could only comfort themselves with the thought that evil people would be tortured by evil people, then the world was really not good. As for the small coin, it fell to the side of the corpse and rolled into the crevice. Dressed in white, he slowly walked out of the alley. A moment later, a golden sword light rose from the ground. The white-robed immortal left Escort City on his sword and went straight to Blue Cloud Lake. From the haunted house in the city, a green flying sword followed him. In the imperial tutor's residence in the capital of the country of Mengliang, the 2 great cultivators sat across from each other across a small green lake. One was an old scholar with white hair and a green robe who did not have any scholarly achievements. The other was a young man. The former had a dying little monkey lying on his knee. The latter had a small green snake that seemed to be sleeping soundly on his waist. There were already horns on his forehead. The green snake's head and tail were connected like a green belt. Behind the old man in a Confucian robe stood a pale-faced fox-like woman. Her appearance was average, but her eyes were charming. At this moment, even though she was standing behind her master and was separated from the young man by a small lake, she was still trembling with fear. After all, the reputation of that young man was too frightening. His name was Xianxia, and he was once a wild cultivator who occupied a vast mountain by himself. He had never taken in any direct disciples and only kept some servants with decent aptitude. Later on, he gave up the treasured land with abundant spirit qi and only moved the immortal residents away with a great divine ability. Since then, he had disappeared from the entire southeastern territory of the North Continent, and there was no news of him. It was this great immortal who had made that secret agreement with her master. However, the fox-like woman only knew that her master had paid a huge price to draw a lightning pool that isolated the flow of spirit qi at the border of more than 10 countries. Her master had used a heaven-defying method to consume a large amount of his true essence in order to suppress the elusive merit's strange treasure. In the end, he had obtained it. As for this Xianxia, he had formed an alliance with her master. He had given the mountain to 2 large sects nearby. In exchange, he had been able to make the barren land of more than 10 countries, which had always been relatively thin in spirit qi, his own exclusive property. Just like the small lake in front of Xianxia. Both parties took what they needed and had long-term plans. However, the fox-like woman had never imagined that her master, who was supposed to be cultivating in seclusion outside the territory of more than 10 countries, would suddenly change and become the imperial tutor, who had been born and raised in the country of Dream Liang. According to the intelligence reports from the Silver Screen Nation, she had naturally heard about the situation in the country of Dream Liang. Her master should have been a young prodigy from a small county in the country of Dream Liang. He had obtained first place in the imperial examinations and became the top scholar, bringing honor to his family. After entering the official career, it was as if the heavens had helped him. Not only was he brimming with talent in poetry and writing, but he was also extremely talented in politics. In the end, he became the youngest prime minister in the history of the country of Dream Liang. At the age of 40, he was already an extremely important official. Then he suddenly resigned and retired. It was rumored that he had encountered an immortal who imparted him Tao, and he left. After retiring to the mountains and forests, he concentrated on alchemy and cultivation. In just a short 10 years, he had cultivated immortal spells and supernatural powers. At that time, the fox-like woman thought it was a joke and treated it as a trick. The new emperor of the country of Dream Liang, who had just ascended the throne, personally went to the Immortal Mountain to welcome the former prime minister back to the capital and conferred him the title of imperial tutor. When he was an official, the country was prosperous and the people were at peace. After becoming an immortal, the weather was favorable. Under this person's power, the country of Dream Liang had become a paradise where no one would pick up any leftovers. The imperial court was filled with civil and military officials, and the local officials and people lived in harmony. Under the assistance of this person, the 2 successive emperors worked hard to govern the country, but they never started a war at the borders. In the process of being hunted down by those cultivators in Escort City, the fox-like woman lost 2 of her tails and damaged her Tao foundation. However, after her master appeared, he only brought her and her companion back to the imperial tutor's residence in the country of Dream Liang. Until now, he had yet to reward her. This caused the fox-like woman to feel a little remorseful. After losing her honorable status as the empress of the Silver Screen country and returning to her master's side as a servant girl, she was actually not used to it. Xianxia smiled and said, "Congratulations, fellow Daoist. You've gotten what you wanted. The day of establishing a sect is just around the corner." The Confucian-robed old man said indifferently, "I will remove the remaining restrictions on the golden lightning pool. The spiritual energy outside will slowly flow in. Within 100 years, it will be a great year for cultivators to emerge. As for He Lu and Yen Qing, they are still young and will benefit from being in a favorable position. Oris Core is just around the corner. If fellow Daoist sect can produce 7 to 8 Oris Core Earth Immortals at the same time, it will be a strong foundation for establishing a sect. Congratulations." Xiaoxian's eyes were filled with sincerity as he said, "Compared to fellow Daoist methods and schemes, I am ashamed of my inferiority. You actually managed to obtain this merit treasure, and it's even a Xiantian sword palette. To be honest, at that time I thought that fellow Daoist had at least a 60% chance of losing everything. Xiaxin glanced at the little monkey whose abdomen was shining brightly and was filled with admiration. This old fellow who was about to fall into the Aurus core realm was actually able to conceal his identity. Not only did he escape the murderous intentions of the various forces, he was also extremely daring to hide right under his nose. In the end, he used his merit body to benefit the entire country and rightfully obtained a merit treasure. This kind of scheme was worthy of his identity as a nascent soul cultivator. The old man smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist, you are willing to part with a feng shui treasured land in exchange for the territory of more than 10 countries that no one would look at. You are truly generous and courageous. As long as you manage it well, you will definitely be able to recoup your capital in 100 years and make a huge profit in 1,000 years." One sought treasures while the other sought talents. The two nascent soul cultivators worked together to create such a grand arrangement. In the end, everyone was happy. However, both sides knew that as long as one of them, no matter who it was able to ascend to the upper 5 realms first, the situation after that would be difficult to predict. If they were able to establish their own sect, everyone would feel that their own territory was too small. After the old man had removed the lightning pool, the spirit chi had flowed back into the dozens of countries. How could Xiaxin just stand by and watch as the vast spirit chi was dissipated and wasted on a bunch of ants that had been fighting for years? As for Fan Weiran and Yi Yu, who had brought along such a large group of trash, they were unable to snatch the treasure from the hands of Hu Mei and the old man. In fact, Xiaxin was not that annoyed. The spiritual chi was the foundation of his great Tao. As for the rest, there was no need to be greedy. Back then, the nascent soul cultivator alliance was not a joke. Furthermore, there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Since the situation was good and stable, you can refine your merit treasure and take the risk to become a sword cultivator. I can swallow my spiritual chi like a whale and have the hope of breaking through the layers of bottlenecks and quickly ascend to the upper 5 realms. It was necessary to be smart, but one could not rely on it for one's entire life. An Earth Immortal should have the vision and state of mind of an Earth Immortal. Xiaxin seemed to have remembered something. After the heavenly tribulation, I went to Follower City and discovered something unexpected. The Confucian-robed old man smiled. "Fellow Daoist, please speak." Xiaxin placed his hands on the green belt and smiled. "If I'm not wrong, the sword on the back of the foreign sword cultivator is a half-immortal weapon. I have some skills when it comes to fighting, but unfortunately I'm mediocre when it comes to refining. Fellow Daoist, since you're proficient in refining, why don't we sign a contract and become allies?" The old man's eyes shone brightly, but it disappeared in an instant. If it was a magical treasure, he would not be interested. Now that he was refining the Xiantian sword pill filled with merit, it would be the foundation for him to ascend to the upper 5 realms in the future. But if it was a half-immortal weapon? However, the old man quickly calmed himself down. Such a rare item, was this Xiaxin his own father or his own son? Why would he be so kind as to tell him about it? Thus, this old nascent soul who was temporarily the imperial tutor of the Dream Liang country waved his hand and laughed. "Fellow Daoist, you can take it. You should have such a fortuitous encounter. As for me, let's forget about it. Before I successfully refine this item, there are many taboos in my actions. I'm sure fellow Daoist is aware of these great troubles. With fellow Daoist's cultivation base, it's definitely not difficult for you to kill an injured young sword cultivator. I wish fellow Daoist success in obtaining a quasi-immortal artifact." Xiaxin smiled and nodded. He did not find it strange that the old man was so cautious. Both of them were nascent soul cultivators. If they had taken the bait so easily, they would not have lived to this day. People like us who kill and rob without blinking an eye will still need to be afraid of ghosts after walking in the dark for so long. These words were engraved in Xiaxin's heart when he was young. Even after countless years, Xiaxin still remembered them clearly. It was the greatest fortune that his master, a cultivator of the 5th level who had died at his hands, had left behind for Xiaxin. At that time he was only at the 2nd realm. How was he able to kill his master and steal his treasure? It was precisely because the master and disciple had accidentally bumped into an iron plate. Thus, in the long years that followed, whenever Xiaxin found himself satisfied with his success, he would dig out this sentence and silently repeat it a few times. Xiaxin stood up and smiled. "Fellow Daoist, there's no need to send me off. The Confucian-robed old man grabbed the little monkey and stood up to send him off. Fellow Daoist, don't worry. I will leave the Dream Liang country soon. Xia Zhen's figure turned into a streak of light and flew away. In an instant he was as small as a mustard seed. He broke through the low-hanging sea of clouds and flew away freely. The imperial tutor of the Dream Liang country shook the little monkey in his hand. He raised his head and laughed. It must have been hard for this Xia Zhen to not make a move. In the distance, Hu Mei and the skinny old man stood respectfully with their hands clasped behind their backs. Hu Mei softly said, "Master, are you really not going to leave this half-immortal weapon alone? Although it doesn't mean much to Xia Zhen, master." The Confucian-robed old man used his heaven and earth sleeve to imprison the monkey into a small world. He turned his head and said, "I'm in the Dream Liang country, a small place with limited information. I'm not as well informed as Xia Zhen. If you want that half-immortal weapon, can you go and get it for me?" Hu Mei didn't dare to speak. She didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Her identity had already been exposed by Huangliang City's Yijia. She was no longer a femme fatale of the Silver Screen country. As long as she returned to Escort City and exposed her whereabouts, she would become a target of scorn. The Confucian-robed old man sneered. A sword cultivator who is willing to take on the heavenly tribulation and a young man who dares to reveal a half-immortal weapon. Is he a soft persimmon? If that's the case, why didn't Xia Zhen take it for himself? Why did he reveal this secret out of kindness? Moreover, once a half-immortal weapon recognizes a master, especially if the master it serves dies, it will go out of control. You guys are really frogs at the bottom of a well. You don't know the severity of the situation. In the sea of clouds, Xia Zhen no longer turned into a streak of light. Instead, he slowly walked with his hands behind his back. Xia Zhen had a helpless expression. He muttered to himself, "Since he's from the hemp sect, I shouldn't provoke him, right?" Xia Zhen glanced back at the capital of the Dream Liang country. After obtaining that Xiantian sword pill, a half-immortal weapon just so happened to appear. With such a fated fortune, how could you resist it? With such cowardice, how could you become a wild cultivator? After being a mortal teacher of the Dream Liang country for several decades, you've cultivated your heart and character quite well. Xia Zhen stretched out a hand and said a few names. They were just enough to count with one hand. Any more and he would delay his own great Dao. Fan Weiren was easy to order around. Yijia was smarter. Yilu had good aptitude. Yanqing wasn't bad either. As for that little girl Cui, she was a little strange. Xia Zhen raised another hand and said 5 names. They were all people who weren't too old or had a high cultivation base. Xia Zhen strolled leisurely above the sea of clouds. He looked at his 2 palms and gently clenched them. Can the golden cores of 10 other people compare to my unpolished jade realm? Why don't I just kill them all? However, Xia Zhen quickly shook his head. Forget it. There's no hurry. I'll just leave 5 golden core spots open. I'll kill anyone who has a chance of reaching the nascent soul realm. Xia Zhen pressed his hands on his green belt. This fellow is quite formidable. I don't know why, but he insisted on me suppressing the martial fate of the 10 countries in the oath so that no golden body cultivators would appear. So it was to reduce the number of wars in the 10 countries so that he, the imperial tutor of the Dream Liang country, wouldn't commit murder and could peacefully accumulate merit. Xia Zhen stretched his body. He couldn't help but recall the scene of the heavenly tribulation. This wild nascent soul cultivator's mood turned heavy. Could it be one of the 10 people with similar statuses as Lu Jinglong and Yang Ning? But it didn't seem like it. After careful consideration, it was obvious that none of them matched. Xia Zhen stopped and looked around. He smiled and said, "I wonder which fellow Daoist it is? Why don't you dare to show yourself?" At the end of his vision, at the end of the sea of clouds, someone stood still. However, the sea of clouds beneath his feet suddenly surged up like waves and rushed towards Xia Zhen. Xia Zhen didn't move at all. He lightly patted the green dragon on his waist and smiled in his heart. No need to pay attention to it. Close combat is exactly what I want. The uninvited guest seemed to be travel-worn and tired. The sea of clouds that had risen up was like a wave hitting the shore. He floated to the ground and slowly walked forward. It was as if he was chatting with an old friend who he hadn't seen for a long time. He grumbled, "You guys are really troublesome. You made me come back from the sea again. Do you really think I'm a cross-continent fairy? That's not all. I was almost chopped to death by the angry little Quan. Fortunately, I have a telepathic connection with that brother of mine. Otherwise, I wouldn't have noticed the situation here. But I still came too late. This brother of mine shouldn't take revenge on a woman who is infatuated with him like this. I forget it. If he didn't do this, he wouldn't be the brother I admire. Moreover, that woman's infatuation was indeed something that no one could enjoy. It was a bit too overbearing. You can't blame my brother. That person continued to grumble endlessly. What's wrong with the feng shui of your North Continent? Can't you just let me go back and eat my fill and wait for death? Back then I was kind to everyone here. I'm a well-behaved son-in-law of your North Continent. You shouldn't make fun of me like this. He spoke without thinking and spoke nonsense. Xianxia was confused, but he didn't really care. A person who had attained the Tao wouldn't reveal anything through his words. Moreover, he was so fluent in the North Continent's language. You're telling me that he's an outsider who traveled across continents? The person in front of him had Zhang Xing's face, and it was absolutely real. It wasn't some kind of trick unless it was an immortal at the peak of the mountain. If the trick was on him, even if you were in the unpolished jade realm, it wouldn't work. The sea of clouds beneath that person's feet dispersed. His realm wasn't low, but he liked to show off such petty tricks. Xianxia didn't retreat. Instead, he took a few steps forward and asked with a smile, "May I know your name?" That person hesitated, took 2 steps back and replied, "My nickname is Zhou Fei. My real name. I won't say it. I'm afraid that you have a woman in your family or sect." What nonsense was that? Xianxia was still calm. "May I know why you're blocking my path?" The man who called himself Zhou Fei was indeed born with good looks. He was handsome and elegant above the sea of clouds. With a long face he said, "Take it that I'm begging you. Can't you stop? Can't you just let me go back to the Aquarius continent?" Xianxia sighed and said apologetically, "Fellow Daoist, if you continue to be so tactful and say such nonsense, I won't keep you company." Zhou Fei, who was obviously using an alias, was stunned. "I've already said it so bluntly and you still don't understand? My dear mother, I really don't want to criticize you. If not for your nascent soul realm, do you think you're worthy of playing tricks with my brother?" Xianxia finally understood what was going on. Was he trying to get back at that young sword immortal? Xianxia looked around and clicked his tongue. "It's just you, right? Haven't you heard that I, Xianxia, can kill a nascent soul realm cultivator within 100 feet? Then that person put his feet together and jumped within 50 feet as if he was looking for death. Alright, now let me Xianxia enlighten you." Xianxia almost collapsed on the spot. The North Continent had always been arrogant, especially sword cultivators. Other than the Central Divine Continent, they felt that everyone else was trash. Their realms were trash, their Dharma treasures were trash, and their family backgrounds were trash. None of them were worth mentioning. However, there were also a few outsiders from other continents that the North Continent could not forget. They would even take the initiative to care about their movements after returning to their own continent. For example, Tong Yi Continent's Zhang Xian, who had a great sword immortal in the Central Continent, and the North Continent who had threatened to kill him personally. Inside the Dragon Palace of Songyun Lake. It was another grand gathering. This time, Marquis of the Lake did not sit on the steps below the dragon throne. Instead, he stood between the 2 sides and said, "Just now, the flying sword sent a message. That person is flying towards Songyun Lake." Other than Fan Weiran, who was sneering, Yu, who was as still as a mountain, and the pair of Golden Boy and Jade Girl who were still shocked, the other 2 sides were shocked and in an uproar. Marquis of the Lake's expression was unfriendly. "Yu, my city lord Yi, who was the one who said that this sword immortal from another continent was severely injured and would be slowly tortured to death by our blunt knives. We have just set up our plan and he has already killed his way to Songyun Lake's lair. What should we say next? Should we scatter and be defeated one by one, or should we stay here, rub our knees and kneel down and kowtow?" Hilu was calm and composed. Holding the bamboo flute in her hand, she stood up. "One is set outside the city and the other is set in Songyun Lake. In addition, the Dragon Palace itself is protected by the mountain and river array. I think we can open the door and let him enter the array. Our 3 forces will join forces. With our city lord Ancestor Fan plus the 2 arrays and more than 100 cultivators, it should be equivalent to the strength of an immortal, right? If this person doesn't come, he only dares to hide in the city. We will lose the bait in vain and hurt everyone's harmony. Wouldn't it be better if he comes? Marquis of the Lake said angrily, "Little immortal he, it's easy for you to say. This Songyun Lake is my family's property that I have accumulated for thousands of years. At most you will only break some immortal money of a talisman array. When the time comes, we will fight until the sky is dark, corpses will be everywhere and the dragon palace will collapse. In the end, even if we win miserably and kill Yi Lin, if we still split the profits according to the previous agreement, I will lose a dragon palace for nothing. Wouldn't I cry to death?" He Lu smiled brightly. "Songyun Lake has 20%, the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm has 40%, and our Huangliang City has 40%. This is the previous share. Now our Huangliang City can take out 10% to make up for it. In addition, it's still the same old rules. If anyone fancies a magic treasure and is determined to get it, the three parties will first work together to come up with a fair price that everyone agrees with. It will be converted into snow money or summer money, plus a premium. It will be considered as a thank you to the other two parties for giving up their treasures." Speaking of this, He Lu looked at the opposite side and glanced at the woman who was sleeping. Then she smiled at the old woman and said, "Ancestor Fan?" The old woman who seemed to be sleepy smiled. "Yes, our Treasure Cave Immortal Realm is also willing to take out 10% of the profits to reward the Dragon Palace of Songyun Lake." Marquis of the Lake looked at Yi Jie and the latter nodded slightly. Marquis of the Lake was satisfied. He Lu did not say anything else. Everyone in the Dragon Palace of Songyun Lake looked at this handsome youth with great spirit. Their minds were swayed and they were filled with admiration. If it wasn't for the fact that this child was not the son of Yi Jie of Huangliang City, and that the position of City Lord of Huangliang City had never been passed down to another person, how could Yi Jie's two useless sons compete with He Lu? At the side door of the main hall, there was a dazzling bead curtain hanging. A beautiful woman gently lifted a corner of the curtain and looked at the handsome youth who was talking and laughing with affection. There was actually such an outstanding young man in the world. In the past, those poor scholars and children of nobles who could still be considered passable combined were far inferior to this Huangliang City's He Lu. He was really a handsome man who walked out of those unofficial records and letters of scholars. He was a banished immortal standing in front of her. In the haunted house of Attendant City, Du Yu hugged the child who was still sleeping soundly in swaddling clothes. He was helpless. Then Du Yu suddenly turned his head and saw a handsome and slender man climb over the wall. After his feet landed on the ground, he made a gesture of circulating qi in his dantian. Du Yu suddenly stood up as if he was facing a great enemy. He glanced at the red wine pot on the chair. There was no flying sword flying out. Du Yu was in despair. He clenched the walnut that the senior gave him before he left. That person raised his hands and smiled. "Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. My name is Zhou Fei. I'm Chen, good person. He's using this name now, right? In short, I'm his sworn brother. We hit it off. I didn't realize that there was such a big commotion here. Although my cultivation isn't high, my brother is in trouble. I can't shirk my duty. I hurried over to see if there's anything I can help with. Fortunately, it's easy to find here. Where's my brother? Who are you?" Dee did not believe him at all. That person pointed to the wine pot on the chair. "There are two flying swords inside. One left and one left to protect you. If it didn't recognize me, would it not appear to protect you?" Du Yu only believed him a little. That person glanced at Du Yu's hand. "That's enough. That walnut is very invincible. It's equivalent to the attack of an earth immortal, right? But it's fine to smash bad people, but don't use it to scare your own brother. My body is thinner than my face. Don't accidentally kill me. What's your name? Look at your dignified appearance. You walk like a dragon or a tiger. You're obviously a top expert. No wonder my brother is at ease with you guarding the house. What's this? I haven't seen him for a few days and my brother even has a child. How arrogant. Comparisons are odious." Du Yu felt his face was a little stiff. Motherf ******, why did this person's nonsensical words sound so charming? He really seemed like a friend of the seniors? That person jogged all the way to Du Yu. Du Yu was in a dilemma. Other than tightly gripping the walnut in his hand, he did not do anything else. That person was tactful. He picked up Du Yu's stool and placed it a little far away, sitting down. Du Yu carefully sat on the bamboo chair and said in a low voice, "My name is Du Yu. I'm a cultivator of the Ghost Hatchet Palace. It was the senior who asked me to look after this child for the time being." That person called Zhou Fei immediately gave him a thumbs up. With a face full of admiration he said, "The Ghost Hatchet Palace is very famous. I've admired you for a long time." "Do you?" asked. "You're really the senior's friend?" Zhou Fei smiled and said, "It's absolutely true. I guarantee it." "How could you dare to believe him completely?" That Zhou Fei smiled. "That brother of mine, do you prefer to be reasonable and follow the rules? And these principles and rules, you definitely didn't take them seriously at first. You felt that they were ridiculous, right?" Du was relieved of a heavy burden. His entire body collapsed. Du asked doubtfully, "You've really heard of our Ghost Hatchet Palace?" Zhou Fei nodded. "Didn't you just introduce yourself? With an expert like you holding down the fort, isn't it normal for me to feel a little admiration?" Du smiled bitterly. "Since you're the senior's friend, you must be an otherworldly expert. Don't make fun of me, Du. What kind of expert am I?" But that person said, "You're still not an expert? Do you know that your so-called senior, that good brother of mine, almost never trusts any outsiders? Yes, perhaps the word outsider can be removed. Even he doesn't believe it himself. So I'm really curious. What did you do or say to make him see you in a different light?" Du shook his head. "It's just some trivial matters. It's just that the senior is insightful. He probably thought of something good that I didn't even realize." That person was stunned for a long time. After holding it in for a long time he said, "Motherf asterisk Kerr, are you and I mortal enemies in the struggle for the great Tao?" But that person quickly shook his head. "Forget it. I'll treat you as a junior of a kindred spirit for now." Then that person stood up angrily. Unknowingly he was standing in front of Du. He gently lifted up a corner of the swaddling cloth and counted with his fingers. He nodded and muttered to himself, "It's just a small karma. There's no harm in bringing him away. It can save him some unnecessary trouble. How can a ranger bring an orphan to travel the world? How can he gain the favor of the fairies? Since it's like this, I can only do so much. This child barely has the talent for cultivation. He's not afraid of anything except for money. Little doll, consider yourself lucky in your previous life to have met us two brothers." Unknowingly, Du's hands became light and the child was taken away by Zhou Fei. Du quivered and subconsciously fought with him. Du's life and wealth as well as the safety of his parents and sect were all in this small house. That person laughed. "All right. Go back and tell that brother of mine. Tell him that I, Zhou Fei, have brought this child to the Aquarius continent. Let him travel in peace. There won't be any problems." Du's eyes turned red. He wanted to snatch the child away. "How can you take him away like that?" That person extended out a finger and stopped Du in place. He blinked his eyes. "I've heard of the Ghost Hatchet Palace. Then have you heard of Xianxia? Xing as in ginger, Chong as in revered, fake as in real." Du almost fell for it. He was both shocked and angry. After realizing it, he roared, "I am your master Xianxia. Return the child to me." That person stretched out his hand and gently covered the swaddling cloth so as not to wake it up. Then he stuck out a thumb and said, "You're a good man. You're even better than the Xiaxian who could fight and run, and barely had half of my elegance back then. My brother really had good taste when he asked you to guard the door." Du had never heard of Xianxia before. But Xianxia's next move broadened his horizons. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a golden military armor pill and gently tossed it to Du. It landed right on top of Du's head. "Since you are an absolute expert of the military faction, then I will gift you a golden crow armor befitting of an expert." Then, in front of Du's dumbstruck expression, the person looked at him with pity. "Your Ghost Hatchet Palace definitely does not have any good-looking fairies, am I right?" Du's mind was blank. That person had disappeared into thin air. Without a sound. With a flick of a finger, Du's body swayed and his limbs returned to normal. He caught the golden military armor pill. "It's a little heavy. What's going on?" Du felt as though he was dreaming. Since fortune and misfortune were hard to predict, even if he was holding onto a treasure he would still feel uneasy. Over at Songyun Lake's Dragon Palace, Lake Lord Yin Ho was the first to turn pale with fright. Not good. Yixian and Fan Weiran looked at each other. Then Yanqing suddenly raised her head and looked towards the door. He Lu, who had been smiling and looking at her, followed Yanqing's gaze and looked out of the palace. First, the entire Dragon Palace began to shake violently. Then a white-robed person arrived on a sword, holding a scabbard in his hand. After landing on the ground, he strode over the palace's threshold, and the sword returned to its scabbard. Finally, there was a series of sounds that sounded like spring thunder in the lake. The person had actually left them far behind. The white-robed sword immortal had a smile on his face, and his footsteps did not stop. He held the scabbard and gently pushed it forward, throwing the sword out of the scabbard. With a flip, the sword tip was nailed into the ground of the dragon palace, and the sword was slanted, sticking into the ground just like that. That person stood there confidently, his two snow-white sleeves fluttering. He had one hand behind his back and the other hand extended towards the sword on the ground. Everyone heard him say with a smile, "You can take it." But the next sentence was even more chilling than the previous sentence. "If you can't take the sword, then leave your head behind." The third sentence, however, caused everyone's heartstrings to loosen slightly. Except for a young man dressed similarly in white. He-Lu. He-Lu will go first. 507. He-Lu's face was livid. The Treasure Cave Immortal Realm Qi Refinement Warriors led by the old woman Fan Weiran, and the vassal cultivators all had complicated expressions. Logically speaking, this was a rare and huge show. However, they were afraid that after watching the show, they would also become a part of it. As for the Qi Refinement Warriors on Yi-Yu's side, they all looked indignant, but none of them dared to make a sound. The two groups of cultivators hated Song Yunhu to the core. What bullsh*** T Dragon Palace's mountain water array? Was he trying to cut through tofu with a knife and mud with a sword? The Lord of the Lake Yin Ho did not say a word. He stood on the spot and looked down at the ground. This was very chewy. The rich family had their yellow mud walls smashed and they still had to shout a few times. Their own Dragon Palace's array was broken, and they had lost a lot of immortal money, but this Hu Jun didn't want to fart? Didn't they say that Song Yunhu was the leader of the Silver Screen Nation? Within the country, the gods of the 5 mountains on the mountain and the generals and ministers at the foot of the mountain were all very respectful to Song Yunhu. Even when the Lord of the Lake Yin Ho swaggered in a domineering emperor robe, no one cared about it. Therefore, the lower one's cultivation level was, the more hot-tempered they were. It was not that no one wanted to stand out and reprimand the young sword immortal who was surrounded. These young cultivators who wanted to stand out were still hoping to earn a favor from Immortal He and the people in Huangliangqing. However, before they could say anything, they had already sent messages to the experienced cultivators around them, their seniors in their sect, or their friends in the Daoist world using the Heart Lake ripples. In the end, those who kindly reminded them were also afraid of being implicated by the boorish people around them. Since a sword immortal's swordsmanship could even withstand the heavenly tribulation, it was not strange that a casual sword flash could accidentally kill a few people. Fan Weiran no longer had a sneer on her face. She looked a little dull. The Lord of Huangyu City Yi-Yu turned his head and looked at the white-robed sword immortal who broke 2 arrays with 1 sword. He asked, "Sword immortal, must you fight to the death?" The white-robed sword immortal just casually threw the scabbard in his hand to the ground and inserted it into the ground. He took out the folding fan on his waist. He did not look at Yi-Yu or He-Lu. He gently tapped his palm with the folding fan with a smile. His eyes wandered, starting from a white-haired old man sitting cross-legged on his right, from the upper seat to the lower seats near the entrance of the Dragon Palace. "I heard that a certain immortal master from the Dream Liang Peak had a novel idea. Actually invited a Jianghu master to eat feces in a dung bucket of dung." "Who is it? Stand up and let me admire you." "Who is?" Stand. Raise. On the side of the treasure cave, a young man and woman with swords on their backs looked at each other. Wasn't this sword immortal in front of him the green-robed man wearing a bamboo hat who was eating pastries and porridge at a roadside stall outside the city in the early morning? His clothes had changed. His expression had changed. But his face was definitely the same. The woman smiled bitterly. Her junior brother jinxed it. The old man with the monkey on his shoulder at the entrance of the city was the culprit who stole the immortal's treasure. Now this young wanderer had turned into a sword immortal who had appeared out of nowhere. Qin Pingan's gaze finally stopped on a group of Qi cultivators in the middle. A man who was closest to the entrance of the palace shrunk his neck back. There was no need to answer a question. The answer would be revealed. Most of the cultivators on the mountain sought peace and did not want to be involved in the quarrels of others. Back then, at the entrance of the city god temple, when they asked who was the head of the Yin Yang agency, their colleagues in the city god temple acted in unison. They did not hesitate at all. It was the same now. Qin Pingon raised his hand. A black fog of souls that was originally the size of a fist had been reduced to the size of a date pit by the aura chi. He rotated it gently with a finger. Wisps of aura chi wrapped around it and crushed it like a millstone. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "This wild cultivator whose name I forgot to ask, said that the immortal master of the Dream Liang Peak is the real mastermind. I know that you may not have the brains and guts to do so. So is it City Lord Yi or Little Immortal Master He?" The 4 chi cultivators of the Dream Liang Peak gritted their teeth in anger. However, their sitting postures were still as stable as rocks. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. I'm just curious about one thing. Be it Yi Yu of Huangliang City who plans before acting or He Lu who is full of schemes, did they help you pay for this matter? If they didn't, then Huangliang City isn't very kind." He Lu stood up slowly. Her expression returned to normal. She said loudly, "I'll take responsibility for my own actions. Don't yell about He Lu came first. All the grudges in Attendant City will end with me, He Lu. If I He Lu die, it's natural that Sword Immortal is more skillful. I He Lu will have no regrets. What do you think, Sword Immortal?" Yu smiled slightly. If he didn't gamble like this, everyone at Songyun Lake's banquet today would be in a state of disunity and discord. On paper, the 3 forces that were roughly equivalent to an immortal would automatically dissipate into a mob. Fan Weiran was a little surprised. He raised his gaze. This was the first time that the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm's old ancestor thought highly of this young man from Huangliang City. In the past, he only thought that He Lu was a cultivator who didn't lose to his little Yen. She was smart and knew how to conduct herself. He didn't expect that she could be so calm in the face of death. It was not easy. A person who had a calm face despite having a thunderstorm in his chest could be a general. This must be referring to this young man. A cultivator with such great aptitude and temperament would have a bright future as long as he didn't die prematurely. Yu is so lucky to have such a helper. The old woman thought to herself. Could it be that after the banquet at Songyun Lake's Dragon Palace, she would simply agree to little Yan's marriage with him? In any case, He Lu was an outsider. She was destined to be unable to inherit Yi Yu's Huangliang City. She might even be able to rely on little Yen to lure her into the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm. If she did this, not only would she be able to anger Yi Yu to death, she would also be able to help her sect improve further. Once this pair of Golden Boy and Jade Girl that everyone envied became immortal Dao companions, both of them would ascend to the Golden Core Realm. The Huangliang City that was lacking in manpower would only be supported by Yi Yu. She believed that as long as the conditions were suitable, more than half of the mountains of the dozens of countries would be the territory of the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm. She believed that with this young man's foresight and breadth of mind, he would be able to settle this score clearly. Yi Yu, as long as this person's words are slightly inappropriate, he will incite public anger. Let's not waste the opportunity that He Lu worked so hard to obtain. Therefore, Fan Weiran immediately told Yi Yu telepathically. Today both of us will cast aside our former enmity and cooperate sincerely. Let's not hide anymore. The situation is critical. We can't have our own thoughts. You also agreed decisively. I thought you were going to say that it's better to be lenient whenever possible. However, from this, it can be seen that the true mastermind of Attendant City's many schemes is indeed you, He Lu. Qin Pingon said with a smile. Since Immortal Master He is so responsible, I respect you as a man. Alright, I'll stop until you, He Lu. If you can't take the sword away, I'll only take your head today in Blue Cloud Lake's Dragon Palace. He Lu was stunned. Ignoring the others, even Fan Weiran felt a sense of relief. The Sword Immortal's reply had truly caught him off guard. However, if he were to really fight today, he would stop when it was appropriate. Even if he killed a few more people, as long as it did not involve the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm too much, why wouldn't Fan Weiran do it? The secret agreement with Yi Yu and Huangliang City would be nullified. Yi Yu's expression changed slightly. Qin Pingon pointed his folding fan at the Sword Immortal that was stabbed into the ground. Immortal Master He, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Just take the sword. After you die, many cultivators will be indebted to you. You'll die a worthy death. He Lu could no longer keep a straight face. She shifted her gaze slightly and looked at her master Yiyu, who was sitting by the side. A beautiful woman walked out from the bead curtain at the side door of the grand hall. She said angrily, "You bastard. You're so rude and unreasonable. Why do you have to use your power to bully others? So what if you're a sword immortal that everyone is afraid of? How can a cultivator be so ruthless as you?" As the bead curtain was lifted and lowered, there was a crisp sound that resembled the sound of beads rolling on a plate. Marquis of the Lake was infuriated. He did not even turn his head as he waved his sleeve. Scram! He smacked the dragoness with his sleeve, causing the bead curtain to shatter. With a loud bang, she had likely slammed into the wall of the side room. From the sound of it, there was no second sound. It meant that the graceful body did not land on the ground and had likely sunk into the wall. Marquis of the Blue Cloud Lake's move was not considered light. It was very powerful. Qin Pingon looked at Marquis of the Lake dressed in a colorful purple robe and smiled. He looked up and surveyed his surroundings. What a good place. Marquis of the Lake bowed with his hands clasped in front of him. Sword Immortal, you've graced my humble abode with your presence. Your presence brings light to my humble abode. Qin Pingon tapped twice with the folding fan in his hand and said with a smile, "Xiaoxi Canal's main water deity temple. Last time you and I warmed up on the Blue Cloud Lake and had a small fight. Another time the Dragon Palace gathered heroes from all over and sparred with me from Attendant City. Another time. As the old saying goes, things should not be done more than 3 times. With this dragoness who speaks out for justice, this is already the 4th time. What should we do?" Marquis of the Lake did not straighten his back. He only raised his head slightly and said in a deep voice, "Sword Immortal, what do you say? Blue Cloud Lake's Dragon Palace will do as you say." The white-clothed Sword Immortal did not comment and said considerately, "Marquis of the Lake, don't be in a hurry. Let's wait for little Immortal he to pull out his sword first. If he pulls out his sword, wouldn't you be dumbfounded again? If you put down these words that will chill the hearts of your allies now, it will implicate your Dragon Palace and reduce the amount of money you earn." Marquis of the Lake looked pitiful and said with a bitter smile, "Sword Immortal is humorous." Qin Pingon pointed his folding fan at the white-haired old man sitting beside He Lu. "It's time for you to come out and remedy the crisis. If you don't say something to calm the hearts of the people and turn the tide, it will be too late." Yiyu sighed softly. The old man who had just received the city lord's secret words did not know whether to sit or stand for a moment. In the end, he could only lose most of his spirit and braced himself to stand up. "Then let me, an old man with half a foot in the ground, be bold enough to say a few words to the Sword Immortal?" However, in the Dragon Palace's main hall, the Sword Immortal softly said the word pity. It seemed that his expression was somewhat unsatisfied. The Sword Immortal's actions and words were indeed unreasonable. Yan Qing turned her head because the cute and naive girl Cui was secretly pulling her sleeve. Yan Qing quietly stretched out a finger, indicating that the girl who had always spoken without restraint in the sect should not make a sound. The girl smiled knowingly and nodded gently. She communicated with Yan Qing using the ripples in her heart. "Senior Yan, he is cultivating his mind. So strange. Even I can only see it vaguely. It's like a woodcutter sharpening his knife before chopping wood. But I can vaguely see that he dislikes the fact that there are too few of us. The grindstone is not big enough. I can vaguely see the outline of a city. He is probably thinking about the numerous people in Escort City. Anyway, that's what he means. This guy is really cunning. Previously on the Tsongyun Lake, he deliberately used a few stupid snakes to temper his body. Now he's doing it again. Alas, Martial Aunt Yen, you know that I used to admire the kind of sword immortal that the second ancestor often talked about. Now I don't dare to admire him anymore. So scary." Yan Qing only felt that it was inconceivable and became more and more haggard. This was a chaotic state of mind that she had never experienced since she started cultivating. The Immortal Heart Sutra that the sect used to hide one's potential was useless. The meditation of her own martial arts was also useless. The white-robed Sword Immortal suddenly muttered to himself, seemingly somewhat helpless. "All right, since you said it's okay, then it's okay." This person's appearance was actually far from revealing, but he was a sword immortal with boundless killing power. At this moment, everyone in the Dragon Palace's main hall was a little jittery and suspicious. They felt that the white-robed immortal in front of them had a profound meaning behind his words and actions. This young sword immortal. was indeed a sword immortal. Qin Pingon turned his head and said to the white-haired old man who had already prepared his words, "It's best to shut up." A faint green sword beam suddenly appeared. The old man's expression changed drastically. He stomped his foot and shook his sleeves. His entire body turned into a palm-sized origami kite and began to flee in all directions. The flying sword chased after him like a shadow. The snow-white origami kite's escape route was rather particular. Once, when it attempted to fly out of the main hall's entrance, the flying sword pierced a hole in its wing. It began to move around the banquet tables, using the chi refinement warriors who were swaying left and right as well as the cups and wine cups on the tables as obstacles to obstruct the flying sword. It was like a nimble bird circling around the flowers, constantly threading a needle. It was dangerous after dangerous, scaring the chi refinement warriors so much that their faces turned pale. However, they did not dare to curse in front of Huang Liangqing and Yi Yu. They felt extremely aggrieved and resentful that this old fart was not dead. Qin Pingon looked at He Lu. "This is the last time I'm reminding you to retrieve your sword." He Lu remained silent. Only the veins on her hand that was holding the bamboo flute bulged. Yi Yu slowly stood up and asked with a pleasant expression, "Although the sword immortal is safe and sound, we have not truly committed a grave mistake and committed a capital offense. However, during this period of time, the sword immortal's peaceful cultivation has indeed been disturbed by us. Then, can you allow our Huang Liangqing city to take the lead and allow me Yi Yu to personally step forward and help the sword immortal make up for it?" The young sword immortal smiled and nodded. "Of course. Lord City God of Attendant City has a good saying. There is nothing in the world that cannot be discussed properly." He extended his hand and grabbed the sword in his hand. He casually swiped the sword horizontally. "Speak. Name your price." The sword immortal's actions were too unexpected. He drew his sword as fast as lightning. When he flicked his wrist and casually threw the sword back into its scabbard, the crowd did not understand the meaning behind his action. The city lord of Huangyu City, who had always been known for being cultured, refined, and magnanimous on the Dozen Kingdoms mountain, suddenly exploded in anger. "How dare you kill in front of us?" Everyone raised their heads in unison. Their gazes finally stopped on the handsome youth who had extended his hand to cover his neck. The immortal's bamboo flute in his hand had already fallen to the ground. It sounded like pearls and jade shattering, incessantly clinking. He Lu staggered back a few steps. Blood was already seeping through the gaps between her fingers. The young immortal's face was already covered in tears. One of his hands was tightly covering his neck while the other extended towards Yi Yu. He sobbed and trembled. "Father, save me. Save me." Fan Weiran was horrified. Then she felt like she had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. It was burning with pain. She was so angry that her white hair almost stood on end. She directly flicked away the golden crown bestowed by the immortal. What a good He Lu. What a good Yi Yu. What a pair of father and son who had schemed against the cultivators of the Dozen Kingdoms. If he and the Treasure Cave Wonderland really had the idea of making Yanqing and He Lu become Daoist companions, with the shrewdness of the father and son, wouldn't it be like throwing meat buns at dogs? Yanqing was just a pure girl who focused on cultivation and did not care about the secular world. How could she compare to Yi Yu and He Lu, this pair of old and little foxes who were originally father and son? Taking a step back, if Yanqing did not help her Daoist companion He Lu to deal with the Treasure Cave Wonderland, she would not be able to do such a thing. However, at that time most of her Daoist heart would be destroyed. Even if she really respected her master and wanted to help her sect to deal with Huangyu City, Yanqing would be powerless. Fan Weiran drank the wine in her cup and laughed out loud. "Wonderful. Wonderful. He Lu, that bastard really deserves to die. You've lost your beloved son. How could you not hate him and fight with the sword immortal? How could you bear the hatred of your son's death? If it were me, I would die in the Dragon Palace of Songyun Lake today." Qin Pingon smiled. "You'll die too. Don't be in a hurry to reincarnate." Fan Weiran's carefree laughter came to an abrupt end. He Lu saw that Yi Yu was about to extend his hand but retracted it. Her heart was filled with grief and despair. Her vision was hazy as she stared at her father who was unwilling to fight for her. The youth's eyes were filled with hatred. Then he slowly turned his head. There was more blood between his fingers. He looked at the terrified Yanqing and his eyes turned pleading. "Yanqing, save me. Yanqing spat out a turbid breath. She grabbed the short sword and stood up. She turned to look at the white-robed sword Immortal. This time I'm only attacking for myself. The white-robed sword Immortal placed his hands behind his back. He smiled and nodded. You'll get what you want. This filthy dragon palace has finally produced a decent cultivator. Yanqing stood with the short sword in hand and smiled. When her state of mind was clear again, divine splendor circulated. Spiritual energy flowed throughout her body. The golden crown on her head shone brightly. It made this devastatingly beautiful woman look like an immortal. She looked really beautiful. However, all the Qi refinement warriors in the Dragon Palace's main hall were still baffled. He Lu staggered backward and leaned against the wall. She slumped to the ground and sat on the spot. Finally, a head slid to the ground. The sound was far inferior to the thunderous sound from before. It made all the cultivators feel as if their hearts had been hammered, making them unable to breathe. Huangliang City's He Lu died just like that. A cultivation genius who had hopes of standing side by side with Yi Jian Fan Weiran at the peak of the mountain was beheaded just like that? When they looked at the graceful fairy Yanqing, they were even more surprised. They were also the most outstanding geniuses on the 10 Countries mountain. He Lu was such an exquisite person. She had only died in the Dragon Palace of Tsongyun Lake in a foreign country because she lacked some luck. However, this fairy Yanqing clearly had the chance to clear her name. Why was her brain so muddled? Then how did this pair of golden boy and jade girl who had almost become an immortal couple end up together in the first place? Or could it be that the roots of love were so deep that Yanqing drew her sword in a fit of anger when she saw her lover die? It's just that we're not looking down on you, Yanqing, for you to draw your sword on a genuine sword immortal. You're just asking for humiliation. Just as Yanqing was accumulating power with her sword and the young sword immortal was looking at her at the critical moment, a strange phenomenon appeared. Near Yi Jie's seat in the middle, a table filled with delicacies and fine wine exploded. The Qi refinement warriors on both sides were sent flying, crashing into a large group of people. A muscular figure that emitted golden light broke through the table without any warning. He took a step on the ground, causing the entire dragon palace to tremble. Then he punched out, sending the white-robed sword Immortal flying. The wall of the main hall was smashed through on the spot. Not only that, the sound of walls breaking could be heard. That punch. Was it really something that a Qi refinement warrior of the lower 5 realms of Dreamliang Peak could deliver? Fan Weiran and Yi Jia quickly exchanged glances. They could see the shock and panic in each other's eyes. This person had concealed himself so deeply. He was definitely not a pawn of either side. He might be the true accomplice of the monkey-rearing elder and the fox demon empress of Silver Screen Country. If they were not prepared for this sneak attack, even the 2 golden core cultivators would not be able to withstand it. They would definitely be severely injured on the spot. That ordinary-looking man had actually shattered his entire arm after throwing out this punch that contained his entire life's worth of fist intent. His arm drooped down dejectedly, but the man's heroic spirit overflowed, and he looked at all the cultivators in the palace as if they were chickens and dogs. He laughed heartily and said, "This trump card of mine was supposed to be given to that old thief Xiaxia when I had the chance. Who would have thought that a hothead who likes to play dumb would snatch it from me first?" The man looked through the walls that were like doors that had been opened. He looked into the distance where dust was flying everywhere. "I already said that you, a sword immortal, are unreasonable. You have the physique of a golden body realm cultivator. What now? Golden body? Even if a real golden body realm cultivator were to receive this punch of mine, his organs would be pulverized and he would die on the spot." The man spat out a mouthful of blood and glanced at the sheathed sword on the ground. Bullsh *T sword immortal. What a joke. I've tolerated you for half a day. You killed a sea-viewing cultivator with a single strike. Do you really think that you're invincible? The corner of Lord of the Lake Inho's mouth curled up. Then the smile grew wider and wider. Finally, his entire face was filled with a smile. Fan Weiren also smiled. Only Yi Yu felt relieved. However, when he glanced at the headless corpse on the other side of the wall, his mood was gloomy. He still could not smile at all. Fortunately, this young man who hid his identity was a sea-viewing cultivator after all. He had already retracted his soul into a few Qi residences. However, with such a good Xiantian body and the so-called golden branch and jade leaf aptitude of that immortal, Where would they find him in the future? How would he ascend to the Golden Core realm in the future? Or even surpass the master and surpass him? Would he be able to bring the entire Huangming city to the peak of the mountain? The other 3 Qi cultivators of Dream Liang Peak all swallowed their saliva. How did this trash of a junior brother who could not even be beaten with a few sticks suddenly become a top-notch master whose fist was like a thunderclap? Yan Qing stood rooted to the ground in a daze. In the main hall, even though they knew that this legendary golden body great master was an enemy and not a friend, they still started to cheer loudly. Everyone slammed the table and cheered. There were even people who directly picked up the wine jug and drank to their heart's content. They raised their thumbs at the pure martial artist. There were even people who started to praise the Dream Liang Kingdom for not only having a flourishing literary talent, but also having a flourishing martial talent. It was really time for their Dream Liang Kingdom to become an overlord. They should have already annexed the surrounding countries. Yan Qing stood in the bustling and festive main hall. Her heart was empty. Fan Weiren laughed until his body leaned back. This old woman also imitated that vulgar cultivator and raised her head to give Yan Qing a thumbs up. Little Yan, you've done a great deed. Good girl, when we return to the treasure cave, I'll definitely reward you with that treasure from the ancestral hall. I'd like to see who dares to be unconvinced. She was the first to sense that something was wrong. It was that little girl Cui who blinked her eyes. However, at this moment she did not even dare to activate the ripples in her heart, much less make any small movements. The delicate and naive girl began to sit upright and still like a wooden puppet. Then, it was that martial artist who had secretly climbed to the golden body realm step by step in the kingdom of Dream Liang. When this man's expression turned serious, Yi Yu and Fan Weiren also realized that things were not good. The Lord of the Lake Yin Ho, who had originally wanted to get to know this warrior, also retracted the smile on his face bit by bit. He hurriedly held his breath and focused. A white-robed sword immortal walked out of the doors, and finally appeared in the main hall. The Qi refinement warrior who was sitting in the middle of Fan Weiren's side had already scrambled to open a path for the sword immortal and the golden body realm master. The sword immortal patted his shoulder and shook his snow-white sleeves. He said with a smile, "Previously on the ferry someone said that the golden core realm Qi refinement warriors here are all made of paper." That person slowly walked towards the martial artist of the kingdom of Dream Liang. There were no signs of his internal organs being crushed. As he walked, he laughed and said, "Now I see that this golden body realm martial artist of yours is not much better. You must be made of mud, the kind that hasn't dried yet. Is that why you broke one of your arms? Does it hurt?" That man said in a deep voice, "You are actually a distant travel realm martial artist. Am I right? You are not a sword immortal at all, am I right? Before you punch, give me a clear explanation." That person placed one hand on his abdomen and the other hand on his forehead. He said with a helpless expression, "Big brother, don't be like this. Really, you have told so many jokes in the Dragon Palace today. I was lucky to not be crushed to death by the heavenly tribulation in Escort City. In the end, I am going to die of laughter here because of you." The Lord of the Lake sighed and sat on the steps. He hugged his head with both hands. "Fine, I have resigned to my fate. Fight, fight, do whatever you want. Tear down the Dragon Palace. Fai Yin Ho frown, I will have the same surname as that sword immortal in the future." Some of the young cultivators wanted to laugh but did not dare to. The white-robed sword immortal turned his head to look at Fan Weiren and Yin Ho. "I have the physique of a golden body realm martial artist. Are you the ones who spread the news? Do you know that because of you, many of my plans fell through because of you?" The man took a deep breath and smiled. He did not back down at all. He took a step back with his right foot and raised his remaining arm. He assumed a posture of complete fist intent. "I don't care if you are a martial artist of the same realm as me or a flying sword immortal. I will have a taste of it." Qin Pingon glanced at the other 3 Dream Liang Peak cultivators. He retracted his gaze and said with a smile, "Looks like your Dream Liang Kingdom has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Interesting. Thanks." The man took a step forward and his fist aura flowed out like a flood. The entire palace shook and almost all the tables jumped up high. Just when everyone thought that it was going to be another battle to the death, the man leaned back as fast as lightning and crashed into the wall behind him that hadn't opened yet. After the wall shattered with a bang, It was as if the immortal's supernatural power that could shrink mountains and rivers into a square inch had disappeared in an instant. As expected of a golden body realm martial artist that had not been seen in 200 years. His movement technique was indeed unpredictable. It was impossible to guard against. Only the white-robed sword immortal in the main hall had also disappeared. Then on the other side of the newly opened wall, the legendary golden body realm martial artist walked back step by step. Only a large sleeve and a palm were exposed from the man's chest. Not only did it block the path of this martial arts grandmaster, it also determined life and death. The sword immortal directly used his left hand to pierce through the man's chest and back. The white-robed sword immortal raised his right hand and pressed on the man's head. He gently pushed. He lightly flew out and landed in the center of the main hall. The white-robed sword immortal shook his sleeve. A string of scarlet blood splashed out from the ground beside him. And in the sky above the main hall, the origami kite was still frantically fleeing, avoiding the dark green sword light behind its butt. Qin Pingon smiled. Haven't played enough? The dark green flying sword suddenly accelerated. The origami kite was reduced to fine powder. The badly mutilated white-haired old man fell heavily on the floor of the main hall. The flying sword leisurely flew back to its master's side. Like a little bird, it slowly rotated and was extremely docile. Qin Pingon glanced at the girl in the emerald green dress. The latter grinned. Qin Pingon also smiled and said, "He Lu of Huangliang City, Yanqing of the Treasure Cave Wonderland and Marquis of Lake Junin of Songyun Lake. None of these three told you that it's best to directly place the battlefield in the attendant city. Maybe I'm the most restrained and you guys are the safest. It's hard to say if you can kill me, but at least you have a better chance of escaping." Marquis of Lake Junin loosened his hand and raised his head. "Sword Immortal, I did mention this and He Lu also agreed. He also thought of a lot of chain links, such as using various spells to force the people to swarm up and rush into the haunted house. But in the end, both sides felt that if they were too close to the attendant city, they would easily alarm you, the great sword immortal who can take people's heads from 1,000 steps away. No one wanted to be the first to court death. The lives of the cultivators of Huangliang City and the Treasure Cave Wonderland were precious. If they didn't take the lead, the rest of the vassal mountains weren't all fools. Who would be willing to do something like earning money but not spending it? After a lot of arguments, they had to give up. Sword Immortal, I've said what I should and shouldn't say. Next, kill at will. My dragon palace, the 1,000-year foundation, is fine. After today, as long as the Sword Immortal is merciful and I'm lucky to survive, Songyun Lake will definitely repair the attendant city's fate of mountains and rivers as atonement." After hearing the beginning of the sentence, Yanqing's face turned pale and her body trembled. If her Dao heart was unstable, the spiritual qi in her qi residence would be unstable. The hand holding the sword was even more unstable. Qin Pingon put 2 fingers together and waved gently. The city lord of Huangliang City deliberately remained motionless. You allowed the long sword to penetrate his chest and nailed him to the wall. Only a foot away from Fan Weiron's glabella, there was a green flying sword with a trembling sword tip hovering in the air. The old woman also remained motionless. "All of you are the smartest. Each of you is better than the other at judging the situation. I really admire all of you for this. I have absolutely no intention of mocking and ridiculing you." Qin Pingon sighed and walked forward slowly with his hands behind his back. Then he caught a glimpse of a flagon and grabbed it with one hand and a cup with the other. He poured himself a cup of wine and took a sip. Then he said with a big smile, "If there are a few more He Lus here or the people in Attendant City who see this, they will definitely scold me for being unforgiving. The people will be angry and the opinions of the masses will distort the truth. Why should I kill people indiscriminately? They have only met a few times and we didn't really fight to the death and didn't even lose an arm, a leg or a few buckets of blood. What reason do I have to judge people's good and evil and decide their life and death? Why do I have to be so aggressive and kill people? Such a heartless bodhisattva must be jackals of the same tribe as the people I killed." His words made all the Qi refinement warriors feel a chill down their spines. What did the great sword immortal mean by his words? He wasn't done yet. Qin Pingon looked at the old woman sitting at the head of the table. "You're lucky that you don't have a good son like He Lu, so we can discuss this." Then he turned to glance at Yi. "City Lord Yi, it's hard to say." The lashes of the girl in the emerald green dress fluttered. He sat still like the old monk and did not move. Her body did not move and her heart did not move. She just relied on the strange supernatural power that seemed to be bestowed by the ancestors to steal a glance. Qin Pingon suddenly stopped in his tracks. He seemed to have lost the demeanor of a sword immortal in an instant. He looked tired and his eyes dimmed. Just like the long sword that pierced through Yi Yu's body on the wall, the golden light was not visible. He looked around and poured another cup of wine. He threw the wine pot back to its original spot and gently poured the wine in front of him. It was as if he was toasting someone at the grave. He muttered to himself, "But those people of Attendant City who devoutly burned incense and kowtowed to the Xingwang Temple after the heavenly tribulation were just going with the flow. They were the real weaklings. Most of them, especially those who chose to remain silent, would never know what happened in their entire lives. So they worshipped Lord Xingwang wrongly. They worshipped the Fire God Temple wrongly. My attitude towards them is the same as some of you cultivators. You keep your cultivation clean, you ignore the mortal world and you hate the mortal world. There's no such thing as liking them or not. There's no such thing as right or wrong. There are thousands of paths beneath your feet. What do you think, Lord Fire God of Attendant City? In the end, you didn't even scold me on the roof of the ancestral temple. Instead, you crashed into the heavenly tribulation of the cloud sea and caused your golden body to shatter into two? I really couldn't say anything back then. Otherwise, I would have scolded you and sent you back to the ancestral temple with a punch. It's just a small heavenly tribulation. Would I die? I just almost died. I'm a cultivator after all. What's there to be afraid of when I'm half dead? Before this, I had calculated many things. You and I met too late and didn't have the time to tell you. Of course, I wouldn't have said anything if I had met you earlier. The human heart is full of ghosts. Who would dare to believe you?" As he spoke, a thud sounded from Fan Weiron's glabella. His head seemed to have been struck by a heavy blow as he leaned back. Yi Yu, on the other hand, remained unharmed. He was only nailed to the wall. However, the old woman was definitely not truly dead because her face and body instantly withered. But there was an unusual ripple of qi within the dragon palace that disappeared in a flash. The young sword immortal seemed a little helpless as he crushed the wine cup in his hand. There was no other way. The clear jade light talisman had been destroyed long ago. Otherwise, the immortal technique that allowed one's own spirit to dissipate like mist and conceal a golden core at the same time was unpredictable. As long as the talisman of the Cloud Palace of the Zhou Xian Bureau appeared and instantly enveloped a radius of several miles, the old Grand Master of the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm would most likely not be able to escape. As for him, he could no longer draw talismans after the battle. Moreover, the few talisman of the true alchemy works that he was proficient in could not deal with such a situation. Therefore, it had always been easy to win against the cultivators on the mountain but difficult to kill. Especially qi refinement warriors who had ascended to the Golden Core realm, who did not have a few life-saving methods. On this point, pure martial artists were much more straightforward. In a fight, the loser would usually die. However, it did not matter. The golden crown on the old woman's head was still there. Perhaps she could not bring it away, or perhaps she would leave obvious traces if she fled with it. The old woman was too wary of his flying sword. Qin Pingon took out his folding fan and twirled it with 2 fingers. Opening and closing it slowly, he smiled. "Why? You believe everything I say? Would you believe me if I said that I'm a Realm 6 martial artist and not a sword cultivator?" Qin Pingon looked at one of the Dream Liang Peak cultivators. "Why don't you tell us?" That person knelt down immediately and shouted at the top of his lungs, "I'll believe everything you say, Sword Immortal." Qin Pingon turned around and looked at the young man and woman with swords on their backs. "What a coincidence. We meet again. Immortal Masters, did you gain anything from your trip to the city?" The young man fell to the ground on his buttocks. The young woman said softly, "Sword Immortal, we did not gain anything." Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "That old man with the monkey on his shoulder did not miss the 2 of you in the chaotic battle?" The young female cultivator said bitterly, "The moment we saw him, we fled far away." Qin Pingon nodded. "That's how it should be. In the future, tell your junior brother to have a better temper. When he goes down the mountain to train and roam the pugilistic world, tell him to see more and speak less." For the first time, the young female cultivator was not happy at all to be greeted politely by this young sword immortal with an unpredictable temperament. She only felt that everything was over. Without a doubt, she and her junior brother were going to suffer. He Lu, a golden body realm martial artist from the Dream Liang Kingdom. Fan Weiran, the old consecrator of Huangliang City, Immortal Crane, and City Lord Yishan were either dead or injured. Which one of them had a good ending after chatting with this sword immortal? Qin Pingon rubbed his glabella and frowned slightly. Then he relaxed and smiled at the two. It's fate that brought us together. Leave first. The junior brother who was paralyzed on the ground got up and ran towards the entrance of the hall. His senior sister could not stop him in time. She felt that there would be a bloody scene of a head being cut off by a flying sword. She did not expect that not only did the junior brother run far away, he even shouted anxiously, "Senior sister, hurry up." The young female cultivator saw the white-robed sword immortal with a smile that was as warm as the spring breeze and as deep as the abyss. She hesitated for a moment and bowed. "Thank you, sword immortal, for your kindness." She trembled as she circulated her spirit energy and slowly rushed out of the messy hall of the Dragon Palace. Qin Pingon went straight ahead and walked up the stairs. The Lord of the Lake Yin Ho was sitting there. As for the flying sword, it was still lingering around the white-robed sword immortal. "Sword immortal, do whatever you want. I won't move a finger or have any crooked thoughts today." Qin Pingon did not sit on the emperor-like dragon throne. He only stretched out his finger and tapped it as if he was inspecting the goods. Qin Pingon turned around and held onto the dragon throne's handle. He faced everyone in the hall. "I'm a blind person who can't distinguish between good and bad people. I'll treat it as if you're half good and half bad. In tonight's banquet, half will die and the other half will live. You're either best friends or mortal enemies who can't wait to kill each other. Anyway, you're all familiar with each other's family background. Let's talk about who did what evil deeds. The more shocking the better. If you don't have what others have, doesn't that mean you're a good person and have a chance to live?" Silence reigned in the hall. The white-robed sword immortal laughed again. "I'll add one more thing. The fights and schemes on the mountain don't count. Tonight we'll only talk about what happened at the foot of the mountain." Suddenly, a young and crisp voice sounded. "Sword immortal, it's still daytime. You shouldn't say, tonight." Qin Pingon looked at the person who spoke. It was the young girl in the emerald green dress. Looking at the seating arrangement, she was a disciple who was highly regarded in the Treasure Cave Wonderland. Qin Pingon laughed. "Thank you for the reminder. I saw that the Dragon Palace's hall was brightly lit and mistook it for night." Yu suddenly said, "So this sword immortal's sword isn't some magic treasure." "I see. But that's right." Qin Pingon waved his hand. "I know you golden core immortals have endless means. Get lost." Yu laughed out loud and walked forward. He allowed the sword to pierce through his body and stay on the wall. Yu sighed. "I never expected our Huangliang city to be reduced to such a state. The son who had the greatest chance of inheriting the family business is dead. The chief consecrator is dead. Yu have also damaged my great Dao foundation. I have no hope of taking that step forward in my life. Sword immortal, what do you want me to do so that you won't pursue us to Huangliang City and eliminate us?" Qin Pingon smiled. "Very simple. There's no need to set up a bewildering array here. Since I can't shatter your golden core, you should quickly find your backer." After the heavenly tribulation, he appeared in the sky above Attendant City. "If I'm not wrong, you have some relationship with him. That person's realm is very high and he has harmed me greatly. Once he comes, we can settle our old and new debts together. However, if he can summon the mastermind behind the person who successfully snatched the treasure to deal with a junior like me, even if you have a lot of face, I can only run away. Our lord who has a canal lord under him. Her temple has an excellent plaque that says, 'Green waters flow forever.'" Yu said helplessly, "Since the sword immortal has revealed the secrets of the heavens, does that mean you won't let me take He Lu's soul away?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I was going to ask you to take away the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls of the little immortal master He, so that your escape technique would be exposed. Even if I said that before, would you dare to do it? I don't think you would." Yu nodded. "Indeed I wouldn't." Then as the sword immortal said, "Green waters flow forever." The city lord of Huangliang City crushed the jade tablet on his waist. His figure disappeared into thin air. Qin Pingon turned his head to look at the roof, as if his gaze had already gone to the distant surface of Songyun Lake. The effect of this jade tablet was even more exaggerated than a golden square-inch talisman. Qin Pingon rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He had a splitting headache. The sword on the wall flashed with golden light and pierced into a key acupuncture point on Helu's headless body. Then a burst of black smoke gushed out from Helu's body, instantly turning into 10 wisps, trying to escape in different directions. However, the white-clothed sword immortal waved his sleeve and smashed them all into the wall, turning them into ashes that rustled down. When he raised his head, his expression had already softened. You can begin to reason with the facts. You must cherish it. I believe that in your previous life of cultivation, there weren't many times when you could rely on reason to save your lives. The white-clothed sword immortal grabbed at the air, the scabbard flew back to him and the sword returned to its sheath in midair. He sat on the dragon throne, the sword across his knees. Yanqing faced the white-clothed sword immortal sitting high up and said in a deep voice, "You're really scary like this." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Not to mention you, I'm even scared of myself." The girl in the emerald green dress hurriedly grabbed Yanqing's wrist, her face full of anxiety. There were some tears in her eyes and she said telepathically, "Marshal Antian, really don't say any more. He has already tried to kill you twice before, really. Plus this time he said that he won't do it more than 3 times. This sword immortal's words are shrouded in clouds and mist. No one can understand and guess, but his general intention can't fool me. Marshal Antian, I beg you, okay? In the sect, only you and Second Grandmaster are sincere to me. I don't want you to die." Qin Pingon's elbow rested on the armrest of the dragon throne, his body tilted as he sat lazily. "If you don't say it, I'll just casually kill." Thus, someone began to expose the other Qi refinement warrior. It was a cave-dwelling realm cultivator from the enemy sect. The sect's foundation was not deep and the cultivator's realm was not high, but he had done a lot of bad things. It was carefully selected by the person who spoke. Life and death were on the line. If they did not use their brains, would they have to go to the legendary Hades Hall to cry out for injustice? The Dragon Palace of Songyun Lake was still brightly lit, and it was difficult to distinguish between day and night. However, the scene on the lake was already a crescent moon, and the willow branches were curved. It was quiet and serene. In Attendant City, the lights had already been extinguished and the lanterns had been taken down. Every family closed their doors and did not dare to increase the light at night, causing trouble. The blue waves separated, and a young sword immortal in white with a sword on his back walked out. Beside him was the Lord of Songyun Lake, who had eaten a calming pill. As for the inside of the Dragon Palace, after so long of clamor, more than half of them died in the end, not half as agreed. None of the people who were lucky enough to survive felt that this sword immortal had a bad temper. They had already survived, but they were still not satisfied. A sparkling and translucent porcelain bottle appeared in Qin Pingon's hand. Inside the bottle there were ripples of dark green water. This bottle contained the essence of water. Not only was it rare and valuable, it was also a timely rain for him. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Lord of Lake, do you think your luck is good or bad?" Lord of Lake, who was no longer wearing the colorful purple robe, smiled and said, "I'm not thinking about that at all. In the future I, Lord of Songyun Lake, will definitely protect this land. I won't dare to speak carelessly for too long. I will obediently follow the Sword Immortal's instructions and protect the waters of Songyun Lake. 100 years of good weather without any natural disasters. As for man-made disasters, I will still follow the Sword Immortal's instructions and let it be." "Speak carelessly? That's a good saying among you water gods." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "There's also that matter. Don't forget." Lord of Lake Inho lowered his head and cupped his fists and said, "I will definitely remember it. Sword Immortal, don't worry. If it doesn't work, when the Sword Immortal returns from his travels and passes by Songyun Lake, he can just slash me to death." The white-clothed Sword Immortal flew away on his sword. Lord of Songyun Lake, who had lost his dragon robe and dragon throne, didn't straighten his back for a long time. He waited until the young Sword Immortal was more than 100 miles away before he let out a long sigh. He didn't expect that as long as he survived he would feel great happiness. The great Tao was unpredictable. Why did it feel like the Sword Immortal was a city god who was clear about rewards and punishments in the main hall of his dragon palace? It was strange. This was probably a true Sword Immortal in the legends. The 2 female cultivators came out of the water and came to the surface of the lake. Lord of Lake Inho saw that beautiful face again and felt that it was hot to the eyes. It was all because of this group of Treasure Cave Immortal Realm cultivators that caused this disaster. Lord of Lake Een Ho snorted coldly and left through the water. The little girl in the emerald green dress complained, "That sword Immortal is so greedy." After getting old ancestor Fan's immortal golden crown, he didn't even let go of the crown on Marshal Ant Yan's head. That's fine, but he still has the nerve to ask if there's any money. Sure enough, I was right not to admire sword immortals. This kind of sword immortal who plucks feathers from geese doesn't have the slightest demeanor of a sword immortal. It turned out that Yanqing no longer had a golden crown on her head. She held the girl's hand and looked into the distance with a dazed expression. Then she smiled and said, "Yes, why does little Cui admire this kind of person?" The girl hugged Yanqing's arm and shook it gently. She asked cutely, "Marshal Antien, why don't we return to the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm with the sect? The world outside is so dangerous." Yanqing suddenly smiled and said, "Little Cui, let's not return to the sect first. Let's go to Jianghu." The girl thought for a moment and smiled brightly. "Okay, I've long wanted to secretly drink wine." When the birds and beasts of Songyun Lake's Dragon Palace dispersed, the white-robed immortal entered the city on his sword, but he didn't go directly to the haunted house. Instead, he put his sword behind his back and landed in a dark alley. He bent down and picked up a small piece of money. He held the money in one hand and patted his forehead with the folding fan in the other. He looked sad and seemed to be ashamed. He muttered, "You picked up money with such dirty hands? I made such a big fortune in the Dragon Palace at the bottom of the lake. It can't be. Forget it, forget it. That's right. It's a waste not to pick it up. Don't worry, I haven't been a good cultivator for so many years. I earn money, I cultivate, I practice boxing. Whoever does badly is my son or grandson. It's difficult to kill a nascent soul cultivator and reach the heavens. When have I ever lost to myself? Alright, I've lost and it was quite miserable. But in the end, isn't it because I'm powerful?" Perhaps only Jiang Shangzhen or Chongxian Bureau's Yang Ningxing would be able to understand these words. Waving his sleeves, the white-robed sword immortal leisurely walked back to the haunted house. Occasionally, the door gods that passed by the door gave birth to a little spiritual light, but they all instantly retreated and hid. With a tap of his toes, he flipped over the wall and landed in the courtyard. After Qin Pingon landed, he squinted his eyes. Du Yu jumped in shock as though he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He immediately opened his hands, revealing the military armor pill that could buy many deity-bearing armor. Although his teeth were chattering, he still poured out his grievances. "Senior, there was a guy who called himself Zhou Fei and then called himself Jiang Shangzhen. He said that he was Senior's good brother and snatched the child away. I used the body immobilizing technique on him and he could not move at all. He also said that the orphan had the talent to cultivate, and he brought him back to the Aquarius continent. He told Senior not to worry and just relax and travel in the north." Qin Pingon nodded his head. He took the sword immortal and waved his hand. The sword and the sheath were nailed into a pillar. He then sat on the bamboo chair and fastened the blade nurturing gourd. The 15th flying sword happily flew in. Qin Pingon leaned back and said slowly, "I know. This golden crow armor pill, you can keep it. It should be yours. You don't have to be courteous with that guy. Anyway, he has money and money will burn his hands." Du was overjoyed. After holding it in for a long time, he still could not maintain his smile. Finally, he could sit on the stool peacefully and carefully observe the priceless military armor pill. Qin Pingon glanced at him and smiled. "I won't stay here for a long time. When the time comes, you will go out of the city with me and then we will go our separate ways. But I have to tell you in advance that in the future, your life and death, fortune and misfortune, I can only say that you will not die. I have already told Lord Songyun Lake that after this trip to the north, I will return to the south in the future. For you, it can be regarded as a protective talisman, but it is still not a life-saving talisman. If I'm not wrong, the mastermind behind this plan in Escort City is not one great cultivator but two. Fortunately, one of them is very likely to be related to the country of Mengliang. He has already succeeded. To kill me, there is a reason, but it may not be too persistent. Of course, the best situation is that they don't target me and I don't die in the north. That protective talisman will always be effective. After all, I am not your ancestor. Next, do you have to pray for yourself. Therefore, if you are killed by someone one day, it must be at least a nascent soul cultivator. At that time, I will try my best to avenge you." Some words. Qin Pingon still did not speak. For example, Jiang Shangzhen never did things sloppily. Perhaps in addition to meeting Du Yu, there was something that Jiang Shangzhen disdained to talk about with outsiders. This guy who was an authentic immortal genealogy master was a genealogy master who Qin Pingon felt was even more unorthodox than the wild cultivators. Qin Pingon was well aware of how difficult it was to deal with wild cultivators like Lu Laoqing of Book Slip Lake Palace Willow Island and Lu Jimao of Green Gorge Island. What's more, Jiang Shangzhen was rich. Qin Pingon was not sure who would have more magic weapons if this guy met Cui Dongshan. He guessed that the two of them would each take a small stool and eat melon seeds. Then without making a move, each of them would throw a magic weapon. You throw it over, I throw it over. Could the two sides chat for a whole night? Therefore he still had to make more money. Plus, the child who inexplicably fell into the pit of money could be regarded as the favor that Qin Pingon owed was not small. This made Qin Pingon somewhat helpless. After careful consideration, Du Yu carefully put the golden crow armor pill into his sleeve. Damn it, it's really heavy. He beamed with joy and said, Senior, Du Yu don't want to boast. After following you and experiencing so many things, I'm really bold now. Qin Pingon looked at Du Yu. Du Yu chuckled. Forget about it. He said it first. There was no need to bother the senior. Qin Pingon opened the folding fan and waved it gently. He said with a bright smile, Yo, after meeting Jiang Shangzhen, brother Du Yu's skills have improved. Du Yu said with a sneaky smile, I dare not, Senior Jiang is Senior's friend of the same generation. I am a junior among juniors. I can't compare to him. Qin Pingon closed his eyes and said with a smile, You are beginning to disgust people again. Du Yu scratched his head. After dawn, the senior asked him to do a strange thing. He went to the shop in Attendant City to buy spring couplets, painted door gods and the words Chun and Fu. Du Yu was uneasy. He was not afraid that he would be splashed with feces as soon as he went out, but he was afraid that the top immortals like Ancestor Fan and City Lord Yi would pick up a soft persimmon to pinch. They would seize the opportunity to slap him to death and run away. Du Yu did not dare to ask about the senior's trip to Songyun Lake last night because the senior did not say anything. Du Yu trembled with fear and went to buy things that he had never touched in his life. Not only did he pay the bill, but he also gave some more silver as a reward. Damn it, I am going to be kind to people every day now. If he scared any child on the street, Du Yu wanted to take the initiative to admit his mistake. He returned to the haunted house smoothly. Du Yu stood outside the door carrying a bag and wiping his sweat. Jiang Hu was dangerous and full of killing intent. Sure enough, it was better to be close to the senior to be at ease. At this moment, everyone Du Yu met on the road was a hidden master. Then the senior took the bag. Without Du Yu's help, he began to post the door god couplets and the spring word and fortune word. When the senior finished posting the last spring word, he raised his head and was speechless. Du Yu suddenly remembered that the senior once said, a spring breeze once. He also said that this was the best saying in the world and should not be wasted. The two left the haunted house. The senior went to the ruins of the fire god temple. Wherever he went, the people scattered in a hubbub fearful of jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards. At the ruins of the main hall, the senior squatted on the ground and took out 3 incense sticks. After placing the incense sticks on the ground, he smiled and said, I can't let you do as you wish. I'll just close my eyes and fall asleep. I still want you to come back and worry with me. The next time we meet after scolding me, don't forget to buy me a drink. Du Yu did not know why the senior said that. Could the god of the fire god temple who was dead come back to life? Even if the temple was rebuilt, the local government reshaped the clay statue, and did not remove the mountain and river record for the imperial court of the Silver Screen Kingdom. How many incense sticks and how many pious prayers of the people in Attendant City would be needed to reshape the golden body? The two left Attendant City together. After walking for a few days through the mountains and rivers, one day that senior who originally no longer wore the bamboo hat and green robes once again took out the bamboo hat and mountain walking staff, carrying that cumbersome large bamboo chest on his back. However, he still wore a snow-white robe. Qin Pingon handed Du Yu 2 pieces of paper. One is called the Yang Lantern Lifting Talisman, the other is called the Barrier Breaking Talisman. In the future, when you roam the Jianghu, whether you do good or evil is your own business. But if you encounter some unnecessary things that you can do but not do, such as being a warm-hearted Jianghu swordsman, or being a chi cultivator who slays demons and evils for the people, You can use these 2 talismans. Otherwise, don't be greedy. Even if you learn how to draw talismans, you can still treat them as 2 pieces of waste paper. Can you do it? Think carefully and decide whether to take them or not. If you take them, remember to destroy them after reading them. If you don't take them, just leave. It doesn't matter. You took the 2 pieces of paper without hesitation. Senior, don't worry. Like what you said, life, death, fortune and misfortune are all self-inflicted. I took these 2 pieces of paper today. In the future, when I learn the immortal talisman that you imparted to me, as long as it's not a situation where death is certain and I have the ambition, you will definitely do it. The man smiled and patted Du Yu's shoulder. That's pretty good. Du Yu's eyes were brimming with tears. He looked at the figure of the senior gradually disappearing into the distance. Du Yu suddenly asked, Senior, since you're a sword immortal, why don't you travel on your sword? The man just held his bamboo hat, waved his hand and continued walking. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.